Judas Monk Murders, a Homefront Sleuths case in mystery. Written by Elliott and Evie. Written by Iona Campbell. Epigraph. People sleep peaceably in their beds at night because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. Attributed to Sir Winston S. Churchill. Prologue. July 1941. Dawn hadn't properly broken when Tom Baker began the most challenging phase of his rehabilitation walk. He had reached the base of a fairly steep hill. He paused, planting his walnut walking stick firmly into the soft earth, his breath forming small clouds that dissipated into the cool air. Above him, the sky hung somewhere between night and morning, a deep indigo washing slowly to violet at the eastern horizon. Atop the hill before him was the jagged outline of his destination, a centuries-old ruin that had once been St. Swithin's Abbey. His right leg throbbed with its familiar dull, hollow ache, the discomfort that had been his constant companion since he'd come out of St. Thomas's in London with a missing limb and a prosthetic leg. But that was better than being dead on the battlefield where he'd been shot, worlds away from this misty English countryside. He felt grateful to be home, here in England, also grateful and a bit proud that he'd become proficient at dealing with his prosthetic, massaging his scarred stump beneath his knee, powdering it carefully before aligning the padded socket just so, then cinching the leather harness until it bit into his thigh. He felt still more grateful to have his son here with him. "One foot after the other," he murmured to himself. "That's all there is to it." The mantra had served him through many long marches overseas, and served him now. Ahead, Tommy bounded up the path with the heedless energy only an 8-year-old could command at this hour. His copper-red hair caught what little light filtered through the mist, seeming to generate its own warmth against the grey landscape. The boy zigzagged up the slope, stopping occasionally to examine something fascinating in the grass, before darting off again. "Come on, Dad!" Tommy called back, his voice bright in the morning stillness. At Tommy's heels scampered Bonzo, their neighbour's Pomeranian, an improbable explosion of tawny fur with the heart of a much larger dog. The little animal's determined yapping echoed against the hillside as he struggled to keep pace with the boy. Tom smiled despite the persistent ache in his leg. The climb might be difficult, but the view from the top would make everything worthwhile. "Don't go too far ahead, lad," Tom called, adjusting his grip on his stick. "Remember, your old dad can't sprint like he used to." Tommy paused just long enough to glance back, grinning. "But you never could sprint, Dad!" Tom let out a laugh, shaking his head as he pushed onward. "Cheeky little blighter." He wasn't about to let himself be done in, not by his own son, not by a scrappy little dog, and certainly not by a war injury. The ruins of St. Swithin's Abbey loomed larger now, stark and skeletal against the grey-tinged sky. The twisted remains of old stone walls stood silent, watching over the landscape like ancient sentinels. Tom had come to appreciate these early walks, not just for the exercise, but for the sense of purpose they gave him. The more he moved, the more he adjusted, the sooner he could get back to his trade. Carpentry required 2 good hands, a steady stance, and patience, all things he still had. He just had to prove it to himself first. "Dad, look!" Tommy's excited voice cut through his thoughts. Tom lifted his gaze just in time to see his son skidding to a halt near some tumble-down stone steps. Bonzo shot past him, barking madly. "There's a man!" Tommy called, pointing. "He's just lying there!" Tom's good foot hit the ground hard as he picked up his pace, his heart suddenly pounding for reasons that had nothing to do with the climb. Soon, he was only a few yards away from the ruined steps, and there was the man, a soldier, sprawled face down on the uneven stone. Tom slowed as he reached the body. The uniform was dusty, the young man's arms were flung wide, and his face was half-shadowed. A dark streak of blood made an ugly blotch on the back of the young man's blonde hair. Tom exhaled sharply. Not good. Not good at all. "Tommy," he said, his voice steady but firm. "Come away now, and grab that blasted dog before he gets too close." "But, Dad—" "Now, lad." Tommy hesitated, then reluctantly grabbed Bonzo's collar and pulled him back, though the little dog continued to bark in protest. Tom took a step closer, his eyes scanning the scene. The jumbled stones of the steps were steep and uneven, treacherous in the dark. Could have been an accident. Had to be an accident. But the young soldier's arms, the way they were flung out, something about it felt wrong. Tom's jaw tightened. He'd seen enough men die to know when one had met an unnatural end. Bonzo squirmed free of Tommy's grip and darted toward Tom, pressing against his good leg as though sensing the shift in his mood. Tom exhaled and reached down, scooping up the dog. "All right," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. "That's enough for now." He turned back to his son. "We're heading down." Tommy looked reluctant to leave. Is he dead?" Tom nodded once. "I reckon so." "What happened to him?" "That's for Inspector Brewster to figure out." Tom gave Tommy's shoulder a squeeze. "Come on now, let's get moving." Tom set Bonzo down, straightened his back, and turned away from the hill. Walking uphill on an artificial leg took effort, but downhill was the real test. One wrong step, one miscalculation, and he'd be flat on his backside. But, like everything else, it was just a matter of keeping his balance and pressing forward, one step at a time. As they made their way back toward the village, Tom knew exactly where he was heading. First, to the Crofter's Green Constabulary office, where he'd call Nigel Brewster and tell him what he'd found. Then he'd go home to the cottage to tell his wife. Dorothy would probably want to tell the sleuths, her amateur detective friends. Dorothy, Evie, Harry, Alice, and Blake had worked with Nigel before. Together, they had solved several mysteries and brought a number of wrongdoers to justice. But for now, Tom just focused on getting down the hill, keeping Tommy close, and ignoring the lingering weight in his chest. He told himself it wasn't his job to investigate this death. Nigel was good at that sort of thing, and so were Dorothy's friends. Chapter 1. Evie. Why on earth did I ever come here? Evie tried to squelch the thought uppermost in her mind as she stared across the neat, slightly shabby sitting room at the elderly couple who were seated side by side on the flowered chintz sofa opposite her own chair. She knew why she had come. Paul's mother had written, inviting her, and Evie had thought perhaps the visit might bring a measure of comfort to her and Paul's father. She'd never met Paul's parents during their short whirlwind courtship and the equally short whirlwind of months they'd had together of being married. As an RAF pilot, Paul had been on continuous duty, deployed almost every day to combat the waves of German bombers that rained their deadly cargo down on London night after night. Sometimes he got a day or a half-day off to spend with Evie, but there had never been time for them to visit his home. Or rather, they'd never managed to make time, always assuming that there would be plenty of time for them to make the trip to Greenwich at some future date. Or maybe neither of them had wanted to acknowledge just how little that kind of future was guaranteed. Both of them had known, in theory, every time Paul went up on a mission, that he might not come back. And yet, somehow, Evie had never quite believed that he could be killed. Paul's overwhelming confidence had seemed enough to conquer even the threat of death. The house she found herself in now was a semi-detached Edwardian brick house, with large sash windows and wrought iron railings, exactly like all of the neighbouring houses. The windows were currently open to let in any breeze that happened to stir the swelteringly hot July air, but mostly what filtered in were the petrol fumes and the occasional roar of a motor from the military transport lorries passing in the road outside. Greenwich, like everywhere else, was marked by the war. Sandbags lined the neighbourhood doorways, and the streets were scarred by damage from air raids. "So, you're running a tea shop all by yourself?" Paul's mother asked, after a silence that felt as though it had lasted for far too long. Evie also tried to squelch the thought that Mrs. Harris sounded like a nursery governess, praising her for being able to tie her shoes without any help. Paul's mother was a small, nondescript-looking woman of around 60, with faded blue eyes and washed-out-looking greyish-blonde hair that was set in stiff curls. She wore a pale blue blouse and grey tweed skirt, and so far most of her and Evie's interactions had consisted of smiling awkwardly at each other. She was probably just desperate to find some topic of conversation. "Well, not all by myself," Evie said. "I have a good friend, Dorothy, who helps me a great deal with the cleaning and the waitressing, and then my neighbour Alice comes over to lend a hand with the cooking sometimes. She has a garden, too, and makes all sorts of tea blends for me with the herbs she grows, chamomile and peppermint and nettle. Of course that's a great help with black tea being rationed so strictly these days." Evie winced inwardly even as she said it. She really couldn't blame Paul's mother for the stilted quality of this conversation. Only if she brought up the weather could she possibly sound more inane. "How lovely," Mrs. Harris said, after another awkwardly long pause. "John, isn't that lovely?" She nudged her husband, who sat unmoving on the sofa beside her. John Harris was a perfect match for his wife, in that he was of medium height and medium build, with dark hair turning grey and dark eyes. He wore a camel-brown knitted sweater vest, brown trousers, and polished black shoes, and his face was extraordinary only because it was so entirely average-looking. Evie could have bumped into him in the street, said, "I beg your pardon," and an hour later been hard-pressed to recognise him again. Now he nodded and said, "Yes, very," in response to his wife's prompting, which brought the number of words he'd spoken since Evie's arrival up to a grand total of 6. No, 7. He'd said, "Very pleased to meet you," when he'd shaken Evie's hand for the first time. So, Evie looked around the room, desperately wishing that some other topic of conversation would pop into existence, like a genie from a bottle. The Harrises' sitting room was crowded, cluttered even, with overstuffed upholstered furniture and small tables and knickknacks on nearly every available surface. A row of china dogs marched across the top of a bookcase, while a set of china plates commemorating Queen Victoria's Silver Jubilee crowned the mantel. And yet there were very few personal touches. No books, no paintings, no photographs, except for the one silver-framed photo that stood on the end of the mantel beside the Jubilee plates. Evie saw it and felt her heart contract in a quick, painful spasm. "Is that a photo of Paul as a boy?" she asked. Paul looked to be only about 10 or 11 in the picture, standing stiffly in the uniform of some private school. A stiff-collared white shirt worn under a dark-coloured blazer with the school's crest on the pocket, short trousers and knee-high socks, with a round peaked cap perched on the top of Paul's head. Yet he was instantly recognisable, Evie thought, the way he stood with his head a little thrown back and grinned at the camera with his trademark devil-may-care confidence. His poor mother. Evie felt a wave of sympathy for Mrs. Harris. A boy like Paul had probably crawled straight into mischief before he could even walk. "What? Oh." Paul's mother glanced up at the photograph. "Yes, that was his school photograph, from when he was 10. Or was it 11? She glanced at her husband. 11, John Harris confirmed. He was up to a total of 8 words now. Both he and Paul's mother stopped speaking. Evie waited a moment, but neither of them said anything more. Evie suppressed a sigh. She in fact did know why she'd come to visit Paul's parents today. She'd been hoping that by meeting with the two people who raised him, surely the only people in the world who grieved his death as much as she did, she might feel a little closer to her memories of Paul and those few brief months that they'd shared. Instead, exactly the opposite seemed to be true. Trying to imagine Paul, terrifyingly brave and rebellious and wild, being raised by the straight-laced, perfectly nice but rather dull couple who sat in front of her was almost impossible. It made Evie feel somehow as though the Paul she'd known could never really have existed and had been somehow just a figment of her own imagination. But then Mrs. Harris swallowed and said, "Paul wrote and told us how brave you were, rescuing him when he was shot down in France behind enemy lines. He said that he would never have reached safety out of the country if it hadn't been for you." "He would have, somehow," Evie said. "I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that Paul didn't know the meaning of the word impossible." Mrs. Harris smiled briefly, then said, "Do you think you could tell us the whole story of how you succeeded in getting him to safety?" She took out her handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes. "We never got to hear the details from him. It would mean so much to hear it from you now." Evie softened. She and Paul had met in France. She had been with a local group of resistance fighters, working to disrupt the Nazis' iron grip on the area by any means possible, dynamiting bridges, sabotaging train tracks, initiating the occasional sniper attack. Then, somehow, the Nazi leadership in the form of a man who went by the code name of Siegfried had learned her identity. At least they'd known that an English-speaking woman was part of the local resistance. Her staying in France would have endangered the entire mission of the resistance, so Evie had made the decision to leave. Then, Paul had been shot down on a flying mission and needed help getting to safety. He'd been suffering from a concussion, not badly wounded, luckily, but confused. So Evie had used her contacts across the French countryside to get them both out of France and beyond Siegfried's reach into England. Or rather, she thought she was beyond Siegfried's reach. Now. Evie shook off that thought before it could take hold. She had enough to occupy her mind currently without worrying about Siegfried. Mr. and Mrs. Harris were both watching her with a kind of pleading expectation. Of course. She glanced up at the photograph of 11-year-old Paul again. There was so much she'd never known about him while he was alive, simply because she'd never had the chance to ask where he'd gone to school, what kind of ice cream he'd liked best as a boy, who his childhood friends had been. If his mother and father didn't want to talk about those memories, Evie couldn't blame them. Grief took everyone in different ways, as she herself well knew, but she could do this much for Mr. and Mrs. Harris at least. "I'll be glad to tell you everything I can." Chapter 2. Harry. Harry Jenkins had seen plenty of bodies in his time, but there was something about a body deliberately posed to look like an accident that always sat wrong with him. And the position of the young soldier's body was very, very wrong. The ruins of St. Swithin's Abbey rose around them, a skeletal husk of its former self. The early morning mist still draped the ground, curling between the uneven crypt steps like ghostly fingers, wrapping around fallen stones and creeping along the ivy-covered walls. The air was damp and heavy, thick with the scent of old mortar and wet earth, the kind of morning where every breath made Harry think of his increasing age and the many long years of his past. This morning, the air carried the scent of something else, the heavy stillness of death. Harry pushed his hat back slightly, exhaling as he took in the scene. His breath clouded in the still cool air. It had been a hard climb up to the Abbey ruins. The path was steep, littered with loose stones and slick from the night's mist. His legs, though still strong, had reminded him he wasn't 25 anymore, not even 55 anymore. He glanced over at Nigel Brewster, his nephew and detective inspector of the Ashford Constabulary. Unlike Harry, Nigel still had the energy of a man in his early 30s, lean, quick-moving, with the sharp analytical mind of a born investigator. He was already crouched by the body, notebook in hand, tapping his pencil against its spine. "Well," Nigel said grimly, "I'd call it a nasty fall, but I like to be truthful in my reports." Harry let out a slow breath. The lad had landed too neatly, arms flung just so, head resting at an unnatural angle, boots miraculously straight. If the soldier had actually tumbled down those jagged steps, he'd be in a far more undignified sprawl. He might even have made it halfway down the path, caught on one of the twisted roots protruding from the ancient stones. But here he was, splayed out like a face-down scarecrow. Too perfect, too placed. At the edge of the crypt steps, Harry nudged a loose rock with his boot, watching it tumble haphazardly down. It bounced, spun sideways, and landed awkwardly on the gravel below. Nothing about it looked neat. Nigel stood, brushing dirt from his knees. "What do you think?" Harry glanced around the ruins. The early morning light filtered through the remains of a once grand Abbey window, its tracery fractured but still visible. A sad echo of a time when sunlight had streamed through stained glass instead of empty space. The horizon was still tinged with grey-blue, the sun only just beginning to burn through the mist. Below, the town of Ashford was waking up, chimney smoke rising in thin ribbons, the faint clang of a milk cart in the distance, an occasional bark of a restless farm dog. And yet, up here, all was still. A place of worship, now left to the wind and the crows. Harry sighed. "I think whoever put him here thought they were clever." Nigel arched a brow. "And they weren't?" "Not clever enough," Harry exhaled, glancing at the ground near the body. No scuff marks, no signs of a struggle, no drag marks in the dirt leading from the path. He knelt beside the fallen soldier and gently lifted the legs, one by one, grasping at the fabric at the back of each knee. Then he did the same with the dead man's elbows. "Look at the uniform," Harry said. "With a fall down the steps, you'd expect shreds and rips and stains." There weren't any. Either the young soldier had taken flight like a Spitfire and landed perfectly, or someone had carried him here, or, more likely, someone had killed him here, dropping him with a blow to the head hard enough to make him bleed. "If it's staged, we're looking at a murder." Nigel's voice was quiet. Harry sat back on his heels, flexing his fingers. The cold was creeping into his joints now, a reminder that time never played fair. Unless he was particularly enthusiastic about his own demise. "Not impossible," Nigel frowned, "but unlikely. Fort Hardwick is just over the hill, so it's likely this lad was training for special operations. You don't sign up for that if you're looking for a way out." Before Harry could respond, the sound of heavy boots on stone cut through the morning stillness. Two soldiers in standard-issue uniforms strode toward them, stocky, broad-shouldered, and radiating the quiet menace of men who took orders seriously. The first, a square-jawed brute with an unfortunate nose that looked like it had met a rifle butt one too many times, eyed them with thinly veiled suspicion. "Sirs," he said, his voice clipped, "this area is now restricted." Harry raised an eyebrow. "That's so." "We have orders to escort you to Colonel Merryweather's office. You'll need to come with us." Nigel glanced at Harry. Harry glanced at Nigel, then at the body. One dead soldier, one staged accident, and now one very overzealous military response. Interesting. "Well," Harry said mildly, "lead the way, gentlemen." Chapter 3. Harry. Colonel Basil Merryweather had the air of a man who could swagger even when standing still. He was in his early 50s, but as solid as a man half his age, with broad shoulders, a thick chest, and muscular arms that strained against the fabric of his starched combat fatigues. His close-cropped hair, shot through with steel grey, only emphasized the severe angles of his face. His cleft chin, immaculately clean-shaven, seemed to thrust forward like the tusks of a charging bull-elephant. Only absurdly misplaced, of course. And then there were the eyes. Bright, steely blue, sharp as diamond-cutting tools and just as unyielding. Everything about him, the square-set jaw, the precisely arranged medals on his chest, the rigid posture, spoke of a man who expected deference and was accustomed to demanding it. Harry, for his part, was immediately suspicious of men who expected deference. The Colonel's office was a masterpiece of self-importance. A massive oak desk sat at the centre of the room like a fortress, its surface spread with maps and military reports, each held in place with polished brass paperweights shaped like artillery shells. The walls were lined with framed commendations, all meticulously arranged, the glass on each so clean that it showed Harry his own reflection. Near the desk, a crystal ashtray held a row of half-smoked cigars in perfect alignment, as if even they were waiting for an inspector's review. The room was spotless, precise, controlled, just like the man sitting behind the desk. Merryweather looked up as Harry and Nigel were marched in, escorted by their two new uniformed friends. "Ah!" He leaned back slightly, not relaxed, just repositioning himself to project the appearance of dominance. "The police. The military," Harry returned. Merryweather grunted. "I appreciate your prompt response, Detective Sergeant, and you as well, Inspector Brewster." Harry wasn't fooled. That wasn't appreciation. That was territorial posturing. "Wouldn't miss it," Nigel said cheerfully. "Always a pleasure to be summoned before breakfast." Merryweather ignored that. "I understand you were examining the body of the soldier." Harry tilted his head slightly. "The young man at the Abbey? Yes, we were." Merryweather's jaw tightened. "One of ours, Private Jameson." Harry and Nigel exchanged a glance. "Full name?" Harry asked. "Donald Jameson. Local lad." Nigel scribbled the name into his notebook with an air of deliberate patience. "That's so." "It is." The Colonel's tone suggested he didn't appreciate being questioned on the matter. Harry nodded slowly. "Well, we noticed the way he landed was a bit convenient." Merryweather's expression darkened. "I don't care for what you're implying, Sergeant." Harry let out a breath, folding his arms. "And I don't care for a corpse being arranged like a shop window display, but here we are." Merryweather's fingers drummed once on his desk, then stopped, as if any excess movement might be mistaken for weakness. "The area is unsafe," he said crisply. "Under military law, I am sealing off the Abbey ruins. The site is off-limits. No civilian or police personnel are to enter." Harry folded his arms. "And that's an order, is it?" "It is. The remains of Private Jameson will remain in military custody until further notice. There will be no further investigation unless I authorize it." Nigel tilted his head. "And will you?" Merryweather's mouth twitched into something that might have been a smile if it had more warmth and fewer teeth. "This was a tragic accident, gentlemen. A fall, nothing more." Harry held his gaze. Merryweather was many things, pompous, blustering, and probably overfond of his own voice, but he wasn't stupid. And this wasn't just about a dead soldier. He wanted the Abbey sealed off. He wanted no one poking around. Harry had met men like him before, the kind who carried a chip on their shoulder the size of a sandbag. Was this a man frustrated that he hadn't risen higher in the ranks? Or had that overbearing, self-important attitude been the very thing that kept him from rising? Either way, the result was the same. He was throwing his weight around, and Harry didn't like it. "Well then," Harry said pleasantly, "we'll just be on our way. Nigel blinked. "We will?" "Of course," Harry said, already heading for the door. "The good Colonel has spoken, hasn't he?" Merryweather gave a satisfied nod. Harry smiled, a friendly, non-threatening smile. The kind of smile a man wore when he had every intention of questioning military authority at the earliest possible opportunity. Nigel coughed into his hand. The case had just become a lot more interesting. Chapter 4. Alice. Alice Greenleaf had just settled into her morning routine, a pot of tea brewing, the latest medicinal herbs spread out on the kitchen table, and a pile of correspondence waiting to be answered, when a firm rap sounded at the front door. She wasn't particularly surprised. She had expected Harry Jenkins to show up sooner or later. Tucking a stray wisp of grey-streaked hair behind her ear, Alice wiped her hands on her apron and made her way to the door. When she opened it, Harry and Detective Inspector Nigel Brewster stood on her doorstep, looking windblown and faintly irritated. "Gentlemen," Alice stepped aside. "Come in before you let in the draft." Harry tipped his hat in greeting, while Nigel, who had inherited his uncle's knack for looking serious at all times, merely nodded. They stepped inside, and Alice, ever practical, gestured toward the kettle already steaming on the stove. "Tea?" Harry exhaled, pulling off his hat. "Thanks, Alice. Just the thing." "I'd love a cup as well." Nigel looked like he could use a strong cup of something. Alice moved with efficiency, pouring 2 cups and setting them on the table. As Harry and Nigel took their seats, she slid into her own chair, giving them both a level look. "Well then, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Harry took a sip of tea before setting his cup down. "There was a body found this morning at St. Swithin's Abbey." Alice, who had been about to take a sip herself, paused. "A body? At the Abbey?" Nigel nodded, reaching for his notebook. "On the steps beneath the tower. Private Donald Jameson. Do you know the name?" Alice frowned. "Jameson." She tapped her fingers against the worn wooden table, thinking. "The family is not originally from Crofter's Green. If I remember correctly, they arrived a few years back. The father, Arthur Jameson, I believe, took a job managing the feed store on the High Street. A quiet sort. The mother, Helen, volunteers at the church now and then." Harry gave a thoughtful grunt. "Merryweather called him a local lad, but I take it they weren't born and bred here?" "No, they came from somewhere up north." Alice's brow furrowed. "I think they settled in quickly. Crofter's Green is welcoming that way." She hesitated. "Has anyone told the Jamesons? I'd hate for them to hear of their son's death via the grapevine." Nigel said, "I'll send an officer. No, I'll go myself, just in case Merryweather hasn't sent someone. If they've already heard, I'll ask if there's anything they can tell us." Alice let out a breath, shaking her head. "Terrible business. And you said the body was found at St. Swithin's Abbey?" Harry leaned back in his chair. "What can you tell us?" Alice's lips pursed in thought. Then, rising from her chair, she crossed to the bookshelf in the corner and pulled down a heavy leather-bound volume. "You mean beyond the fact that it's a pile of crumbling rocks in the middle of nowhere?" she said dryly, setting the book down. "The Abbey has a history, one most people have forgotten." She flipped through the yellowed pages, scanning the text until she found what she was looking for. "Ah, here." She turned the book toward them. "The Legend of the Judas Monk." Nigel raised an eyebrow. "Sounds dramatic." Alice gave him a knowing look. "And the drama is well earned." She tapped the page. "The story goes that during Henry VIII's dissolution of the monasteries, the monks and nuns of St. Swithin's refused to renounce their faith. They continued to hold secret worship services within the Abbey walls." Harry's gaze flicked to the text, where ornate Elizabethan-style script stretched across the page. "And then came the betrayal," Alice continued. "One of their own, a monk, betrayed them to the king's men. He led them straight to the Abbey where Catholic worship was ongoing. The soldiers stormed in and captured the lot." She turned the page, skimming the passage. "Most were executed." She kept her tone even, choosing not to linger on the details. "The Abbey itself was ransacked, burned, left to decay, and the monk, the traitor, was said to have felt remorse. Supposedly, he threw himself from the highest point of the ruins, dashing out his brains on the stones below." She met Harry's gaze. "Right where you found that poor boy this morning." The room fell quiet for a moment, the only sound the soft hiss of the kettle cooling on the stove. Nigel tapped his pencil against the table. "I assume the locals have kept the legend alive." Alice shook her head. "Not so much these days. Time moves on, even for ghosts." Harry studied the book's aged pages. "And what about the Abbey itself? Who owns the land?" Alice hesitated. "Now that you mention it, I heard something at the last town council meeting." Something? What was it? She flipped a few pages further back in the book, as if the answer might be there. Then she closed her eyes and remembered. "There was talk that the Abbey is going to be demolished soon. Apparently the military's taken an interest in the land. Something about it being unsafe." Harry and Nigel exchanged glances. "That's convenient," Harry murmured. She remembered more. "And something about needing space for munitions storage. It had to be far enough from the barracks to be safe." "Convenient indeed," Harry said. "When was that meeting?" "About a month ago." Nigel jotted something down. "Merriweather did say the area was off limits." Alice closed the book with a decisive thump. "You'll want to ask around. Some of the men from Fort Hardwicke go to the King's Arms when they have leave. If anyone knows more, it'll be them." Harry gave her an appraising look. "Your talents are wasted as a herbalist, Alice. You should have been a detective." Alice smiled, gathering up their empty teacups. "Oh, Harry, I think we both know I'm far too sensible for that." Chapter 5. Harry. Harry Jenkins pushed open the heavy wooden door of the King's Arms, and the scent of ale, warm bread, and pipe smoke wrapped around him like an old friend. The pub was pleasantly busy for lunchtime. A few locals at the bar, a handful of uniformed soldiers scattered at tables, and the hum of conversation broken now and then by the clatter of dishes from the kitchen. Cool for July, Harry thought, shrugging off his jacket as he stepped inside. St. Swithin's Day was next week. The talk at a nearby table confirmed what he was already thinking. "If it rains, that's 40 days of wet weather ahead, mark my words." "Didn't rain last year," someone countered. "Aye, and we had a drought. Best hope for a shower then." Harry wasn't here to discuss weather superstitions, but the rhythm of pub chatter never changed. Comforting gossip, idle speculation, and, beneath it all, the constant undercurrent of wartime tension. At the bar, Mr. Piggott, the owner, was wiping a glass with the weary patience of a man who had done that same task for years and expected to do it for many more. "Afternoon, Harry." He set the glass down. "What'll it be?" "Bit early for a pint," Harry said. "But a sandwich wouldn't go amiss, and some tea." Piggott gave a grunt of approval and disappeared into the kitchen. Harry settled at a table near the bar, his gaze sweeping the room. 2 young soldiers sat nearby, uniforms crisp, expressions wary. Fort Hardwicke lads, no doubt. They had the same rigid posture and sharp-eyed caution that marked recruits training for special operations. If they were from the camp, they might have known Jameson. A moment later, Ellen Thorpe arrived with his tea and sandwich, tray balanced effortlessly on one hand. "All for you, Harry," she said with a smile, setting the plate down. Then, with a quick nod, she was off again. Harry had seen Ellen plenty of times before, pouring pints, laughing with customers, always ready with a kind word. She had a warm, steady presence about her, the sort of woman who put people at ease just by being there. Her tidy blonde hair was pinned neatly under her white cap, and her wide blue eyes had a sentimental softness to them, the kind that suggested she felt things deeply. She was a natural at caring for people, Harry thought absently. She'd make some lucky man a fine wife one day. But right now, something about her seemed off. Harry turned his attention back to the two soldiers. Midway through his sandwich, he leaned slightly toward them, keeping his tone casual. "Shame about that young lad up at the Abbey." Both men stilled. One of them, tall, fair-haired, broad-shouldered, glanced at his companion before answering. "Don't know much about it." Harry gave a slow nod. "Still, losing young Jameson must be a shock. No one expects to find one of their own like that." The second shoulder, freckled, sharp-eyed, shifted uncomfortably. "Reckon it's not our place to talk about it." Harry knew a firmly closed door when he saw one. They weren't just being tight-lipped, they were afraid. Before he could press further, Ellen's voice cut in behind him. "Harry, did you say Jameson?" He turned. Ellen stood a few feet away, tray in one hand, the other gripping the counter as if she needed something solid to hold on to. She wasn't smiling now. "Is it true?" she asked, voice hushed. "Donnie, is he dead?" Harry softened his tone. "I'm afraid so." Ellen sucked in a sharp breath. Harry had expected to learn more from her, how well she knew Jameson, if he'd mentioned trouble, what kind of man he was. But before he could ask anything more, the pub door swung open again. 2 more soldiers entered, and something shifted in Ellen's expression. She recognized them. The newcomers were a bit older than the recruits, broad-shouldered, confident. One had a rough working-class London accent, the other had a flat, unreadable stare. Harry didn't know them, but Ellen did. She straightened, quickly wiping her hands on her apron before making her way over. A brief, murmured exchange, a shake of the head, a few solemn words Harry couldn't quite catch. And then she was back, gathering Harry's empty plate before he'd even finished his sandwich. "I can't talk now," she murmured. "Can you come back later?" Harry studied her carefully, the tension in her shoulders, the way she avoided looking toward the 2 men at the door. He didn't know what was going on here, but he intended to find out. "I'll be back," he said simply. And with that, he finished his tea, shrugged on his jacket, and stepped back into the cool July afternoon. Chapter 6. Dorothy. "We made £3.6 all told this morning," Dorothy said. "And the eggless sponge cake you made last night went over a treat. We sold every slice." "Very nice," Evie said. Her voice was absent, though, and her dark eyes had a faraway look in them, as though she was only half paying attention to what Dorothy was telling her. Dorothy had just turned the sign in the door from open to closed, and she and Evie were in the tea room of Evie's Cozy Cup. The tea room was one of Dorothy's favourite places. It had been since her mum used to bring her here for a special treat when she was a little girl. Lace tablecloths covered all of the tables, and the china cups and teapots were spattered with prints of roses and violets and lily of the valley. Above her, dark wooden beams crossed the low ceiling, giving the place a warm, old-fashioned feel, and the whole wall behind the register was filled with shelves of jams and jellies and preserves in glass jars, with checkered cloths tied over the tops with bits of ribbon. Stepping through the door, you could almost believe that there were a few places left in England that the war hadn't touched. Dorothy was gathering up all the empty teacups and saucers that had been left on the tables during the afternoon rush, while Evie swept up the crumbs that always littered the floor after a day's business. Dorothy had told her she didn't have to bother, but Evie had insisted on helping. Evie had arrived back just a few minutes ago, looking tired and sad from this morning's visit with her husband's parents. That was hardly a surprise. Dorothy couldn't imagine how hard the trip must have been for her. She hadn't wanted to talk about it, though, so Dorothy had just chatted about the day's business. Dorothy was lucky. Her own husband Tom had come back from the war alive. He now wore a prosthetic leg, but Dorothy never stopped counting her blessings that he was now back home for good with her and their boy Tommy. She knew, though, from the long months of being left home alone while Tom was fighting overseas, that sometimes, when you had too many cares and worries on your mind, ordinary everyday details like counting the number of eggs you had left or washing the dishes were the best sorts of distractions. So she kept talking, balancing a tray on her hip while she stacked up teacups into a neat tower. "And then this afternoon I have my story hour for the little ones. We're reading Winnie the Pooh just now. There were 5 mums who came in with children, so we made another £4 total. Worth the sticky fingerprints the kids always get all over everything." "How nice." Evie's voice was still vague and mechanical, and she'd been sweeping the same square foot of floor for about 5 minutes now. This was getting out of hand. Evie was tall and slim and elegant-looking, with straight dark hair and dark eyes, and a quick, decisive manner. Hardly anyone had new clothes these days, since you needed ration coupons for them as well as for food, but she still had somehow managed to make her simple white blouse and high-waisted A-line green skirt look as though they could have been on the pages of a fashion magazine. More importantly, Evie was friendly and ever so kind. Witness she'd given Dorothy this job when Dorothy badly needed a way to earn extra money. But people also knew just by looking at her that she'd never let them get away with anything. Even the most difficult of the tea shop customers, the ones who made a hobby out of griping about everything, gave way in the face of one of Evie's looks. And she was never vague, not ever. "Yes, and then of course the polka-dotted elephants came in," Dorothy said. "That's very—" Evie stopped, turning to look at Dorothy for the first time. "What?" Dorothy exhaled in relief. That sounded more like the Evie she knew. "Not really, of course. I just put that in to see if you were paying attention." "I'm sorry." Evie sighed and propped the broom she'd been holding against the glass case that usually held their display of the day's baked goods. She brushed a loosened strand of hair back from her forehead. "I suppose I'm not exactly myself this afternoon." "Who can blame you?" Dorothy said. "And you don't need to apologize, you know that. But is there anything I can do to help? Did your visit with your husband's parents not go well?" She couldn't imagine anyone not liking Evie, but parents could be funny. Maybe Paul Harris's mother and father had thought Evie wasn't good enough to have married their son. "It's not that, not really," Evie said. "But—" She stopped speaking and turned as someone tapped on the glass of the tea shop's front door. "Nigel," Evie said. "What can he be doing here?" Her voice had gone a bit strange, Dorothy thought, as though she wasn't entirely happy to see him. She and Nigel Brewster hadn't always got on, but they'd been a bit friendlier with one another lately. Or maybe it was just that she was worried about what Nigel's visit here might mean. Nigel was the Crofter's Green police inspector, so seeing him wasn't always a sign of good news. Evie unlocked the door and let Nigel in, and he nodded to both her and to Dorothy. A tall man, he had an angular, clever-looking sort of face and very keen dark eyes. Dorothy always felt a bit nervous around him, because she could never quite guess what he was thinking. But Evie wasn't the sort to be intimidated by anyone. "Hello," she said. "I hope you haven't come to tell us that our licenses to serve food are out of date, or that the last batch of flour we bought was part of a black market sale and needs to be recalled." "Not today,"
Nigel said, although I'm afraid that's about as far as today's good news goes. He turned to Dorothy. Tom and your boy ran into a spot of trouble early this morning. They're both quite all right, he added quickly, before Dorothy could feel more than the first prick of alarm. Not harmed at all, but they were on a walk out near St. Swithin's Abbey and stumbled on the body of a young soldier. Dead. Nigel paused, then added, and it looks like a case of murder.
Chapter 7. Harry. Harry had visited plenty of grieving households in his time. It never got easier. The Jamesons' cottage stood on the northern edge of the village, a plain but well-kept house with a slate roof and whitewashed walls. A small garden ran along the front, its flower beds neatly tended, though the earth looked dry, as if no one had bothered with watering for the past few days. Understandable, under the circumstances. Harry stepped up to the door and rapped lightly with his knuckles. A moment later, the door creaked open, and Helen Jameson peered out. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her face pale. She was still wearing her apron, as if she'd been in the middle of housework, though Harry suspected she'd been keeping herself busy just for the sake of having something to do. When she saw Harry standing there, holding his police identification card, her fingers tightened around the edge of the door. "I thought you lot had finished with us," she said. Her voice was taut, though not unkind, just tired. "I understand," Harry said. "I wouldn't trouble you again if it weren't important." Behind her, Arthur Jameson appeared. A taller man, stocky, with thinning dark hair and a reserved expression. He didn't speak, just studied Harry with a quiet, assessing gaze. "We've already told your inspector everything we know," he said at last. Harry nodded. "I'm not here to ask you to go over it all again. I was hoping to take a look at Donnie's room." Mrs. Jameson's hand fluttered to her chest. "His room?" "Aye." Harry kept his tone gentle. "Sometimes a man leaves behind things, letters, notes, anything that might help us understand what happened. I know it's a difficult request, but I promise I'll be careful." Arthur's face hardened slightly, but before he could respond, Helen spoke up. "You're not the first ones to ask," she said quietly. Harry's brow furrowed. "No?" Helen hesitated, glancing back over her shoulder before stepping aside. "Come in," she murmured. Inside, the air smelled faintly of tea and last night's supper. The sitting room was tidy, the furniture old but well cared for. A small mantel clock ticked steadily above the hearth, its quiet rhythm filling the silence as Helen led them inside. Arthur Jameson was already seated in his armchair. "Two of his mates from the training camp came by," Helen said. "Said they wanted to pay their respects, but I think they were looking for something." Arthur gave a grunt. "I told them no. Didn't see why they needed to be poking about in his things." "Did they say what they were looking for?" Harry asked. Helen shook her head. "They just said they wanted to pay their respects. See if he left anything behind that should go to them. When Arthur told them they couldn't, they left." "When was the last time Donnie visited?" he asked. Helen's mouth trembled slightly before she answered. "A month ago, maybe 2.
"Did he go up to his room while he was here?"
She hesitated. "Yes. Said he wanted to pick up some spare socks." Harry nodded, but the explanation didn't sit right with him. A soldier preparing to go overseas might want an extra pair or 2, but something about it felt incomplete. Mrs. Jameson's voice dropped to a whisper. "He didn't expect to live long, you know." Harry looked at her sharply. "What makes you say that?" Arthur answered for her. "He told us what they do, the lads in his unit. He was going overseas. Said most men in his line of work don't last more than 6 weeks before they're found out. Killed before they can be tortured.
if they're lucky.
Helen made a soft noise, somewhere between a sob and a sigh. But he wanted to go, said it was the right thing. He talked about honour, about doing his part for the country. He believed in it. She swiped at her eyes with the back of her hand. Arthur's face was set in a grim, resigned expression. I fought in the last war, he said. I know what happens to men in secret missions. But once Donnie set his mind to something, there was no stopping him. Harry let a silence settle before standing.
Thank you. If I could just take a look at his room, I'll be on my way.
Helen nodded and led them upstairs. Donnie's room was neat, almost impersonal. A soldier's room. The bed was made, the shelves held next to nothing. A few books, no papers on the desk, no personal notes, no diaries. He stepped further inside, his eyes scanning the room. A chest of drawers stood against the far wall. Harry opened the top drawer and found it filled with neatly folded shirts and underclothes. He rifled through them, feeling along the edges. Nothing hidden. He moved to the bedside table, pulling open the small drawer. A few coins, the stub of a pencil, a folded scrap of paper, an old bus ticket. Then his gaze landed on something tucked between the pages of a book. Carefully, he pulled it free. A newspaper clipping. The headline read, The Legend of the Judas Monk, a tale of betrayal and ruin. Harry's eyes narrowed. It was an old article, yellowed at the edges, detailing the story of the Abbey's infamous traitor, the monk who had betrayed his brethren, only to leap to his death in remorse. And Donnie had been keeping this? Why? Frowning, Harry set the clipping aside and continued his search. He checked under the mattress. Nothing there. Opened the wardrobe. Just uniforms and civilian clothes. Then, in the bottom drawer of the dresser, he found something else. A small photograph, slightly creased. A young woman, smiling at the camera, her fair hair pinned up neatly, her heart-shaped face familiar. Harry exhaled sharply. Ellen Thorpe. He studied the picture a moment longer, then tucked it into his pocket. Tonight, when he went back to the King's Arms, he'd have a few questions for Miss Thorpe. Chapter 8. Evie. A dead soldier, Dorothy repeated. And Tom and Tommy found him.
I'm afraid so, Nigel said. Your husband kept his head admirably, which is, of course, to be expected given his war record, and your boy didn't seem to be overly upset.
Oh, I'm sure he wasn't. Dorothy's pretty rounded face had been looking a little pale, but she smiled faintly at that. He was probably thrilled. He's enamoured with going to the pictures and seeing Basil Rathbone play Sherlock Holmes, and it's not as though he knew the poor man who was killed, but all the same. She stopped, biting her lip. Of course you want to go home to them, Evie said. She squeezed Dorothy's hand. Go right ahead. I can finish the clearing up on my own. Dorothy smiled gratefully. You're quite sure? Yes, of course, go. I'll be fine. Evie watched Dorothy hang up her apron on the hook behind the register and hurry out to return home to her husband and son. Which was exactly how it should be, of course. It was just that Evie, despite her assurances to Dorothy, would vastly have preferred not to be left alone with Nigel, especially today, of all possible days. The remainder of her visit with Paul's parents had actually gone much better than she had expected, given the awkwardness of the first few minutes. She'd had a little trouble keeping to generalities while telling the story of how she and Paul had escaped from France, not mentioning specific names or places that would still be categorized by the resistance as top secret and not to be shared with ordinary civilians. But her account of the dangers they'd encountered had served to break the ice, and the conversation had flowed much more easily. Mrs. Harris and Mr. Harris had both laughed when she described how Paul had passed through a Nazi checkpoint by pretending to be roaring drunk. He'd bought a bottle of very expensive Burgundy from a black market dealer and then carried the uncorked bottle straight up to the checkpoint, hiccuping and singing ribald songs in French and bellowing about his lost love, Anne-Marie. The Nazis guarding the checkpoint had taken the bottle of Burgundy, just as Paul had intended they should, and had been so delighted with their unexpected windfall that they'd barely glanced at Paul's face. Evie had ended her visit to the Harrises with a promise to come back and visit again, and had found that she was dreading the idea of it far less than she had the first. There was no real reason, then, why she should have felt an odd, grey, empty sadness close over her as she returned to Crofter's Green. It wasn't one of the usual waves of grief for Paul. The odd thing about grief, she'd found, was how it swelled and abated seemingly without any rhyme or reason. She could be making a fresh batch of scones one moment, or tallying up the Cosy Cup's account books, and then a pang of loss would strike her that made her eyes burn and a sudden tightness rise in her throat. But Evie was familiar with those sudden pangs, and had almost started to regard them with the same detached curiosity as one would a shift in the weather, sun to thunderstorms and back again. What she felt now, she couldn't even quite put a name to, much less identify a cause, which annoyed her a great deal. She didn't at all mind lying for the sake of a mission. Part of her enjoyed the thrill of play acting, the complete immersion in the danger of the moment. She hadn't told Paul's parents about it, but she'd come through the same Nazi checkpoint by pretending to be expecting, and deep in the throes of morning sickness. The officer in charge had been horrified enough at the thought of her ruining the polish on his shiny black boots that he'd waved her hastily on with barely a second look. But Evie disliked dishonesty when it came to her inner feelings. If her own heart was trying to tell her something, she would prefer that it would come straight out with it and not beat around the bush. Evie realized abruptly that Nigel was speaking, and that she'd missed the entirety of what he'd said except for the final 2 words, Judas Monk. At least, Evie thought that was what he had just said. She frowned. "Is there actually a brand of monk called a Judas Monk?" Evie asked. "Or did you just put that in to see whether or not I was paying attention?" "What?" Nigel gave her a confused look. Never mind. Evie pulled herself together. She'd completed the whole visit to Paul's parents without making too much of a fool of herself. Surely she could manage a simple conversation with Nigel now. "Here, follow me into the kitchen so that I can start the washing up, if you don't mind," she told Nigel. "I still need to set bread for tomorrow rising and mix up some dough for Banbury cakes." Also, she'd prefer to have something to do with her hands, and an excuse not to keep meeting Nigel's gaze if they were going to have a private conversation, but she kept that thought to herself. Picking up the tray of dirty crockery that Dorothy had set down, Evie pushed through the swinging doors into the Cosy Cup's kitchen area. The floor was green linoleum, covered in a pattern of pink and red flowers. A big pine Welsh dresser stood against the wall, displaying her grandmother's Wedgwood and blue willowware patterned china. An old-fashioned black cooking range that had probably been installed when Evie's grandmother was still a girl took up nearly the whole of another wall, although thankfully Gran had been modern enough to have a white enamel refrigerator installed before she died. Evie set a tray of dishes down on the draining board of the porcelain sink and started the water running into a pair of dishpans, one for soapy water and one for clean. "You can sit down if you like." She waved at the old-fashioned wooden farmhouse table, where she did all of her mixing and kneading. The table, too, had been part of the kitchen ever since Gran's youth, and the surface was worn to a glossy shine. "Now, what were you saying about a monk?" she asked. Chapter 9. Evie. Nigel ignored Evie's suggestion to sit at the kitchen table and instead came over to stand beside her at the sink. Evie had left the window open. Evening was falling outside, and soon she'd have to draw down the blackout curtains in accordance with regulations. But for now, a light summer breeze blew into the kitchen through the screen. "It's a local legend, attached to St. Swithin's," Nigel began.
The story goes that during Henry VIII's dissolution of the monasteries, a monk betrayed his Catholic brethren who were worshipping secretly in the Abbey. The faithful monks were arrested and executed by Henry VIII's enforcers and so became martyrs. There are a few different versions of what happened to the monk who had betrayed them, who became known as the Judas Monk. Some say he simply disappeared with his ill-gotten gains. In other versions of the legend, he committed suicide by leaping from the roof of the now ruined Abbey. I'd say that the first version is more likely. Cynical, but probably true, Nigel said.
But of course the second version is far more poetic. Evie picked up a dirty teacup. And you're thinking that there may be a connection between the dead man and the legend?
We don't know anything. Yet, Nigel said. But the dead man was found precisely where the, as you put it, more poetic version claims that the body of the Judas Monk was found.
Which could be a coincidence, Evie said.
It could.
Nigel took down a dishcloth from the hook on the wall and started to dry the cup that Evie had just washed.
You don't have to do that. I do, actually.
When Evie had first met him, she thought that Nigel might as well have the words official police business stamped across his forehead. He was stiff and formal, and seldom, if ever, allowed himself to step out from behind his persona as a stern embodiment of the law. Now, though, his words were accompanied by one of his rare, unguarded smiles.
When I was growing up, my mother always insisted that if I was going to stand in her kitchen and talk her ear off about famous criminal cases, I had to at least pitch in and lend a hand. Old habits die hard.
Evie opened her mouth, then clamped it shut again. She could imagine exactly how the conversation might go from here, if she let it. She'd ask about his mother, maybe, or which criminal cases had particularly interested him as a boy. Nigel might unbend even further from his usual formal police officer's manner and tell her, which would lead to her confessing that as a girl she'd followed the famous trial of Dr. Crippen with complete fascination. Evie had been not quite 10 at the time of Crippen's arrest for killing his wife, but the case had made newspaper headlines for weeks, and her mother never paid any attention to what Evie spent her pocket money on, whether it was penny sweets or the latest reports on the murder trial. Far better not to even start down that road. Evie could almost hear her grandmother's voice. If you don't want to go to London, my girl, don't go getting on the afternoon express train to Paddington Station.
Who was the dead man? Evie asked instead. Have you learned his identity yet? A young army private by the name of Donny Jameson. He was stationed at Fort Hardwicke, which is the military training camp near St. Swithin's.
Evie nodded. She knew the place. Some of the young soldiers from the camp occasionally visited the tea shop on their free afternoons. The general view was that soldiers on leave wanted female companionship and alcoholic beverages, or even more preferably both. But Evie had found that most men who came into the cosy cup were grateful to have found a quiet, comfortable place that would sell them pastries and tea. One of them, a boy who must have lied about his age in order to join up, because he couldn't possibly have been older than 16, had told her that the gingerbread she'd served reminded him of his mother's.
From the looks of things, Jameson could have missed his footing in the dark and fallen down the crypt steps. It's a treacherous spot, Nigel went on.
But you obviously don't think that's what happened, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Evie swished her washing rag around the rim of another rose-patterned teacup, then dunked it in the pan of clean water. And you obviously wouldn't be here if you had any concrete proof of what you suspect. Nigel gave a short and only slightly mirthless laugh that made Evie look quickly away from him.
Unfortunately, that's an all-too-accurate summary of the current position. The base commander at Fort Hardwicke is a man by the name of Colonel Merriweather. He's insisting that Jameson's death was a tragic accident, and that furthermore, the camp is military ground, which means it is out of our jurisdiction. He's refusing to give us permission to investigate. In the Colonel's defense, the question of jurisdiction is somewhat hazy with the war on.
Nigel stacked the now dry teacup on the side table and continued.
We could probably apply through the upper channels at the War Office and force the Colonel's hand. The death apparently occurred on the grounds of St. Swithin's, which isn't technically part of the base, but wading through the entire chain of command for permission to investigate would take time, which is exactly what we don't have. Any particular reason? The military training camp is expanding its borders and clearing the ruins of St. Swithin's Abbey to build a new training facility. And the local council hasn't objected? Evie asked. Ordinarily, there's about a mile of red tape that goes along with knocking down a historic site of that kind, but apparently St. Swithin's isn't officially recognised as an ancient monument, Nigel said. So it doesn't qualify for protection under the Ancient Monuments Act of 1931. The demolition is slated to take place in a week's time. Evie frowned. It would be interesting to know whether the expansion of the camp was pushed forward by this Colonel Merriweather. Nigel had reached for another teacup to dry, but at that he turned to look at her. His brows lifted in slight surprise. What makes you say that? Evie shrugged. You may not be able to prove it, but you think Colonel Merriweather isn't just playing the heavy-handed army commander. You think he's hiding something, with his refusal to allow you to look into Jameson's death. And the slated destruction of the Abbey is extremely convenient for a potential murderer, since all clues will be buried in the demolition rubble. What is it? She added. Nigel was looking at her oddly. Nothing. He seemed to recollect himself and shook his head as though to clear it. I'm just not entirely used to talking over a case with someone whose thoughts run along nearly the identical tracks as mine. Is that a compliment or an insult? Evie asked before she could stop herself. Nigel grinned, actually grinned at her. His gaze met Evie's, and time seemed to briefly stutter, then slow. The kitchen was entirely silent, save for the occasional chirp of the crickets in the garden outside. With an effort, Evie wrenched her gaze away. London, afternoon express, not going there. She picked up another dirty saucer to plunge into the sink and said briskly, Let me guess, you need... A gunshot rang out, deafeningly loud in the evening stillness, and a bullet smacked into the wall over the sink with a meaty thunk. Chapter 10. Evie. Evie's stunned brain took a split second to catch up to the reality of what had just happened. She was still standing frozen with a half-washed teacup in her hand when Nigel slammed into her, shouting, Get down! His tackle carried them both to the kitchen floor with a hard thud, but Evie scarcely felt the impact. Another shot followed the first, followed by another in rapid succession, both bullets whining through the air above their heads to splinter the wall above the kitchen sink. Bits of broken plaster and chips of paint rained down. A semi-automatic pistol, Evie registered automatically, which eliminated all chance that the shots were some sort of accident. Not that she'd really believed that they'd been fired by a near-sighted huntsman taking pot shots at rabbits or starlings with a rifle. The thought jarred her thoughts back into working order, allowing her to take rapid stock of their position, which wasn't especially good. Nigel's thoughts were clearly once again running along the same lines as hers, because he nodded at the kitchen door. Is that locked? He breathed, his voice a barely audible whisper. Wordlessly, Evie shook her head. Almost no one in Crofter's Green locked their doors, and while undoubtedly she had more cause than most of the village to worry about security, the enemies she was most afraid of wouldn't be deterred for more than about 10 seconds by ordinary locks and bolts. She did lock up out of habit when she went to bed at night, but she never bothered during the daytime. Likewise, she slept with her own Luger P08 under her pillow, a security measure she trusted far more than locked windows and doors. But the revolver was currently all the way upstairs, making it about as useful as though it had been in Plymouth. Nigel's mouth flattened into a grim line, and his gaze took on a clear, focused look that Evie had seen before, the look of a man who expected at any moment to plunge into a fight. The reverberating echoes of the final shots were fading, and no more shots had so far followed. Instead, an ominous silence covered the room,
heavy with the oppressive, charged feeling of summer air before a thunderstorm. Keeping low, Nigel started to crawl towards the door.
"Stay here."
Evie didn't even pause for a second before following. "You must already know I'm not going to do that," she whispered. "Top marks for effort, though." Given a choice between going out to meet the invisible sniper or sitting huddled in the kitchen and waiting for him to kick the door down and shoot her, Evie would choose the former every time. Nigel cast a swift glance at her, as though he wanted to argue, but then shook his head and crossed the remaining distance to the door. Evie knew he wouldn't make a target of himself, so he was probably going to maneuver himself to a position from which he could reach the knob while still staying out of the door frame. But then another shot rang out, followed by a woman's scream. Nigel abandoned caution, leapt to his feet, and wrenched open the door, racing out into the twilight. Evie followed, although it took her a moment longer than Nigel to scramble to her feet. Nigel was already halfway across her garden by the time she burst out of the door. A woman lay sprawled on the grass near the hedgerow that separated Evie's garden from the road, and Evie's heart skidded to a painful stop as she recognized the thin, grey-haired figure of her nearest neighbour, Alice Greenleaf.
"Alice!"
Evie's voice was nearly drowned out by the sudden roar of a car's motor from the road beyond the hedgerow. Nigel had nearly reached Alice's prone figure, and Evie saw his head jerk up and the indecision seize him, to stay with Alice or try to go after the gunman. Alice was already struggling to sit up, which made a wave of relief so intense as to be almost sickening wash through Evie.
"Go!"
she shouted to Nigel. As much as she hated to admit it, he was a faster sprinter than she was, and had a better chance of catching up to what, judging from the engine's growl, sounded like a middle-sized saloon.
"I'll stay with her. Go!"
Nigel didn't bother taking the time to reply, just swerved, vaulted over Evie's garden gate, and disappeared as he headed towards the road. Evie pressed her eyes momentarily shut. He would be fine. He was fast and trained to respond to threats, even if he wasn't armed with any weapon that could stand up against a gun.
"Are you all right?"
she gasped as she landed on the grass beside Alice.
"Were you hit?"
"Not by a bullet, if that's what you're asking, dear." Alice's voice was a little out of breath, but very nearly as brisk and collected as usual. Clearly it would take more than being fired on by a stray gunman to rattle her. "Although not for lack of trying. I was just coming to check on the asparagus I helped you plant last month, to see whether they needed to be watered." Alice nodded to the vegetable beds that lined Evie's garden. "Then a man came charging across the garden, raised a gun, and fired at me." She exhaled. "Fortunately for me, his aim was thrown off by the speed with which he was running, and his shot missed. But he knocked me to the ground as he passed. Struck me quite hard, I might add." Alice grimaced as she sat up, then got shakily to her feet.
"You're sure it was a man?"
Nigel asked. He had just come back in through the garden gate, breathing hard with his hair windblown and his necktie loosened.
"Reasonably sure, yes," Alice said, "although I suppose I can't be absolutely certain. The build seemed to me to be that of a man. Tall and broad-shouldered and quite strong, I should say, too, since being struck by him felt like something akin to being hit by a battering ram. But his face was covered by a sort of dark garment like a balaclava, a hood that covered his head and concealed his face. So clearly he came here fully equipped to lurk in the shadows without being seen." Evie tensed against the chill that slid through her as she imagined the man Alice had described standing out here in her own back garden, peering in through the kitchen window at her and Nigel washing dishes in the kitchen sink. "Were you able to get a look at the car he was driving?" she asked Nigel. Nigel shook his head. "It was speeding off into the distance by the time I got onto the road. All I could tell was that it was a grey Morris 8, which is only about the most common make and colour of auto on the road these days."
Evie nodded, still trying not to shiver as she scanned the quiet garden beds, the surrounding trees and bushes. Her imagination wanted to paint a hidden gunman in every shadow, but that was stupid. If there were more shooters, she, Alice, and Nigel would all be full of bullet holes by now. "Come back into the house," she said. "We might as well talk this over inside." Chapter 11. Alice. "Are you all right, my dear?" Alice asked. At Evie's insistence, she was sitting at the kitchen table with Nigel. Evie herself was moving briskly around the kitchen, slicing bread for toast and putting the kettle on to boil. But her movements were a trifle jerky and lacked her usual grace. She looked up from the tea she'd just spooned into a blue Wedgwood pot. "I should be the one to ask you that." Alice waved that aside. "I'm quite well. I may be a trifle sore tomorrow. Old bones don't take kindly to being jarred, but otherwise uninjured. You, however, are looking more than a little peaked." "I'm fine." Evie forced a smile. "Maybe I'm just starting to think that I seem to have made too many enemies." Nigel had been quiet until now, as was his wont. He was the sort of man who spoke seldom, and never voiced aloud a thought that he hadn't fully considered from all sides, but at that he said, "Just one enemy, surely." Evie exhaled heavily as she set the tea canister back on the shelf. "You're speaking of Siegfried, and yes, you're probably quite right. I'd have to bury my head in the sand like an ostrich in order to pretend that he wasn't at the back of tonight's shooting." Her gaze went involuntarily to the wall over the sink, where a pair of chipped bullet holes marred the green-painted wood. Alice nodded approval. "Unpleasant, but true. And I've found that it's always better to confront unpleasant facts than to try to avoid them." Although Siegfried wasn't, in fact, the real name of the man they feared. Rather, it was the nom de guerre of a German agent with whom Evie had crossed paths during her time in France. Then, Siegfried had been the shadowy figure behind a network of spies responsible for the deaths of dozens of French resistance members. Now, he seemed to have transferred his espionage activities to England, and what was worse, Evie remained fully in his crosshairs. "Do you think it was Siegfried himself who shot at you tonight?" Alice asked. "I can't imagine that it could have been." Evie turned to take the gently whistling kettle off the stove and pour water into the teapot, although when she tried to pick up the tray of toast and tea, Nigel rose quietly but firmly to take the tray out of her hands and carry it to the table for her. Evie looked as though she was about to open her mouth to argue, but stopped herself, which was in itself interesting, Alice thought. Nothing about what I or any of the rest of us have learned about Siegfried suggests that he's in any way incompetent, Evie said. She sat down in her usual spot at the head of the kitchen table. "If he'd been the one to fire those shots at me tonight, he wouldn't have missed." "Unless he didn't intend to hit you," Nigel said. Evie's eyes flashed to him. "Why else would he have shot at me then?" "A warning?" Alice suggested. "But a warning of what?" Evie's hands shook slightly, Alice saw, as she reached for the teapot, but she set her teeth and poured 3 cups without spilling a single drop. Evie was nothing if not strong-willed. "I already know that he knows where I live. He's made that clear. I also know he appears to want revenge for my part in disrupting his spy network over in France. Why the delay in carrying out that revenge? It's also possible that Siegfried hired someone less competent than he is," Nigel said, as Evie handed him his cup of tea. "Possible, but that goes against everything I've heard about him," Evie said. "He doesn't tolerate anything less than success from his underlings, and they all know the consequences of failure." Alice didn't like the thought that came to mind, but she felt compelled to voice it all the same. "In that case, cats are known for playing with mice for quite some time before dispatching them." Evie's already pale face turned a shade paler, but she swallowed and picked up her own cup of tea. "I suppose. Then it's just as well that I'd already planned to make a trip up to London as soon as possible." Nigel gave her a swift, questioning look. That's why you came here tonight, isn't it? Evie asked. You're hoping that I can arrange a meeting with my contact at the SOE and ask him to put the metaphorical thumbscrews on Colonel Merriweather so that you'll be allowed to investigate the death of young Jameson? After Nigel's sheepish nod, Evie continued. Well, I don't know how much interest the Special Operations Executive will have in the death of Private Jameson, but I'll see what I can do. Mr. Brown is bound to want to hear about tonight's excitement. I think he's been hoping that leaving me here to play bait might lure Siegfried out of hiding. Chapter 12. Alice. The Crofters' Green Village Hall was, as always, too warm for comfort in July. The air inside the old timber-framed building held the faint scent of beeswax polish and damp wool, a relic of the previous season's never-quite-dry overcoats. Alice had taken her usual seat near the front, not at the council table itself, but close enough to be heard. She was no politician, but she was a lifelong resident, and in Crofter's Green that carried weight. Tonight's meeting was well attended. Villagers lined the rows of wooden chairs, their murmured conversations punctuated by the occasional scrape of a boot against the floor. The mood, Alice felt, was tense, and she had a good idea why. At the head of the long table, Council Chairman Walter Sykes adjusted his spectacles and cleared his throat. "Let's come to order, shall we?" he said, though the chatter took a few more seconds to fully subside. "Now then, we've got several matters on the agenda, but first an update from Colonel Merriweather regarding the demolition of St. Swithin's Abbey." A few scattered groans met this announcement. Alice folded her hands in her lap. Here we go. Merriweather rose from his seat, broad-shouldered and imposing in his starched combat fatigues, his medals catching the lamplight. His cold blue gaze swept the room, daring challenge. "The matter is straightforward," he said, his clipped voice cutting through the hall. "As I informed the council last month, the ruins of St. Swithin's Abbey are structurally unsound and present a danger to anyone foolish enough to wander in. More to the point, the area is needed for secure storage of munitions. Therefore, demolition will proceed as planned." A murmur rippled through the room. Alice let the moment stretch before rising gracefully to her feet. "If I may," she said, her voice steady but firm. Chairman Sykes gave her a nod. "Miss Greenleaf?" "I'd like to propose an alternative," Alice said, her tone even, measured. "A motion to have St. Swithin's Abbey recognised as a historic monument under the Ancient Monuments Act of 1931. A ripple of surprise. From the corner of her eye, Alice saw Merriweather's expression tighten. "That," he said coolly, "is an utter waste of time." Alice smiled, as if the colonel were one of the misbehaving schoolboys she'd encountered in her years of village life. "With respect, Colonel, I disagree," she said. "St. Swithin's Abbey dates back to the 12th century. Its architectural significance is undeniable, and its historical value is well documented." She gestured toward the notebook she had brought. "I have detailed records, old surveys, architectural plans, historical accounts. It meets every requirement for preservation under the law." Merriweather let out a sharp breath, as if barely restraining himself. "That law is for castles and cathedrals. This is a pile of rubble." Alice lifted her chin. "And yet it has stood for centuries. The very fact that it still exists speaks to its resilience and significance." A few villagers murmured in agreement. Alice pressed on. "I fail to see why the munitions must be stored in the Abbey ruins, of all places." She turned to the council members. "Why not build a brick structure on the far side of the hill?" A few heads nodded. It was a reasonable question. "Or," Alice continued, her gaze steady, "if safety is the true concern, why not simply rope off the area and post a guard?"
Merryweather's lips thinned. "Miss Greenleaf, with all due respect, military matters are not for civilians to question."
Alice arched an eyebrow.
"I see. And so here you are, expecting a civilian council to rubber-stamp your plans for a civilian artifact just because you've called it a military matter."
That earned a chuckle from somewhere in the back. Merryweather's jaw tightened further. Chairman Sykes leaned forward, adjusting his spectacles.
"Miss Greenleaf makes a fair point. Given the Abbey's historical significance and the concerns raised, it would be prudent to review her claim properly."
Alice inclined her head. Sykes was a reasonable man.
"The council will table Colonel Merryweather's motion," Sykes continued, "to allow Miss Greenleaf 1 week to submit a full application for historical status."
Murmurs of approval swept through the room. Merryweather's expression darkened like a thundercloud. With barely concealed irritation, he turned sharply on his heel and strode toward the exit. His 2 shadowy attendants rose and followed. Alice watched them go, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had the distinct feeling that Colonel Merryweather wasn't done fighting, but for now she had bought herself time. As the council moved on to its next agenda item, Alice made a mental list of the documents she would need to gather, the arguments she would refine. 1 week. Chapter 13. Evie. The SOE official whom Evie knew only as Mr. Brown had an office in Threadneedle Street, which, like all the rest of London, still bore the scars of the winter's incessant bombing raids. Damaged buildings were propped up by metal scaffolding, or blocked off with sandbags, and piles of rubble still littered the streets and alleyways. The Bank of England was under strict wartime security, with barricades and armed guards surrounding the entrance. Evie pushed open the door to a nondescript, shabby-looking building and ascended the linoleum-tiled staircase to the 2nd floor, where she tapped on the plain wooden door at the head of the landing. A male voice from inside answered, "Come in." The Bank of England had barricades and security guards, but one of the senior agents of Britain's newly formed organisation for espionage, sabotage and reconnaissance didn't have so much as a lock on his door. But then, that was the entire point of this office. Its mere existence was such a closely guarded secret that there was no need for security. Evie opened the door and entered an office that was as every bit as dingy and unremarkable as the building itself. The walls were painted in dreary grey. The floor was covered in the same scuffed linoleum as the stairwell. There were no windows, and the only furnishings were a battered-looking metal filing cabinet, a metal folding chair, and a battered wooden desk. Behind the desk sat a grey-haired man, polishing his tortoise-shell spectacles. Mr. Brown was somewhere in his upper 50s, with a square-jawed, weathered face, deeply etched with the strain of many crises, past and present. His eyes, which were grey and highly intelligent-looking, regarded Evie for a long moment. He never looked especially enthusiastic at the prospect of a meeting with her. Certain aspects of their previous encounters, including the time Evie effectively ordered him to step aside and let her participate in an anti-espionage operation, had made her, to put it mildly, less than a favourite of his. Today, though, his look was more appraising than annoyed at the sight of her.
"Something has happened."
It was entirely in accordance with what Evie knew of him that he didn't waste any time on greetings or other pleasantries. "Yes, someone, I assume that it was Siegfried or one of his agents, shot at me through my kitchen window last night." Mr. Brown's expression rarely showed anything like surprise, but at that his brows hitched up a fraction of an inch.
"Troubling."
Evie squelched the hysterical bubble of laughter that had tried to rise in her throat, and instead continued to match Mr. Brown's businesslike tone. "You could say that. I assume that you are particularly troubled because you've had someone watching my house, and this shooter must have managed to get past him or her?" Mr. Brown had been keeping the cosy cup under surveillance, the better to entrap Siegfried if he did put in an appearance. Your people are quite good, Evie went on. I haven't spotted anyone since the Ministry of Food Workers people who came around on Tuesday, reportedly to make sure our rationing tickets were all in order. Mr. Brown blinked, but showed no sign of discomfiture beyond a slight grimace at having his people identified. I will say that one advantage of the war is the sheer number of civil service operations. Between the ARP and the AFS, not to mention the evacuation coordination people and the food and rationing committees, we have a wealth of cover stories from which to choose when we want to send our people in anywhere. He stopped and put the tips of his fingers together. However, the fact that this shooter was able to slip through our observation posts to the point of actually firing a gun through your kitchen window is troubling, to say the least. Mr. Brown was silent a moment, then picked up the receiver of the black telephone that sat on the right-hand side of the desk. Yes, he said, when whoever he wanted had come on the line. I'll need you to send someone to check in on Fitzhugh. He listened for a moment, then said, Yes, and put the receiver down. I hope your agent is all right, Evie said. As do I. The briskness of Mr. Brown's tone didn't change, but there was a shadow of weariness lurking at the back of his eyes. He might send agents to risk their lives out on assignments in the field on a daily basis, but not without cost to himself. There was another matter I'd hoped to speak with you about, Evie said. The weariness left Mr. Brown's eyes to be replaced with something like resignation. I should have expected nothing less. Go on. There was a death, apparently accidental, of a young man named Private Jameson. He was training at Fort Hardwick, which is a military training camp at which recruits are prepared for covert missions behind enemy lines, Mr. Brown finished for her. Yes, I have a certain degree of familiarity with the place and its purpose. Evie supposed that he would, given how closely the mission of Fort Hardwick intertwined with the business of the SOE. Are you familiar with the commanding officer in charge of the place? She asked. Colonel Merriweather? I am. In that case, you will probably not find it difficult to believe that he is attempting to shut the local police out of any investigation into Private Jameson's death. And in the opinion of the local police, there is something worthy of investigating. They believe so, yes. They haven't been allowed to collect any concrete evidence, but they have ample reason to think that Jameson was murdered. Mr. Brown regarded her for a long moment, although he didn't, Evie noticed, ask whether Harry and Nigel's belief on such matters could be trusted, or argue that without hard evidence, Jameson's death was just as likely to be accidental as it was a case of deliberate murder. That was probably as close to a compliment from Mr. Brown as she was ever likely to get, that he would take it as read that she trusted them, and that by extension he could trust Nigel and Harry's judgment as well. Have you any reason to believe that the agent we know as Siegfried is in any way involved in Private Jameson's death? Mr. Brown asked finally. None whatsoever, at least not at the moment. Mr. Brown grimaced slightly. So, in other words, you are generously offering me the chance to poke a hornet's nest without even the hope of an ultimate reward from the exercise. If Jameson was murdered, and Colonel Merriweather is determined to cover it up, it means that something is badly wrong at Fort Hardwick. Isn't that a worthwhile reason to investigate? Evie asked. Mr. Brown sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose beneath his spectacles. The last time you appeared before me with a situation of this kind, the business ended with a highly placed government official being arrested for treason. A necessary and even overall positive outcome, given the damage that individual might have inflicted if allowed to continue unchecked. However, it also caused no end of complications and headaches on our end, with trying to keep the matter confidential and hush up any word of the reason for that agent's sudden disappearance from public view. Evie opened her mouth to speak, but Mr. Brown held up a hand and went on.
Whatever the press and the public may say about government transparency, it is not good for public morale to know that there are traitors among our leadership. Think of the husband who lost his wife to a Luftwaffe bomb over the winter, or the mother whose 3 children were crushed to death when their home collapsed during a bombing raid. In their place, would you wish to know that the blame for those deaths lies at least partially at the feet of the very government in whom you were supposed to trust?
Personally, I would always rather know the truth, yes, Evie said. But I freely admit that I'm not everyone. I do see your point. Mr. Brown inclined his head.
My own view is that those whose lives have been blasted to both literal and metaphorical smithereens by this war deserve to be free from the burden of knowledge that we in the SOE carry. Wounded as they are, victims of the war are best left unaware of the real ugliness that can lie at the heart of even those individuals and institutions we are sworn to protect. But all this is merely tangential. My point in beginning this conversation was to ask whether I am about to be embroiled in a similar situation that will result in an equally complicated operation to control the damage that public exposure would bring. I have found that it is as well to be prepared.
Colonel Merriweather may not be guilty of being anything worse than a pettifogging, dictatorial bully, Evie said. But of course, I can't guarantee it. Mr. Brown struck her as also being the sort to prefer an unpleasant truth over a comforting lie. Now his gaze didn't waver, but he did sigh again. Then he picked up his pen and made a brief note on the pad of paper in front of him.
You may return home and tell your local constabulary that they shall have full rein to investigate Private Jameson's death.
Thank you, Evie said. And will you let me know what you find out about your agent? Fitzhugh, was it?
It's safest if we have as little direct contact as possible, Mr. Brown said.
He stopped, and the line of his mouth tightened.
Nevertheless, I expect that you will hear, one way or another.
Chapter 14. Dorothy. Dorothy shifted the shopping bags to one hand so that she could open the front door. The sound of a steady bang, bang, bang was coming from somewhere inside the cottage. Crossing through the sitting room, she entered the kitchen and smiled. About a month ago, she and Tom had the chance to move from the cramped and crowded little flat over the King's Arms pub to a cottage that was only about a 10-minute walk from the Cosy Cup. Bramblewood Cottage, as the home was called, was a beautiful, old-world place built from honey-coloured stone, with diamond-paned windows and a thatched roof, all nestled amidst its own small patch of gardens on a private wooded lane. It was the kind of home that Dorothy had always dreamed of, or rather, it would be someday. The owner was allowing them to rent it for a fraction of the going rate because the thatched roof needed mending, the window frames were warping with age and needed to be replaced, and the whole place badly needed a new coat of paint. Before moving in, they had made sure the roof didn't leak, and then had fixed up the small room next to the kitchen as a bedroom for Dorothy's mum. Mum's rheumatism was bad enough that she was nearly crippled by it, and found stairs almost impossible to climb up and down, so she needed a room on the ground floor. Tom had fixed the windows, and Dorothy had painted the walls in a pretty shade of blue, which had always been Mum's favourite. Mum had even dug out the blue-flowered curtains she'd had in the farmhouse where Dorothy had grown up, and found that they matched the walls perfectly. They were tackling the rest of the projects around the house bit by bit while living here, and today Dorothy smiled as she came into the kitchen, because although he'd made the long walk to fetch Tommy from school, Tom was already back at work. He had his prosthetic on, and he'd become good enough at manoeuvring that you'd never know just from looking that he was missing a leg. He walked with a bit of a limp, but he could turn and balance almost as well as he could before. As Dorothy watched, he pounded in another nail, his strikes firm and precise, then reached for the measuring tape he carried on his tool belt. She would have sworn she hadn't made any noise, but Tom still looked up with one of his quick, ready grins. He had a pencil tucked over one ear, and a few sprinklings of sawdust in his red hair. Hello, love. He came to take the bags from her and set them on the kitchen table. Sorry, I'd have come to give you a hand with this lot if I'd heard you come in. Dorothy shook her head. They're not heavy. There wasn't very much in the shops these days, and what groceries Mercer's Emporium did have was strictly rationed. She, Tom, and Mum each qualified for 4 ounces of bacon and ham a week, 2 ounces of cheese, 2 ounces of butter, a single fresh egg, 8 ounces of sugar, and similar amounts of things like margarine and tea. Tommy, being a child, got even less, although they did let him have an extra pint of orange juice. Still, Dorothy looked around the kitchen and smiled again. She'd loved this part of the house even when it had been covered in dust and cobwebs and had peeling and faded paper on the walls. But now it was turning out to be even prettier than she'd imagined. Since climbing up and down ladders would always be hard on Tom, she had stripped off the wallpaper and painted the walls creamy white. While on a trip into Ashford to take Tommy to the dentist, Dorothy had happened to pass by the home of someone who'd set out an old enamel tabletop, just the top, to be collected with the rubbish. She and Tommy had managed to drag it with them onto the bus and carry it home, and the effort had been well worth it. The enamel was patterned with a border of red and yellow tulips that marched all around the edge, and Tom had been able to fashion a sturdy new set of legs for the top to rest on. The finished table now stood as part of the breakfast nook that looked out over the back garden, flanked by 2 old-fashioned spindle-back chairs that Dorothy had found in the local junk shop and that Tom had beautifully restored. In the same trunk where she'd stored the bedroom curtains, Mum had found a couple of braided rag rugs for the floor and a couple of pretty woolwork cushions for the chairs. Tom had also made cabinets to stand on either side of the sink and painted them a pale lemon yellow that made the whole room feel bright and cheerful, even when it was grey and rainy outside. Now he was working on a set to be hung on the wall beside the breakfast nook. Dorothy crossed to the stove to put the kettle on, then realized that Tom had already brewed a pot of tea. All she had to do was pour herself a cup. "Where are Tommy and Mum?" she asked. "Out in the garden." Tom nodded towards the bay window that framed the breakfast nook. Sipping her tea, Dorothy went to look out. Tommy was happily racing around between the overgrown rose bushes and hollyhocks, kicking a ball, then running to fetch it back and kicking it again. Mum looked awfully frail and small sitting in her garden chair, with a shawl round her shoulders despite the July heat, but she smiled every time Tommy shouted, "Watch me, Gran!" "Didn't Mum take her afternoon rest?" Dorothy asked Tom. Sleeping poorly at night, Mum usually napped after lunch. Tom shrugged, one-sided. She said she'd rather be outside with Tommy, which could either mean that Mum was feeling better today or that the pain was too bad for her to sleep, and either way, Dorothy wasn't likely to know since Mum never complained. At least she was here at Bramblewood with them, though, where she could go out into the garden and smell the flowers and sit in the warm summer sunshine. She always said that the sun did more to ease her aches and pains than any medicine. Stepping around to Tom, Dorothy started to put away the precious groceries in the larder. "Harry's asked us to come for a meeting at the Cozy Cup this afternoon, after Evie closes up for the day," she said. Ordinarily, she'd be working there already, but this was her afternoon off, when she did the shopping and caught up on chores around the house. Tom looked up quickly from the nail he'd been about to pound in. "Is the meeting about the fellow Tommy and I found up near the Abbey?" "Private Jameson, that's right," Dorothy said. "His commander's making heavy weather about passing the death off as an accident, but Nigel and Harry don't think it was." "I don't think so either." Tom was usually just as ready to grin and joke as Tommy, but his face looked sober now. "Nothing I could put my finger on, but it didn't feel natural, somehow, the way he was lying there." "Do you want to come along to the Cozy Cup?" Dorothy asked. Tom considered, but then shook his head. "I'll leave the detecting to you. I've got enough work here. I know Harry and Nigel and all of you will do your best to see the poor lad gets justice, if he was done to death." "We will." Dorothy was prying the lid off the tea canister so that she could put away their 4 ounces of tea, but she stopped to look up and nod. She could only imagine how Private Jameson's poor mother and dad must be feeling now. They'd have been afraid of losing their son to the war, never dreaming that someone would kill him closer to home. Tom started measuring and making another mark with his pencil, but then glanced up again.
I nearly forgot. The afternoon post came. There's a letter for you.
He nodded to the envelope that lay on the counter nearest to the back door. Dorothy dusted her hands off and picked up the letter, glancing at the return address. Oh, it's from Viola. I'd clean forgotten that she's supposed to be coming for a visit. She frowned, worried. Should I put her off, do you think, on account of this business with Private Jameson? Viola was a friend whom Dorothy had met while Tom was still a patient at St. Thomas's Hospital in London. The other woman had taken a bad blow to the head in a bombing raid and lost her memory, and now she stayed at the hospital because she'd nowhere else to go. Dorothy had invited her to come to Crofter's Green sometime, and a couple of weeks ago, Viola had asked whether she could come this month. The doctors thought maybe getting out of London would help her remember who she really was.
I don't see why you should, Tom said. There's worse going on nearly every day in London with the bombing raids still on. And besides, it'll be nice for your mum, having the extra company.
Dorothy knew that was true. Mum would love Viola. They could sit together and visit while Dorothy was busy with work at the Cozy Cup. She nodded. I'll write and tell her someone will meet her at the train station on Friday then. She glanced at the clock on the kitchen wall. And now I'd better run. Harry and Nigel and the others will be arriving at Evie's soon. Chapter 15. Blake. Blake arrived at the Cozy Cup to find everyone else already present and seated around the kitchen table. The back of his neck tensed unpleasantly. Being late always made him feel uneasy, and on this day in particular, he had already been feeling off balance. He dreamed a particularly vivid dream of Catherine last night, one that had seemed so real that on waking he'd lain in bed for at least 40 seconds, trying to decide whether he had in fact received the news of her death nearly a year ago now, whether the reality to which he had awakened was in fact real life or merely some sort of nightmare. Even taking out his old differential calculus book from university and reading through several chapters hadn't entirely steadied him. Blake liked mathematics. He liked the elegant simplicity of its fundamental truths. He enjoyed complex equations in the same way that he imagined music lovers enjoyed listening to a sonata by Bach or Chopin. Most of all, though, he liked the certainty of mathematical study. There were never multiple solutions to any problem. Each problem had its one possible correct answer, immutable and unchanging, which made numbers trustworthy in a way that everything else in the world was not. Ordinarily, Blake assigned at least 89% of that same immutable trustworthiness to his own mind. He wasn't perfect, no human was, but the vast majority of the time he trusted his own ability to reason and form logical conclusions. The fact that now his own thoughts seemed to be determined to play tricks on him gave him the unpleasant feeling that the floor was shifting under his feet. Coffee? Blake realized with a jolt that Evie was standing beside him, offering him a cup of hot dark liquid. She smiled and added, You look as though you could do with some. Evie, Blake thought, looked as though she too could benefit from some coffee, or at least she looked tired. Her dark eyes were smudged with shadows, and their gaze had a slightly abstracted look. But even without Catherine's tutoring in social interactions, Blake would have known not to say that out loud. So he just took the cup of coffee from Evie, said thanks, and dropped into the seat between Harry and Alice at the kitchen table. Evie set the coffee pot back on the kitchen counter and picked up a tray of Banbury cakes, which had clearly just come out of the oven. Then she seemed to hesitate. The only empty chair was the one between Dorothy and Nigel, who sat on the side of the table opposite Blake. Blake wasn't, as a rule, especially good at reading other people's facial expressions, but he thought that Evie looked just for a moment as though for some reason she didn't want to sit down yet. Then she blew out a breath and slid into the wooden chair. Although Blake noticed that she didn't look at Nigel as she said, a little too briskly, You haven't missed anything important, Blake.
Harry was only just about to tell us what he found when he searched Private Jameson's room.
Harry cleared his throat.
I can't say I found anything conclusive, he said. The poor lad didn't have much. According to what his mother said, he had no illusions about the likelihood of his coming back alive from any mission he was sent on. But there were 2 items of possible interest. First off, we have this newspaper clipping. He held up a strip of paper that was slightly yellowing at the edges. It's about the legend associated with the Abbey, the story of the Judas Monk.
Interesting, Alice said. Have we any idea why he should have wished to keep such a thing?
None. According to his parents, he'd had no special interest in history, Harry said, local or otherwise. He was just a young lad determined to do his bit for his country, even if it cost him his life.
Still, it must mean something, Evie said, her expression thoughtful. I don't suppose there are any legends about secrets being buried somewhere on the grounds of St. Swithin's? She glanced at Alice. A hidden treasure of gold or holy relics or something buried by the persecuted monks?
If there is such a tale, I certainly never heard of it, Alice said.
Blake, did you find anything in the records and surveys and such? Blake had spent last night combing through local account books and tax records for anything related to the Abbey, as well as reading through the chronicle kept by the monks of the Abbey, which the local library in Ashford had allowed Blake to peruse. Really, if Blake was going to dream of anything last night, it ought to have been dated entries written in a crabbed ancient hand. On the feast of St. Benedict, Brother Richard was found speaking idly in the cloister after Compline, and was assigned 3 days of extra fasting by the abbot, as prescribed by the rule. Due to heavy rains in the autumn, the fields near the west pasture flooded, causing the loss of several sheep. The lay brothers worked to dig new drainage ditches. He shook his head in answer to Alice's question.
Nothing of that kind. St. Swithin's was never an especially wealthy establishment, and there are no records of saints' relics or anything of the kind to bring in pilgrims.
Alice continued to look thoughtful. And yet, some sort of treasure or secret buried on the Abbey grounds would explain Private Jameson's interest in the place.
And potentially his death as well, Harry put in.
If he'd found the treasure and someone else got wind of it, someone who didn't want to share.
Besides which, we'd have a reason for Colonel Merryweather's determination to see the Abbey torn down, Nigel said. A demolition operation would make for excellent cover if you were also hoping to find some valuable item that had been long buried.
Maybe so, but it's all wrong. Dorothy spoke up suddenly. She always looked a little nervous, Blake thought, when she was called on to speak in front of the whole group, and as everyone turned to look at her, her cheeks flushed. How do you mean? Evie asked. Blake had noticed that she had a gentle way of speaking that seemed to make Dorothy feel braver about speaking her mind. Dorothy wrapped both hands around her teacup now. I mean that this boy, Private Jameson, was going off to war and not expecting to come back. He didn't care about finding a buried treasure. What good would money be to someone in his position? You're right, Evie said. Unless he had someone else to whom he wanted to leave the money, someone he wanted to take care of. His parents, maybe?
Could be, Harry said. But it could also be this girl.
He picked up the second square of paper that lay in front of him and turned it over, holding it so that everyone could see. It was a photograph of a fair-haired girl. She looked up at them, smiling.
Her name's Ellen Thorpe, Harry went on. She works at the...
Blake cut in before he could finish, though, staring at him in surprise.
Did you say Ellen Thorpe?
That's right. Harry gave him a quizzical look. Dorothy did as well. I know her, she said. She helps out at the King's Arms from time to time, or she used to when I was working there. Mr. Piggott's promoted her since I left. She's a nice girl, a hard worker too. You're saying that she and Jameson were sweethearts?
Looks that way, Harry agreed. I'll get to that presently. Blake, I take it you know something about Ellen Thorpe as well.
Blake was already regretting his outburst. This was the kind of conversation that often led to expressions of sympathy that he never knew how to answer, and which he felt particularly ill-equipped to receive after last night's dream. Now, though, there was nothing for it but to explain fully. "I don't know if it's the same young woman," he said, "but Catherine, my fiancée, had a school friend called Ellen Thorpe. They used to write to one another even after Catherine had moved to London." Everyone turned to look at him with expressions that Blake took to be surprised, but Alice was the first to speak. "Catherine was actually from this part of the world?" Blake felt the back of his neck grow a shade warmer. Most people would probably have imparted those facts to their friends long before this, but it had honestly never occurred to him to mention where Catherine had grown up. "Not from Crofter's Green," he said. "She grew up in Fenley." Fenley was a marshland village about 3 or 4 miles away, with an old windmill and an ancient stone bridge that had brought it a very small degree of local fame. "That was why I chose to settle here," Blake went on. "When I got out of the service, I had to choose a job somewhere, and I happened to see that the Crofter's Green School was in need of a mathematics teacher." Blake stopped himself before he could confess the completely illogical belief that by coming here he might somehow feel closer to Catherine. Far better to keep to the subject that they were all here to discuss. "I never met Ellen Thorpe myself," he said. "Only heard Catherine mention her, so I'm afraid I won't be much help if you're hoping I could ask her any questions about Jameson." "That's all right," Harry said. "I've got an appointment with Miss Thorpe later tonight. She requested it, in fact." "She did," Evie said. "That sounds promising." "We'll hope so at any rate," Harry agreed. "How did your meeting in London go?" "As well as could reasonably be expected, I think," Evie said. "Mr. Brown couldn't outright promise that he would directly intervene with Colonel Merriweather. The safety of Mr. Brown's entire operation hinges on the fact that he pulls strings in the shadows, which means that he can't ever be seen to give direct orders. Otherwise, the branch of the SOE that he runs wouldn't remain secret anymore. But he did give me his assurance that you would ultimately be able to investigate Jameson's death. It's just a matter of waiting for official authorization to come through the proper official channels." Harry nodded. "Then we'll wait," he said. "And in the meantime, there are 1 or 2 unofficial lines of investigation that I'm planning to pursue." Chapter 16. Alice. Alice led the way into her sitting room, placing her handbag on the side table as Blake Collins followed behind her. They'd just left the Cosy Cup, where the Homefront Sleuths had spent the past hour discussing Donny Jameson, St. Swithin's Abbey, and the military's unsettling presence at the ruins. Now, with the meeting adjourned, Alice had invited Blake next door to continue the conversation in a quieter setting. Outside, the long July evening lingered, the last traces of dusky light slanting through the window. A soft breeze stirred the curtains, carrying the scent of summer earth and the distant salt of the sea. Though the sun had set, the air still held the warmth of the day, and Alice absently loosened the top button of her cardigan as she sat down. Blake ran a hand through his dark hair, looking weary but still thoughtful. "As I said back there at Evie's, I really have searched everything I could get my hands on." He sank into one of the chairs, stretching his long legs out before him. "Parish records, old maps, even those dusty tomes at the library that no one's checked out in a decade. There's nothing, not a single architectural plan of St. Swithin's Abbey, just those old journal entries." Alice sat opposite him, smoothing her skirt as she considered his words. "Not surprising. Most of the records were likely lost when King Henry's men destroyed the place. If anything survived, it may have been tucked into private collections, or misfiled in some obscure archive under some obscure name." Blake sighed. "Which means, when Evie gets the authorization from Mr. Brown, we'll be allowed into the ruins, but we'll still have no idea where to look." Alice gave a wry smile. "You sound as though you expected this to be easy." "Wishful thinking." Blake leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "If Fort Hardwicke's men are keeping people away,
They must be hiding something. And if they're hiding something, they may already be searching. If they do find whatever Donnie was looking for before we do, it'll be too late, Alice finished. They sat in silence for a moment, the ticking of the mantel clock the only sound between them. The ruins of St. Swithin's were vast, crumbling, and filled with centuries of dirt and silt. Without some idea of where to begin, searching the Abbey would be worse than looking for a single misplaced teaspoon in Evie's bustling tea shop. Alice could see the frustration in Blake's face, the way he drummed his fingers against his knee in thought. He was a meticulous researcher, a man who believed answers could always be found in books, but this time there were no books to turn to, no neat indexes, no convenient footnotes leading them to the truth. "We still need plans," Blake said at last. "Blueprints, records, anything." "But where might we find them?" Alice mused. Blake hesitated. "There's always London, the British Museum, maybe even the Vatican archives, but—" Alice shook her head. "Too far, too slow." They lapsed into thought again. Alice's gaze drifted to the bookshelf near the window, where a row of histories and antiquarian volumes sat in orderly fashion. Her father's collection, mostly. He had been a man who loved the past, who believed that history had an answer for everything if one only looked hard enough. Then, as Alice reached for her teacup, a memory surfaced. "St. Augustine's," she murmured. Blake glanced up. "What about it?" "St. Augustine's College," Alice said, sitting straighter. "It was built on the site of the old St. Augustine's Abbey in Canterbury. It was destroyed around the same time as St. Swithin's, but, unlike ours, its ruins were properly excavated when the college was built. Records were made, sketches, plans, notes on underground structures." Blake's brows lifted. "If we could access those records, we might have a reference point for St. Swithin's," Alice finished. Blake tapped his fingers against the arm of the chair. "Abbeys often followed similar layouts, a church, cloisters, living quarters, and—" "Crypts," Alice said. "Hidden passages." Blake exhaled. "That's the best lead we've got." Alice took a thoughtful sip of her tea. She could picture the ruins of St. Swithin's, how the broken archways stood stark against the sky, how the ivy crept over the stones as though trying to pull even these remaining fragments of the monk's achievements back into the earth. What lay beneath those ruins? Had Donnie known? Had he guessed? A short silence stretched between them. Blake checked the time. "I'd go myself, but I have lessons in the morning. If I tell the headmaster I need a day off to hunt for medieval blueprints, I'll find myself assigned to supervising detention for a month." Alice nodded. "I'll go." Blake gave her a considering look. "You're certain?" "I managed to navigate a trip to Oxford via London last month," Alice pointed out. "All on my own. Canterbury is barely 40 miles away. I think I'll manage." Blake smiled. "I have no doubt." Then, more seriously, he added, "Just be careful. If Fort Hardwicke is interested in St. Swithin's, they may not take kindly to someone poking around the records of a similar abbey." Alice gave him a knowing look. "Oh, I never poke around, Blake." Blake grinned. "Of course not. You simply inquire with persistence until the answers fall into your lap." Alice stood, brushing imaginary dust from her skirts. "Exactly." She glanced toward the window, but the last of the twilight was fading into darkness. There was something about the ruins that unsettled her, something about Donnie's last days that felt unfinished, unresolved. The soldiers at Fort Hardwicke weren't the only ones searching for something. Tomorrow she would go to Ashford and take the early train to St. Augustine's. If the college had what she was looking for, she would find it. And, with any luck, the new information would lead them one step closer to understanding what Donnie had discovered, before whoever had killed him could cover it up for good. Chapter 17. Harry. Last call had come and gone,
and the King's Arms was winding down for the night. The scent of ale and pipe smoke lingered in the air, mingling with the faint traces of fried onions from the evening's supper. Most of the regulars had trickled out, leaving only a few men nursing the dregs of their pints, their voices low and indistinct. Mr. Piggott, ever the watchful proprietor, leaned against the bar with a rag in one hand. He glanced up as Harry entered, his expression unreadable, then went back to wiping down the counter. Ellen Thorpe, clearing away empty glasses, caught sight of Harry and gave a small nod. She looked tired but relieved to see him. He had promised to come back, and he had. "Go on up," she murmured as she passed, keeping her voice low. "Not my room, the empty one next door. I'll be along in a few minutes." Harry gave a brief nod and made his way up the narrow staircase. The wooden steps creaked under his weight, but otherwise the pub was quiet. Dorothy Baker had once stayed in this very place, in a small, neat flat at the top of the stairs. Now Ellen had taken her spot, and the empty room beside it, once occupied by Dorothy's mother, stood unused. Harry paused at the threshold before stepping inside. He had learned long ago never to walk blindly into an unfamiliar room, particularly when sensitive conversations were about to take place. He flicked on the small bedside lamp, casting a pool of warm yellow light over the simple furnishings, a narrow bed, a dresser, a small table with a single chair. The window overlooked the darkened village square, but its blackout curtains were drawn. No signs of disturbance, no sounds from the hallway. Still, Harry crossed the door that led into Ellen's room and checked the handle. Locked. He opened the wardrobe, empty. Crouching slightly, he glanced under the bed, also empty. Satisfied that he wasn't about to walk into a trap, he turned the chair around and sat down, stretching out his legs as he thought through the case. Ellen was afraid of the two soldiers who'd spoken with her earlier. That much was clear. But why? Footsteps in the hallway. Harry straightened as Ellen slipped into the room, carefully shutting the door behind her. She looked different now that the bar was closed. No bright, cheerful words for customers, no quick, automatic smiles, just a young woman with worry in her eyes and tension in her shoulders. She sat across from him, twisting a bar towel between her hands. "You found something, didn't you?" Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the small photograph he had taken from Donnie's room. He placed it gently on the table between them. Ellen inhaled sharply. "Oh." Her fingers trembled as she picked up the picture, pressing it to her chest like something fragile. "I gave him this." Her voice wavered. "He wanted something of me to take with him when he went over there." Harry nodded. "He was hoping to come back." Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them away. "Yes, so we could be together. I promised I would wait." Silence stretched between them, heavy with things unsaid. Finally, Harry reached into his pocket again and withdrew the newspaper clipping, the one about the legend of the Judas Monk. He placed it next to the photograph. Ellen stared at it, her expression shifting. He told me once that he didn't want to be like the Judas Monk." Harry leaned forward slightly. "Did he say what that meant?" Ellen shook her head. "No, he wouldn't explain. Every time I asked, he'd change the subject. But something was bothering him. I could tell." Harry kept his voice even. "When I was here earlier today, there were 2 other soldiers who spoke to you." She nodded. "Morris and Boyd." She hesitated. "They were all so close. They did everything together, until about a month ago. That's when Donnie started coming in alone. He seemed different, quieter." Harry studied her. Could he have a disagreement with his 2 friends? It's possible. What did they say to you this afternoon? Ellen's lips parted slightly, as if reluctant to repeat the words. Then, in a hushed voice, she said, "That the less anyone talked about Donnie's death, the better it would be for everyone. That was Morris. She nodded. Boyd said Donnie would have wanted it that way.
And you agreed?
Ellen exhaled shakily. I told them I didn't know anything. Her voice cracked. Which is God's truth, I swear. I wish I did know something. A pause. Then, more quietly, she added, Morris said Donnie's death was a tragic accident, but talking about it too much would reflect badly on the training camp, make the command look careless, when in fact the opposite was true. Harry watched her closely. And Boyd? He just said Donnie would have wanted me to keep quiet. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Then she asked, Does anyone else say it was an accident? The camp commander does. Ellen looked up sharply. Do you believe him? Harry exhaled, considering his words carefully. I know it wasn't an accident. Ellen's fingers curled around the photograph. How? He didn't want to upset her by going into the details, the way Donnie's body had been arranged too neatly, the lack of damage to his uniform, the way the fall simply didn't add up. But she deserved an answer. I've been at this for more than 30 years, he said gently. I've seen a lot in my time. I can tell. He met her gaze. If there's a trial, you can attend it and hear everything. But for now, it's really best if I leave it at that. Ellen swallowed hard. You're trying to spare my feelings? Harry shook his head. I'm trying to protect you. She frowned. Protect me? The killer may know that you and Donnie were close. Donnie may have told other people about you. The killer may be one of those people. Ellen paled. You think Donnie knew the person who killed him? That's the usual course. She gripped the edge of the table. Well, I do know this. Donnie wouldn't have been careless enough to fall off a ruined old stone tower. He was incredibly strong and fit and agile, and I'll bet his record in the training camp proves it. It couldn't have been an accident. She looked at him then, her blue eyes filled with quiet determination. Now, please, tell me you'll catch whoever did this to Donnie. Harry nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of her words. A month ago, something had changed. Donnie had begun distancing himself from his closest friends. He had started talking, cryptically but talking, about regret, about betrayal, and now Donnie was dead. Harry reached across the table, tapping the edge of the newspaper clipping. Ellen, if you think of anything else, anything at all, please let me know. Ellen nodded. I will. Harry stood, slipping his hands into his coat pockets. And in the meantime, you be careful. Ellen swallowed hard, then whispered, I always am. Harry wasn't so sure. As he stepped out into the cool night air, he knew one thing for certain. Donnie Jameson had been keeping a dangerous secret and hadn't wanted to be a Judas, a betrayer of someone. And someone had killed him for it. Chapter 18. Alice. The next morning, Alice sat by the window of the train, watching as the Kent countryside unfurled before her. Fields of ripening wheat stretched toward the horizon, their green-gold tips swaying in the warm July breeze. Hedges lined the pastures, breaking up the landscape with winding country lanes and the occasional weathered farmhouse. It was a picturesque view, unchanged for centuries, yet the distant sight of barrage balloons hovering over Canterbury was a stark reminder that England was at war. The train rattled steadily along the tracks, its rhythmic clatter blending with the muffled conversations of the passengers. A faint scent of coal smoke drifted through the carriage, mingling with the musty smell of the upholstery, and the occasional sharp gust of air when someone opened a window. Alice adjusted her gloves, smoothing them over her fingers, as she considered her purpose once again. St. Augustine's College stood on the site of the medieval abbey of the same name. If any records had survived from the old monastery, Sketches, excavation notes, architectural plans, they might provide vital clues about St. Swithin's Abbey in Crofter's Green. The two had been built around the same time, following similar patterns. If St. Augustine's had crypts, vaults, or underground tunnels, then perhaps St. Swithin's had the same underground structures. And perhaps that could explain why the soldiers at Fort Hardwicke were so determined to keep everyone away. She pressed her lips together. The military presence at the ruins had only intensified, and until Evie received official permission to investigate, there was little they could do. But if Alice could return with a detailed plan of St. Augustine's, the Homefront Sleuths wouldn't be searching blindly when the permission finally came. The train gave a long whistle as it approached Canterbury West Station. Alice gathered her handbag, tucking it securely beneath her arm. Around her, a few other passengers stirred. Shopkeepers, farmers, a handful of men in uniform, all preparing to disembark. Stepping onto the platform, Alice inhaled deeply. The air here was different from Crofter's Green. Somehow it felt older, steeped in history. The towering spires of Canterbury Cathedral loomed in the distance, dominating the skyline. The city had stood for centuries, surviving conquest, fire, and war. Now it had to endure the threat of German bombs. She made her way toward the station exit, blending into the stream of people heading for the city streets. St. Augustine's College was only a short walk away, nestled among the ancient stones and winding lanes of Canterbury. Adjusting her hat in the breeze, Alice set off toward the college. The grounds of St. Augustine's were an intriguing blend of old and new. The Gothic Revival buildings, built in the 19th century, stood shoulder to shoulder with crumbling remnants of the medieval Abbey. Turrets and pointed arches rose above the quadrangle, where students and scholars crossed the lawn, books in hand. Alice approached the main hall, where, at a wooden desk, half buried in paperwork, sat a young porter. "Excuse me," she said politely. "I'm looking for the library." The young man adjusted his spectacles and gestured vaguely. "Straight through the quadrangle, second building on the left." She nodded her thanks and walked on, passing through a courtyard where ivy climbed the stone walls. A group of students sat beneath the shade of an old oak, debating something in hushed, serious tones. Nearby, a professor in a flowing academic gown strode across the lawn, deep in conversation with a colleague. It was almost comforting how unchanged academic life remained, even with the war on. The library was housed in one of the older buildings, its arched windows filtering sunlight across long wooden tables. Alice stepped inside, immediately enveloped by the scent of old books and parchment. At the front desk, a bespectacled young woman in a navy cardigan looked up from a neat stack of catalogue cards. "Yes?" "I'm looking for records on medieval abbeys," Alice said. The librarian brightened. "Oh, you'll want the historical archives. Architectural plans, monastic records, those are in section C, toward the back." Alice thanked her and moved into the stacks. The air here was still and cool, the thick walls muffling the sound of the outside world. The books here were old, their bindings worn, titles embossed in fading gold. She ran her fingers along the spines, scanning for anything promising. Then, one caught her eye. It was a folio-sized volume, large and weighty, bound in deep navy leather with intricate gold tooling along the edges. The title, Excavations and Architectural Studies of England's Lost Abbeys, stood out boldly against the worn cover. The pages were thick, their edges gilt, though time had dulled the shine. Alice carried it carefully to a reading table and opened it, her breath catching as she turned to a section on St. Augustine's. Diagrams filled the pages, sketches of underground crypts, hidden storerooms, tunnels that had once connected various parts of the Abbey. She pulled out her tracing paper and a pencil, working quickly but carefully. The crypt beneath the cathedral, the chapel's foundations, a hidden vault beneath the outbuilt chancel of St. Pancras Church. If St. Swithin's followed a similar pattern, these would be the places to search. She folded the tracing carefully, and tucked it into her handbag. Just as she was about to return the book, a voice at the front desk made her freeze.
"I'm looking for records on medieval abbeys."
A man's voice, deep, military. Alice's fingers tightened around the folio. At the front of the library, the helpful young librarian responded, her voice carrying a note of recognition. "My goodness, 2 of you asking the same thing in one day. You'll find those in Section C, just over there." Alice's pulse quickened. She turned her head just enough to see him from the corner of her eye. A tall officer in uniform, broad-shouldered. She didn't wait to see more. Carefully, she picked up the folio, cradling its heavy weight in both arms, and moved quickly between the shelves. The book was too large to tuck into her handbag, too conspicuous to carry openly. She wove through the stacks, stepping softly, glancing over her shoulder at every turn. Finally, she reached Section G, books on general medieval architecture, not an obvious place to look. She slid the folio onto a lower shelf, behind a row of smaller volumes, and stepped back. Through the gaps between books, she could see the officer enter Section C. Now was her chance. Alice turned and walked swiftly but steadily toward the exit. No sudden movements, no hesitation. As she reached the front of the library, the young librarian was busy stacking books. Alice stepped past her, out into the warm, salt-scented air. But she didn't stop. She kept walking through the quadrangle, past students engaged in quiet conversations, past the professor in his billowing gown. Only when she reached the station did she allow herself to slow. Had she been followed? She glanced around, scanning the platform. No sign of the officer. She exhaled and boarded the next train back to Ashford, tucking her handbag onto her lap. Her copy of the Abbey plans was safe. But she wasn't the only one looking for St. Swithin's secrets. Chapter 19. Harry. At the Ashford police station that morning, Harry fidgeted in the commissioner's office. He had spent enough years in a police uniform to know when a meeting was going to be a waste of time, and this one had all the hallmarks. He sat in a stiff wooden chair. Across from him, Commissioner Miles Sedgwick flipped through a slim file with all the enthusiasm of a man reviewing his electricity bill. Through the open window, the sounds of a busy summer morning drifted in, distant chatter from the high street, the occasional honk of a motor car, and from the open window of the outer office next door to the Commissioner's, the faint clatter of typewriters. Harry shifted slightly and glanced at Nigel, who sat beside him, his expression neutral but his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest. He wasn't any more eager to be here than Harry was. But Nigel had been called, and that was an order. Also, the message had asked for Harry to join him. Though Sedgwick didn't have actual authority over Harry, and certainly couldn't induce the London Metropolitan Police to take so much as a shilling from Harry's pension, the Commissioner could still make Nigel uncomfortable if Harry didn't cooperate, which would make Harry uncomfortable. And, truth be told, at the moment Harry didn't have a lot to do regarding the case of Donny Jameson. He wouldn't be able to investigate the Abbey ruins any further until Evie had arranged for some high-level pressure to be brought to bear on Colonel Merriweather. So Harry fidgeted. At last, Sedgwick exhaled sharply and tossed the file onto the desk. "We've had a request from Dover." Harry waited. Experience had taught him that when a superior started this vaguely, it usually meant something unpleasant was coming. Sedgwick rubbed his temple. "A request from the harbour master's office, passed through the Navy, relayed to the Dover police, and now, for reasons I cannot quite fathom, dropped into our laps." Harry lifted an eyebrow. "Lucky us." Sedgwick ignored him. "They want extra patrols on the civilian perimeter of the harbour, more eyes watching for loiterers, odd movements, that sort of thing." Nigel frowned. "That's their jurisdiction, surely." "One would think," Sedgwick muttered.
But the harbour master apparently thinks we have the resources to assist. We don't, Nigel said flatly. Of course we don't, Sedgwick agreed. But we still have to listen to the request, make the right noises, show willing. He looked at Nigel. You're going. Nigel sighed. Commissioner. Don't make that face, Brewster. You're our liaison with the military, and the Navy technically counts. Harry smirked. The price of rank. Nigel shot him a look. And you'll be coming along, I hope. Wouldn't miss it. Sedgwick ignored the exchange. Just go, hear them out, and bring back a report. If they want extra patrolmen, tell them we don't have the men. Unless, of course, you feel like walking a beat yourself. I'll pass, Nigel said dryly. Sedgwick nodded. Good man. And try not to get into a jurisdictional row with the Navy while you're at it. Harry pushed to his feet and stretched. No promises. Chapter 20. Harry. The late morning mist hung over Dover Harbour as Harry and Nigel navigated the war-scarred roads into town. Sandbags protected storefronts, and naval vessels crowded the harbour like sentinels, their presence a reminder of just how close they were to enemy-occupied France, a mere 21 miles across the Channel. I'd almost forgotten what it's like down here, Nigel said quietly as they approached the harbour master's office. The building itself was unremarkable, squat brick that had somehow survived the worst of the Luftwaffe's attention. Inside, however, was a study in naval precision. Captain Lionel Hayworth, a man whose uniform appeared as crisp as his demeanour, greeted them with the reluctant courtesy of someone who had been ordered to cooperate but would rather not. Commissioner Sedgwick said you had concerns, Nigel began diplomatically. I have a request, Hayworth corrected, his voice clipped. More men for perimeter patrols. Harry, who had expected as much, leaned forward in his chair. I assume there's a reason for this request? There have been 2 security concerns in the last 3 months, Hayworth admitted after a moment's hesitation. Unauthorized movement near restricted files. And these were reported when? They weren't, Hayworth said, looking distinctly uncomfortable. Harry exchanged a glance with Nigel. That does tend to make our job more difficult. With a gesture, Hayworth introduced Lieutenant Henry Forsyth, the records officer, a thin, balding man who clutched a ledger as if it contained state secrets, which Harry supposed it might very well do. We've made the request for additional security because we learned of a death at Fort Hardwicke, Forsyth explained, adjusting his spectacles. Harry's interest sharpened. A military training accident prompted you to take another look at your security concerns. It was an unusual case, was all Hayworth would say. Then what were the 2 security concerns? Harry asked. After a meaningful look from the captain, Forsyth elaborated. 2 filing cabinets appeared to have been tampered with. The first held the harbour mine emplacement rotation schedule. The second contained the full minefield reference maps. If someone photographed both, Forsyth continued reluctantly, they would have the exact coordinates of every mine protecting Dover Harbour for the next 30 days. And the German subs could waltz right through. Harry finished for him. Forsyth placed his ledger on the desk and opened it to a marked page. Harry scanned the columns of names, his finger stopping at one particular entry. Rupert Travis, affiliation, Fort Hardwicke, purpose of visit, guest lecture. This is why you called us in, Harry said, tapping the name. A man from Fort Hardwicke gives a lecture here, then there's a death at Fort Hardwicke. You think there may be a connection? Hayworth didn't deny it. What was the nature of these lectures? Harry asked. 2 lectures, Forsyth replied. One on microfilming documents, the other on radio transmission techniques. compressing coded messages to send them quickly without detection. Something clicked in Harry's mind. 2 lectures, he said slowly. How do the dates of those lectures line up with the 2 security breaches? Hayworth sighed. Each breach happened the night following a Travis lecture. That's a coincidence I don't like, Nigel murmured. Travis had a visitor pass, Harry asked. At Hayworth's nod, he continued. Did he return it? We don't have a record of its being returned. Do you think Travis himself had anything to do with the breaches? Harry asked directly. Could be, Harry said. Or someone could have used his badge, or they could have timed their intrusion to frame him. The distant whine of a siren punctuated their conversation, a reminder of Dover's precarious position as England's front line. Hayworth said, We called Fort Hardwicke after seeing the report of that death. We wanted to speak with Travis. And Colonel Merriweather said Travis wasn't available. The implication hung in the air like Dover's morning fog. Harry had worked with Rupert Travis in London years ago, knew him to be competent and reliable. If Merriweather was keeping him out of reach, that meant something. We're waiting for authorization to investigate at Fort Hardwicke, Harry said, rising. When it comes, I'll speak to Travis myself. What about my extra patrols? Hayworth asked as they prepared to leave. Harry looked back, meeting his gaze squarely. If we make the connection and solve the murder, you won't need extra patrols. Soon they were outside again, walking to Nigel's car. Let's see if we can connect with Rupert Travis, Harry said. Chapter 21. Harry. This will likely be a fool's errand, Harry thought. The road to Fort Hardwicke stretched before them, narrow and flanked by rolling fields. The late morning sun was bright, but not overly warm, with a breeze stirring the hedgerows. Harry leaned his arm against the open window of Nigel's little Ford, watching as the military installation came into view. Odds were they'd be rebuffed, just as the harbour-master had been. But a visit was worth trying, and besides, it was on their way back to Crofter's Green. From a distance, Fort Hardwicke didn't look like much, just a collection of long, low buildings surrounded by high fencing, with watchtowers positioned at intervals. But as they drew closer, the signs of rigorous military training became apparent. Beyond the perimeter fence, men were drilling in tight formation, their movements crisp and controlled. Further along, others were engaged in physical training, carrying logs across their shoulders, swinging from ropes, scrambling up wooden obstacles designed to test endurance and agility. The air carried the sharp, rhythmic bark of commands, punctuated by the occasional shouted response. Very serious business, this, Nigel murmured, shifting gears as they approached the checkpoint. The road came to an abrupt halt at a sturdy barrier. A uniformed sentry stepped forward, rifle slung over his shoulder, expression impassive. Nigel pulled the car to a stop and turned off the engine. Both men got out, stretching their legs as they waited. The sentry eyed them with the cool detachment of a man accustomed to turning people away. State your business. Inspector Brewster and Sergeant Jenkins, Ashford Police, Nigel said, keeping his tone even. We need to speak with Rupert Travis, one of your instructors. The sentry's expression didn't change. I'll have to check. He turned sharply on his heel and strode into the small guard post beside the gate, disappearing from view. Harry let out a slow breath, surveying the entrance to the camp. The high fencing, the armed guards, the strict discipline. It was clear that Fort Hardwicke was no ordinary training ground. This was a place where men were hardened into something more than soldiers. His gaze wandered toward the side of the road, where a series of small artificial tombstones lined the verge. The grave markers were painted, each bearing a different inscription. He thought his cover was perfect. They clustered to chat. He didn't check his back. Harry frowned, stepping closer. Interesting choice of decoration. Nigel followed his gaze and let out a low chuckle. They want recruits thinking about survival every second of the day. Bit grim. The work they're training for is grim. Harry didn't argue. He'd known men who operated in shadows, slipping behind enemy lines with only their wits and a knife. Many never came back. Those who did carried the weight of their choices forever. The sentry returned, stepping out of the guard post with the same measured efficiency as before. He didn't need to speak. His expression told them everything. "Mr. Travis is not available," he said, his voice flat. "Fort Hardwick is off limits to the police." Nigel exhaled sharply through his nose. Not available, or not here? The sentry didn't answer. Harry folded his arms. When will he be available? The sentry's gaze didn't waver. Couldn't say, sir. Convenient. The sentry gave no reaction. For a long moment, the three men stood in silence. Harry could feel Nigel bristling beside him, but there was no use pushing. The military had its own way of handling things, and they weren't about to bend over backward to accommodate a couple of civilian policemen. Not at that moment, anyway. Nigel finally shook his head. Right then. They turned back toward the car. As Nigel climbed behind the wheel, Harry lingered a moment, glancing one last time at the mock gravestones. Travis wasn't available, and somehow Harry had the distinct feeling that he never would be. At least, not until they came back with an order from the highest authority in Britain. And Harry very much looked forward to seeing the sentry's expression when they did. Chapter 22. Evie. "Are you certain that you two want to do this?" Dorothy asked. Her blue eyes were troubled, even though she wouldn't be taking part in the afternoon's proposed activities. "Certainly, my dear." Alice, on the other hand, didn't appear worried in the slightest. She was standing in the doorway of the cozy cup, holding the lead of Bonzo the Pomeranian dog looped around her wrist. "We have assurance," she continued, "that eventually permission will come through to investigate Private Jameson's death, but in the meantime, evidence may be lost or intentionally destroyed. We can't afford to simply sit on our hands and wait." Dorothy didn't look reassured. She was wearing a blue and white flowered apron over her green cotton dress, and she pleated a corner of the pocket nervously between her fingers. "What if you're spotted by some of the men from Fort Hardwick, though?" "It's always far easier to beg forgiveness than ask for permission," Alice said briskly. "Besides, they've no particular reason to be suspicious of the two of us." She divided a gesture between herself and Evie. "We're just two innocent women hikers taking a dog out for a little exercise on this fine summer's day." Alice certainly looked the part. She wore a neat tweed walking skirt and stout brogue shoes and had a canvas haversack on her back. With her immaculately curled white hair tucked under a blue kerchief, the last thing anyone would take her for was a spy. "If you're ready to go?" she asked Evie. "Quite ready." Evie was dressed similarly in a tweed skirt and yellow blouse. Ordinarily, when considering a long hike in the country, she'd have opted for a pair of corduroy trousers, but the entire point of this exercise was to underscore how very feminine and harmless she and Alice were. "Thank you for agreeing to watch the Sharp," Evie told Dorothy. The cozy cup was quiet just now, with the morning rush over, and the afternoon one not yet begun. Dorothy ought to be well able to handle things on her own. "It's no trouble. I've got a story hour at 2 o'clock anyway." Dorothy nodded to the worn A.A. Milne book that sat on the counter near the cash register. "Oh, I almost forgot, though. I'll need some time off on Friday afternoon, if you can manage it. I've got a friend from London arriving by the 4 o'clock train, and I ought to go to Ashford to meet her at the station." "Friday? Of course, that's no trouble," Evie told her. Bonzo was tugging at his lead, apparently determined either to slip his collar or wrench Alice's arm off.
He wasn't the only one anxious to be gone. With a final farewell to Dorothy, Evie stepped out the door and breathed a sigh of relief as she followed Alice down the garden path and into the lane. A more audible sigh than she'd intended, as it turned out. Alice turned and gave her a swift, penetrating glance. "Is something the matter?" "No, nothing." "Really, my dear," Alice smiled slightly, "you are perfectly entitled to decline to have me pry into your private affairs. By all means, tell me to mind my own business if you wish. But do not insult my intelligence with a lie that would not persuade a 2-year-old. They were heading away from the village where traffic was sparse. A farmer's horse and cart clopped by them, the horse's hooves kicking up little puffs of dust with every step. In a distant field beyond the hedgerows, a group of land girls were working in one of the fields, but otherwise there was no one else about who might overhear. Evie resisted the impulse to sigh again. "Mrs. Harris telephoned to me this morning." "That would be your late husband's mother?" Alice asked. Bonzo stopped to sniff at a patch of thistles by the side of the road, and she tugged gently on his lead. "The one whom you visited a few days ago?" "That's right. She'd heard something about Private Jameson's being killed. Apparently the story somehow made it into the newspapers, and she read about it yesterday. She telephoned because she was worried about me. She said the newspaper hinted there might be something unnatural about the death." "I can imagine Colonel Merriweather will have a few words to say to the reporter," Alice said dryly. "Only if he can find him," Evie said. "I think the reporter was probably just trying to capitalize on the supernatural angle, you know, hinting at a curse on the Abbey grounds laid by the spirits of the tortured and slain monks. Anything to sell a few more copies. But Paul's mother took it to mean that there was a lunatic killer hanging about. She kept me on the telephone for ages, asking whether the police were looking into the death and whether I'd known Private Jameson at all. She ended by making me promise not to go out walking alone, especially after dark." "Losing someone you love often affects people that way," Alice said. "They realize the fragility of human life, just how easy it is for death to come in the blink of an eye, and are terrified of losing anyone else. And she probably views you as her last, tangible, living connection to her son." "I know." Evie had been touched that Mrs. Harris cared enough to be worried about her safety, but it made her feel even more guilty about the necessity of lying. "I couldn't tell her anything about the investigation, of course. I just said that, so far as I knew, the police weren't officially investigating and that I'd never met Private Jameson." "Which is perfectly true," Alice said. "Strictly speaking, yes," Evie said. Up ahead, the outlines of the former Abbey stood at the crest of the hill, the tumbled-down stones and ruined arches stark against the cloudless blue sky. The summer sun was bright overhead, daisies bloomed in the grass, and larks were singing in the hedgerows. There was no reason for Evie to feel suddenly uneasy, but a chill slid through her all the same. "Have you heard anything from Mr. Brown about his missing agent?" Alice asked. "What was the name?" "Fitzhugh," Evie supplied. "And no, apparently no one has seen a trace of him." Mr. Brown had actually telephoned her in person last night to tell her the news, or lack thereof. According to Mr. Brown, Fitzhugh was traveling under the guise of being an itinerant brush salesman, a retired serviceman wounded in the war and now down on his luck. He rented a room in Ashford under the name of Gerald Spragg, but the landlady there hasn't seen him in more than a week now. Alice pursed her lips. "That's not good." "No." Evie could think of a number of explanations for Agent Fitzhugh's disappearance, and she liked none of them. Alice bent down to Bonzo. "Now then, Bonzo, are you ready to play your part?" She slipped the collar over Bonzo's head, setting him free. Bonzo had been straining and pulling at the lead throughout their walk. Now, though, he sat down on the grass and cocked his head as though asking what Alice thought she was doing. "Obstinate animal." Alice shook her head. Evie smiled, despite herself. Perhaps he's only cautious. He knows we've been trying to stop him from running away, so he thinks this is some sort of trick or trap, and he's not going to fall for it. Be that as it may, we're not going to accomplish our purpose here if he refuses to cooperate. Alice glanced around them. For the moment, the countryside was empty of anyone besides themselves, but Evie knew that at any moment a patrol from Fort Hardwick might happen by. Given Colonel Merryweather's interest in the place, she doubted that St. Swithin's would remain unguarded for long. "Go on, Bonzo," she snapped her fingers. "Run!" The dog continued to stare at her, his fluffy head tilted to one side. "Bonzo, fetch!" Alice pantomimed picking something up from the ground and threw the wholly imaginary object in the direction of the Abbey. Bonzo spun, racing away after the imaginary object with excited yaps and barks. "That was clever," Evie said. "Yes, well, I may be old, but never let it be said that I can't still outsmart a Pomeranian." Alice shaded her eyes, peering in the direction of the stone ruins. "Come along, we'd better go after him now." They both quickened their steps and hurried towards the massive stone wall that had once formed a part of the Abbey chapel. Bonzo was nowhere in sight, although Evie caught the sound of sharp, excited barking coming from deeper within the ruins. "Has he found anything, do you think?" "It might be nothing more than a nest of mice or a squirrel, but he's going to attract attention if he goes on making that sort of noise." Alice led the way past tumbled-down flying buttresses and massive blocks of stone. "According to the diagrams that I found, I believe that this would have been the crypt." Alice gestured to a set of stone stairs that led down a few feet into the ground and then stopped at a mound of earth. The edges of the stones were overgrown with moss and weeds. "If the monks who built St. Swithin's followed the pattern of St. Augustine's, there would have been underground crypts, hidden storerooms, and tunnels that connected the various Abbey buildings. There may even have been a hidden vault beneath the chancel." "If you wanted to hide a treasure, a secret underground vault might be a good spot for it," Evie said. Bonzo was standing with his legs planted wide, snuffling at the ground a short distance away from the stone steps. "Has he found something, do you think?" Evie asked. At first glance, she couldn't see anything different about the patch of ground Bonzo was standing on, but he seemed entirely absorbed in whatever scent he'd caught. "It would certainly appear so. Let us hope it's not merely the smell of a rabbit or someone's abandoned picnic scraps." Moving quickly, Alice stepped towards the little dog, swinging the canvas haversack she carried down from her shoulders and unfastening the metal clasps. Inside were some small glass vials with rubber stoppers and a small glass spoon of the type used for measuring chemicals in a chemistry set. Kneeling, Alice started to carefully spoon a few crumbles of the earth on which Bonzo stood into one of the vials. Bonzo let out a short, peremptory bark, as though protesting the intrusion on what he considered to be his territory. "Bonzo, hush!" Alice commanded him. Bonzo bared his teeth and gave a low, warning growl. Ordinarily, Evie found the little dog's antics comical, but at that moment her skin was prickling with uneasiness. "Quiet." She stepped forward to scoop Bonzo up into her arms, which effrontery earned her a look of deepest disgust. At least he didn't bite her. Up close like this, she noticed something she hadn't before. "The ground's been disturbed here. Look." She saw that earth had been sprinkled on top of a patch of paving stones, as though someone had been shoveling and had flung dirt in all directions. And near the place where Alice had taken soil samples, she could see a patch of ivy that was wilting in the summer heat, as though the roots of the plant had been dug up or damaged. "You know, I wonder if we've been looking at this the wrong way round," Evie said. "And if it's not in fact any kind of treasure that Private Jameson found." Alice finished taking her soil samples and slipped the glass vials back into her haversack. "How do you mean?" "Harry called me this morning to ask us to make the trip up here. He talked with Ellen last night. Ellen said Donnie Jameson didn't want to be like the Judas Monk. Alice nodded. I see. The Judas Monk story implies guilt, treachery, not some sort of buried. She broke off as Bonzo suddenly leapt from Evie's arms and went tearing off, his small paws churning up the dirt. Bonzo! Evie raced after him. Come back here! She rounded another ruined stone wall and then stopped short, nearly tripping over the Pomeranian, who had planted himself directly in her path. Really, Bonzo? You're determined to make this as difficult? Evie stopped short. Beside the pile of tumbled stone, there was a small depression in the ground and a pile of ashes. Someone had been burning something here. She bent down, peering more closely. Papers and a few scraps of some stiffer material, like cardstock. Words printed on the charred scraps suddenly caught Evie's eye, and she went cold. She must have crouched there for several moments before the ringing in her ears subsided enough for her to realize that she could hear voices from not far off. Alice's voice, and a deeper one that was clearly a man's. Military property, the man's voice was saying. Restricted access. Oh, yes, of course, I do apologize. Alice's voice was uncharacteristically fluttery. She was clearly playing the part of the vague, easily flustered spinster. But my niece and I were out for a walk, and our dog slipped his lead and ran off, the naughty fellow. That was clearly Evie's cue. She hastily scooped up as much of the burned material as she could and thrust it into her skirt pocket, then picked up Bonzo and walked out into the open. Alice was standing near the crypt steps, next to a tall, square-shouldered young man in army uniform. The army man was scowling at her with his arms folded across his chest. Here he is, Aunt Alice, Evie said cheerfully, coming over to join her. I found him. There now. Alice beamed at her. I knew he couldn't have gone far. Again, I do apologize for the intrusion, officer. The young soldier's scowl relaxed, but only slightly. He stared at them. Boyd, ma'am. Private Boyd. We'll be on our way, then. Alice had already shouldered her haversack. The two of them turned and walked briskly away from the Abbey ruins. Evie kept what was practically a stranglehold on Bonzo for fear that he would try to escape again, but even the little dog seemed unusually subdued and was content to remain in her arms as they cut across the fields in the direction of Crofter's Green. Boyd, Evie repeated when they were certain they were out of earshot. She was forcing herself not to turn around and look back, but she imagined that she could feel the soldier's penetrating gaze still on them, like a knife pointed at the back of her head. That would be one of the pair whom Private Jameson formerly counted as his closest friends, Alice finished for her. Yes. And now he's managed to get himself assigned to guard duty at the Abbey. Or Colonel Merriweather has put him there. Alice glanced at Evie. What did you find when you went off to chase Bonzo? She asked. You looked quite pale when you came back, even if you did put on a good show for young Boyd. Just this. Evie released a breath and dug into her pocket for the scraps of paper she'd found. Some were torn sheets of notepaper and would have to be reassembled before any sense could be made out of the writing on them. But there was a scrap of heavier material, the charred cardstock, and she drew that out. It was a ration card, most of it charred and rendered illegible by the fire, but most of the owner's name was still intact. Gerald Sprague. Alice read it and drew in a sharp breath. Gerald Sprague? I think it must be, don't you? Evie looked grimly down at the scraps in her hand. We may have gone to St. Swithin's looking for whatever secrets Jameson had uncovered, but it looks to me as though we've also found the missing Agent Fitzhugh as well. Chapter 23. Evie. Evie took one step onto the flagstone path that led towards Nigel's front door, then stopped. In true English fashion, and despite the earlier sunshine and cloudless sky, a downpour of rain had started pelting down while she and Alice were walking back from St. Swithin's. Few things made Evie miss America like the changeability of the weather in England. She and Alice had parted ways at Alice's cottage, where Alice planned to wait out the rain before returning bonzo to Hawthorne Manor. Evie had considered going home to change out of her wet clothes and perhaps get an umbrella, but even the thought of going back to the cosy cup had made her uneasy, especially with Dorothy and all the mothers and children from her story hour in the tea room just now. So she'd accepted the loan of Alice's rain slicker and pressed on. Now, though, she hesitated. She knew, as did everyone else in Crofter's Green, that Nigel lived in a small, half-timbered cottage adjacent to the police station, but she'd never been here before. The wind shifted, sending a spray of rain directly into her face. Evie wiped her eyes and continued up the path to knock on the front door. Even in the rain, someone was undoubtedly watching her from the window of one of the neighbouring cottages, and she'd only attract more notice if she kept dithering out here, like an actress nervously awaiting her cue. Her knock was answered almost at once, although not by Nigel. A very pretty blonde-haired woman in a green frock stood on the threshold. "Yes?" Evie stared, every coherent thought momentarily wiped from her mind, but fortunately the blonde-haired woman didn't seem to require an answer. "I suppose you must be here looking for my brother," she said. "I'm sorry, he's, well, a bit occupied at present." She stepped back, gesturing behind her at the small, cosy-looking sitting room which lay beyond the narrow entrance hall. Nigel and two small children, a boy and a girl, seemed to be playing at some sort of game. The girl was perched on Nigel's shoulders and brandishing a wooden stick at the boy, who was standing on the hearthrug and roaring. "Mummy! Mummy, look at me!" the girl squealed. "We're playing Knights of the Round Table. I'm Princess Guinevere, and I've ridden out on my noble steed to slay the fiery dragon." "Very nice, love." The blonde woman cast a glance of mingled amusement and apology at Evie. "But can you play a little more quietly? You'll wake your grandmother." "Granny doesn't mind." The little boy broke off roaring to answer his mother. "She's promised to be the wicked enchantress, trying to put us under a spell when she wakes up from her rest." Evie was still staring, but for an entirely different reason than before. She'd caught occasional glimpses of Nigel's human, unguarded side when he forgot to act like a police inspector. But right now, his sleeves were rolled up, his dark hair was dishevelled, and he was making the little girl on his shoulders shriek with laughter by cantering around the sitting room in his role of the princess's mount. Then he caught sight of Evie and stopped short. "Sorry, Megan." He swung the little girl down from his shoulders and set her on the ground. "You'll have to see whether you can slay the dragon from the ground for a bit. I've got to go and talk to the lady who's just arrived." "This lady? Here?" Megan swung around and gave Evie an appraising look. She was a pretty, rosy-cheeked little girl, very like her mother, with blonde curls and blue eyes. She studied Evie carefully for a moment, then nodded. "All right, Uncle Nigel, you can go and talk to her." She leaned forward and addressed Evie in a confiding tone. "You look nice." Despite the hard block of ice that had been lodged in the pit of her stomach ever since St. Swithin's, Evie smiled. "Thank you. I'll try not to keep your noble steed longer than I can help." Nigel's face had assumed its usual politely blank expression, but Evie thought the tips of his ears might have reddened just slightly. "We can." He cast a look around the tiny sitting room, which clearly offered nothing in the way of space for private conversation. Megan and her brother were now enthusiastically battling with swords on the hearthrug, while their mother tried to intervene. "It's all right. We can just step outside for a minute," Evie said. "This won't take very long." She stepped back out through the front door, standing underneath the small covered porch that overhung the front stoop. Nigel joined her, shutting the door behind them. "I'm sorry to interrupt a family gathering," Evie said. The rain was still sluicing down, pouring off the eaves and pounding the muddy ground on either side of the path. "That's all right." Nigel tried ineffectually to smooth his rumpled hair down. "Barbara, my sister's husband, is a captain in the Navy. She comes down here once every few weeks or so for a visit, and some help with Megan and Benjamin.
They can be a bit of a handful if you haven't gathered as much.
So I saw. Evie tried and failed to hide another smile.
What's happened? Nigel asked.
All the humour went out of Evie at once as she reached into her pocket again to produce the scraps of paper she'd found on the grounds of the ruined Abbey. Mr. Brown has had various agents keeping watch on the Cozy Cup in case Siegfried turned up, the latest of them being a man called Fitzhugh who was posing as a travelling salesman by the name of Gerald Spragg. He went missing a little over a week ago, and no one, including Mr. Brown, has heard from him since. But today, while Alice and I were visiting the Abbey, I found these. She passed the scraps of paper, including the charred ration card, over to Nigel. His brows went up.
That's
a great deal of bad news crammed into one small discovery, Evie finished.
I was going to say, a concrete reason to think that there's a link between Siegfried and whatever crimes have been committed on the Abbey grounds. But yes, the idea's the same,
Nigel said. He looked down at the torn scraps, frowning.
I wonder if Blake could make anything of the rest of this lot. It looks to me as though it's in some sort of code.
Maybe, if the pieces can be reassembled, Evie said. At the moment, though, she had other worries uppermost in her mind. I need to tell Mr. Brown about this latest development, but I can't risk travelling back to London, not now. Whatever else Evie might have said about Nigel, he was quick-witted enough to understand her meaning at once.
You're afraid you might be followed?
Evie nodded shakily. I would have said that I knew how to spot a tail and shake them off, but presumably Agent Fitzhugh knew all of those tricks too. And someone had still made him disappear. I can't risk leading Siegfried or one of his subordinates back to Mr. Brown, Evie went on. She was worried too about Dorothy and Alice and everyone else who entered the Cozy Cup, but she couldn't think of any way of effectively protecting them for the moment.
Nigel nodded. I can see that a message gets back to him, one way or the other. Given what's happened, it's just as well that this came today.
He dug into his pocket and produced a folded telegram, which he held out to Evie. Trying to shield it from the pelting rain, she took it and read, Top secret, urgent, from Field Marshal Brooke, Chief of the General Staff, to Colonel Merriweather, Fort Hardwicke. Time sent, 07:35 hours. Date, 14th of July, 1941. Colonel Merriweather. Effective immediately, all military jurisdiction over the ruins of St. Swithin's Abbey is to be relinquished. Said ruins are determined to lie outside the area of jurisdiction of Fort Hardwicke and are therefore to be considered under civilian authority. Full and unhindered cooperation is to be given to local police authorities in the investigation of any criminal matters arising outside the physical fenced-in boundaries of Fort Hardwicke. Such cooperation shall include, but not be limited to, 1. Making available any and all Fort Hardwicke personnel for interviews at such times and locations as deemed necessary by local police. 2. Ensuring that any remains of military personnel found outside the area of jurisdiction are immediately handed over to local police for examination, and such funeral arrangements as they see fit. You will ensure these orders are carried out without delay or obstruction. Confirm receipt and compliance by return message. Copy transmitted simultaneously to Mrs. Evelyn Harris, Inspector Harry Jenkins, and Inspector Nigel Brewster, for awareness and coordination. Brooke, Chief of the General Staff. End message. Evie looked up. Mr. Brown's permission has come through then.
Yes, and your copy is probably waiting for...
Nigel broke off, turning as the front door opened behind him and a grey-haired woman in a print dress and apron put her head out. Nigel Brewster! The woman had to be Nigel's mother. The shape of her face was so much like Nigel's, as were her hazel brown eyes, but that was where the similarity ended. If Nigel was strong and silent, his mother was small and quick and energetic, waving her hands expressively as she went on. "Don't you know any better than to keep a lady visitor standing out here in the pouring rain?" she demanded. "She'll catch her death of cold, and it will be entirely your fault."
She turned to Evie. I'm terribly sorry. I brought him up better than that, I assure you, or at least I tried to. Oh, and Nigel, she went on without even pausing for breath, much less letting her son get a word in. I was folding your laundry and found one of your shirts has a hole in it, so if you'll just tell me where you keep your needles and thread, I will. Stab yourself in the thumb and bleed all over it? Nigel interrupted her with the air of being long practised in the art of cutting off the flood of his mother's words, but he was smiling faintly. His mother's fierce expression cracked, and she smiled too, revealing an unexpected dimple in one of her cheeks. All right, I'll admit that sewing isn't one of my many talents, she said. But my main point stands that you might at least ask this poor girl to step in out of the rain. It's my fault, Mrs. Brewster, Evie said. I had some police business to discuss, so we came out here. Mrs. Brewster looked at her with interest. American, are you, dear? That explains why you're not yet familiar enough with our English summers to carry an umbrella with you at all times. A child's voice from inside called out, Granny! Granny! You'd better go back in, Nigel said. I have it on good authority that you're slated to play the part of the wicked enchantress. Yes, indeed, Mrs. Brewster said. I assume you won't mind if I borrow your largest stew pot to use for brewing my magic potions? Goodness knows it doesn't look as though you ever use it for cooking, or any of the other pots and pans in the kitchen for that matter. Without waiting for Nigel to answer, she bustled back inside. Nigel turned to Evie with a rueful expression. I ought probably to apologize for my mother. Why should you apologize? She seems lovely, and she clearly adores all of you. She does. Nigel's expression relaxed into a smile that confirmed Evie's certainty that he was just as fond of his mother as she was of him. It's just that to outsiders she can be something of an, acquired taste. She's just spirited, Evie said. A gust of wind cast another shower of raindrops into her face, making her shiver and swipe wet strands of hair away from her face. She's not wrong about your English weather either. You'd think I'd have learned by now that the fact that a day starts out sunny means absolutely nothing when it comes to forecasting the probability of rain. Well, you know the old saying about what to call a summery day in England, Nigel said. What's that? An accident. Evie laughed, then stopped with an abrupt, unpleasant jolt as she realized that she was comparing Mrs. Brewster to Paul's drab, colourless mother, which wasn't just unkind, it was criminally unfair. I suppose you and Harry will be going back to Fort Hardwick now that the permission to investigate has officially come through? She asked. Oh, yes. Nigel's expression hardened, turning grim. We certainly will. In that case, Evie said, I have an idea for tomorrow. Tomorrow? For now, I'm going to seek out some help from Blake. Chapter 24. Blake. Blake adjusted the angle of his desk lamp. The yellow glow pooled over his books and papers, illuminating the ordered stacks of notes and reference materials with which he had surrounded himself. A necessary barricade, he thought absently. Structure amid chaos. He'd spent the past hour attempting to concentrate on his work, his pen poised above the lesson plans he was meant to complete for the following week, but his mind kept circling back, again and again, to Catherine. Catherine, who had always been so much better at navigating these tangled webs of social interactions. Catherine, who would have known exactly how to conduct herself in moments of uncertainty, who would have given him some pithy yet insightful remark about how to behave when one's life was suddenly, inexplicably turned upside down. Except that she was gone. And Blake, for all his intellect, all his meticulous reasoning, still had no answer to the one question that haunted him every day. Where was she? A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. He glanced at the clock, nearly 9. Visitors were rare at this hour. With measured movements, he set his pen down and rose, smoothing his waistcoat as he went. When he opened the door, Evie Harris stood before him, her expression unreadable. Evie, he said, blinking once. He hesitated, stepping back automatically. Please, come in. She stepped inside with purpose, closing the door behind her, and pulled a small parcel from the pocket of her coat. It was wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine, the edges slightly crumpled, as though it had been handled many times before reaching him. I need your help, she said without preamble. Blake folded his hands behind his back, regarding her with a steady gaze. With what, precisely? Evie placed the package on his desk, untying the twine with swift efficiency. As she peeled back the paper, a handful of burnt scraps spilled onto the polished wood, torn and blackened, some curled at the edges, other mere slivers of paper, but among them some writing still remained. Blake's sharp eyes caught the traces of ink at once. His brain shelved his thoughts of Catherine and shifted instantly into analytical mode. These were recovered from the ruins of St. Swithin's Abbey, Evie said. Someone tried to burn them, but they didn't do a thorough enough job. Blake reached for one of the larger fragments, his fingertips brushing over the charred edge. He noted the handwriting, cramped but precise, with certain letters oddly spaced. Something about it seemed deliberate. He lifted his gaze to Evie. A coded message. She nodded. I believe so. And I believe it belonged to a missing SOE agent. Blake raised an eyebrow. You're referring to Fitzhugh. Responding to Evie's inquiring look, he went on. I spoke with Nigel earlier. He mentioned seeing these scraps, briefly, when you paid him a visit. His gaze flicked up to Evie. He suspected then that they were connected to Fitzhugh. Evie exhaled, as if relieved that she didn't have to explain everything from the beginning. Then you understand how important this is. She tapped a piece of burned cardstock, a ration card. The name, partially obscured by soot and flame, still bore enough letters to make out. His alias was Gerald Spragg. Blake exhaled slowly. Fitzhugh, missing, presumed dead, and now found, or at least his last written words were. I need you to reassemble the pieces, Evie continued. Sort out the fragments, find the pattern, and, if there's a code, break it. Blake considered the scraps before him. The challenge was an intriguing one. He had always been drawn to patterns, to the way logic and language could be shaped like a puzzle to conceal meaning from all but the most persistent minds. But this was different. This wasn't a game, a mathematical exercise in deduction. This was a man's last message, perhaps even his last warning. Blake sat down, drawing the papers toward him with careful, deliberate movements. I'll need time. Evie nodded. You'll have it. But Blake... She hesitated, and for the first time he saw something flicker in her expression. Concern, fear, a deep, unshakable certainty. Fitzhugh didn't burn these himself, she said. If he had, there wouldn't be this much left intact. Someone else did it. Blake met her gaze. Someone who wanted to destroy the message but didn't take the time to ensure it was completely erased. Or someone who was interrupted, Evie said grimly. I think Fitzhugh was killed, Blake. And I think whatever is in those scraps is the reason why. Blake glanced down at the fragments once more, his mind already sorting through possibilities. A traitor. A breach at Fort Hardwicke. Yes, this was worth unravelling. Whatever Fitzhugh had discovered, it was important enough for someone to kill him. Blake reached for the ration card, turning it over carefully between his fingers. The charred edge crumbled slightly at his touch, leaving the faintest smudge of soot on his thumb. Most of the scraps were thin, standard notepaper, the edges jagged where they had been torn or burned away. He could see remnants of words here and there, but they were incomplete, broken phrases and single, isolated letters that meant nothing without their missing counterparts. He gestured toward the pieces spread before him. The ink has faded in places. Some pieces are too charred to decipher. He tapped one of the fragments. But these were written in haste. Look at the slant of the handwriting. Sharp, uneven. Whoever wrote this wasn't sitting comfortably at a desk. They were writing quickly, urgently. Evie frowned slightly. Trying to get a message out? Possibly. These words are in English, though. Wouldn't he be sending in a code? He may have been getting the message worded properly, preparing to encode it with whatever system he was using. Blake hesitated, then pushed a blank sheet of paper toward her. Help me. Evie blinked. You want my help? Blake adjusted his spectacles. I need someone to physically align the pieces while I make sense of the text. You have steady hands. Evie stifled a laugh but moved closer, her fingers reaching for the scraps. All right, Professor. Let's see what we can do. As she began sorting, arranging the fragments into a rough semblance of order, Blake leaned forward, eyes scanning for patterns. He reached for his pencil, making quick notations, where edges lined up, where words seemed to be forming. Wick. Hard. Blake's pencil hovered over the page. That's Fort Hardwick, Evie said. Obviously, Blake said, already moving to the next piece. He felt a surge of excitement. This was no longer just an academic exercise. This was a message left behind by a man who might have died trying to send it. His pencil moved with quick, precise strokes as he transcribed the words they were able to piece together. The process was frustrating. So much of the writing was lost to the fire, but here and there, words emerged from the ashes. Hardwick. Compromised. Spragg. Message intercepted. Evie inhaled sharply. Message intercepted? Blake sat back, studying the half-reconstructed phrase. It could mean many things. Perhaps Fitzhugh, Spragg, had intelligence that was taken before he could get it where it needed to go. Or perhaps he intercepted something himself, and it put him in danger. Blake tapped the next fragment into place. A word appeared, faint but legible. Traitor. A thick silence filled the room. Blake stared at the word, his analytical mind already running through possibilities. A traitor? At Fort Hardwick? It fit the context. Evie's hands still hovered over the scraps of paper, but Blake noticed her face had gone slightly pale. If Fitzhugh discovered a traitor, that could be why he's missing. Someone didn't want him talking. Blake exhaled slowly. I would say the probability is high. She lifted her gaze. If he knew something important, if he was caught. She hesitated, then said what they were both thinking. Fitzhugh is dead, isn't he? Blake nodded grimly. But where's his body? Chapter 25. Harry. The drive back to Fort Hardwick felt different this morning. Harry patted the folded slip of paper in his breast pocket. It was a beautiful thing, really, an official decree, signed and sealed, confirming that the ruins of St. Swithin's Abbey were just outside the military's jurisdiction and that Merryweather and his men were expected to cooperate with local law enforcement. At last. In the back seat, Harry smiled as Nigel's little Ford rattled along the narrow road. Nigel was in the passenger seat ahead of him. Evie was in the driver's seat, dressed in the neat khaki uniform of the Mechanized Transport Corps, or MTC. Plenty of women were driving for the MTC these days, mostly doing ambulance work in cities affected by the bombing, so there was no reason Evie's presence would raise any eyebrows at the base, which was what they were counting on. The rain had cleared, and a sea breeze was gusting in through the cracked window. The grey stone walls of the fort loomed ahead, its gates standing as rigid as the soldiers who guarded them. When Evie drove up to the checkpoint, the sentry's demeanour had changed. No narrowed eyes, no suspicious glances, no barked demands to state their business. The young soldier at the gate stood at attention, giving them a crisp salute before stepping forward. "Sirs," he said, nodding toward Harry and Nigel. "The Colonel is expecting you." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Is he now?" The sentry cleared his throat. "Yes, sir. Orders came down this morning."
Harry and Nigel exchanged glances. No doubt Merryweather had received his own copy of the telegram from British High Command. The sentry stepped aside and waved them through. Evie guided the Ford past the checkpoint, and they rolled through the camp, taking in the sights. The place was a well-oiled machine. Recruits in muddy fatigues drilled in neat formations, their boots pounding the earth in unison. Beyond them, men carried logs across an open field, their muscles straining under the weight. Others scaled wooden walls with ropes, their faces taut with effort. It was the kind of training that forged men into warriors, the kind that left little room for error. And yet, something had gone seriously wrong. Evie pulled up in front of the headquarters building, where a corporal waited to escort them inside. "All right," Harry murmured to her, as Nigel followed the young corporal towards the door. Evie nodded, giving him a crisp salute that served as cover for her low-voiced reply. "You two go and get the official story of what's been happening around here. I'll see what I can find out about the unofficial version." Chapter 26. Harry. A few minutes later, Colonel Merryweather stood behind his desk, his posture as straight as the polished brass buttons on his uniform. His face was unreadable, but there was no mistaking the tension in his jaw. "I assume you've come about the orders?" he said, nodding toward the telegram on his desk. Harry didn't sit. "You assume correctly." Merryweather exhaled through his nose, resting a hand on the document. "I received it this morning." His fingers drummed against the polished wood. "The body of Private Jameson has already been released to the police mortuary, per the directive." Harry nodded. "I appreciate your efficiency, Colonel." Merryweather's lips twitched, though he didn't quite smile. "Let's just say I don't intend to cross the Chief of the Imperial General Staff." He folded his arms. "Now, what exactly do you want?" "We're here to investigate Private Jameson's death," Harry said evenly. "We need to interview the men who trained with him, understand what was in his mind, what might have led him to the Abbey ruins in the middle of the night." Merryweather studied him. "Fair enough. You can draw your own conclusions." Harry tilted his head. "We also need to speak with Rupert Travis." Merryweather's expression didn't change. "That won't be possible." "Why not?" Nigel asked. "Because he's not here." Harry frowned. "Where is he?" Merryweather's mouth pressed into a thin line. "That," he said, "is unclear." Harry leaned forward slightly. "Unclear?" Merryweather's gaze didn't waver. "He's missing." A beat of silence. "Missing?" Harry repeated. Merryweather nodded. "Last seen the night after his second lecture at the naval offices in Dover. He left the fort on a standard evening pass. Never returned." "AWOL?" Nigel asked. "That's the official designation, yes." Harry studied the colonel's face, watching for a flicker of something, concern, anger, doubt. He saw none of it. "Have you launched a search?" Merryweather's jaw tightened. "Within reason. He's an instructor, not a recruit. No one's keeping tabs on his every move. Men sometimes go off for a day or two, but—" He exhaled sharply. "It's been substantially longer than that now. We've already secured a replacement for him." Harry glanced at Nigel, who was scribbling notes in his pocketbook. "Then we'll see what we can find out about him as well." Merryweather's silence was telling. Harry straightened his coat. "How would you like to arrange the interviews?" The colonel considered them for a moment. "I'll send the men in one at a time. Their personnel files will be brought in with them." "Good," Harry said. "We'll start immediately." The interview room was a bare, functional space, nothing more than a plain wooden table, a few chairs and a filing cabinet pushed against the wall. A single window let in slants of midday light, casting long shadows across the floor. Harry sat at the table, rolling a pencil between his fingers, while Nigel leaned against the wall, notebook in hand. Outside, the sounds of the training camp carried through the open window. Sharp commands, the rhythmic stomp of boots. the occasional grunt of effort as men hoisted themselves over obstacles. The door opened, and the first recruit stepped inside. 15 minutes later, that recruit had gone, and a second man came in. 15 minutes after that, the door opened again, and another recruit stepped in. This one was taller, broader in the shoulders, with a thick-set jaw and a wary expression. He had the look of a man who had seen a few things and didn't particularly enjoy being questioned.
Private Charles Reed, sir.
Harry gestured to the chair. Sit. Reed did so, his posture a little more relaxed than that of the previous interviewee, an earnest young private named Howard.
You were close with Private Jameson,
Harry said. Reed nodded.
Yes, sir.
For how long?
Since training started.
Harry leaned forward slightly.
Then you must have noticed if something was bothering him.
Reed hesitated.
Donnie wasn't the type to let on.
That's what Private Howard said. Harry tilted his head. Yet, in the past few weeks, he started keeping to himself more. Did you notice that? Reed's jaw tightened.
A bit.
Did you ask him why? Reed was quiet for a moment, then...
He had his reasons.
Harry narrowed his eyes. What reasons? Reed exhaled sharply, running a hand over his short-cropped hair.
Look, Donnie was a good lad. Stubborn as hell, but a good lad. He had principles. Strong ones.
What kind of principles? Reed shifted in his chair.
The kind that make a man do things other people wouldn't.
Harry considered that.
You mean the kind of things that get a man killed?
Reed's gaze flickered.
Maybe.
A beat of silence. Harry sat back. Tell me about Rupert Travis. There was a split-second pause, barely noticeable. Then Reed shrugged.
The instructor?
Harry didn't smile.
That's right.
Reed gave a nonchalant nod.
He was up on his spycraft.
Harry watched him carefully.
Did you like him?
Reed pursed his lips.
Didn't dislike him.
Harry tapped his pencil against the table. And what about Donnie? What did he think of Travis? Reed hesitated. Then, carefully, he said,
Donnie respected him. Thought he knew his stuff.
Harry nodded slowly.
And yet, Travis is now missing.
Reed didn't blink.
So I've heard.
Harry let the silence stretch. Where do you think he's gone?
Couldn't say, sir.
Harry nodded. Right. That'll be all for now, Private Reed. Send in Second Lieutenant Morris. Reed stood, saluted, and left. Nigel let out a slow breath.
That one was definitely holding something back.
Harry turned up a palm.
They all are, lad.
Chapter 27. Evie. Evie watched Nigel and Harry disappear inside the Fort Hardwicke headquarters. Then she guided Nigel's Ford around to the small carpool at the side of the building, where several other military vehicles were parked. The army recruits were of course the most visible presence at the military base. Fort Hardwicke's entire purpose was to train them and send them out to fight. But there would be countless other staff members here whose presence went largely unnoticed: cooks and laundry workers, medical personnel, and the couple of mechanics Evie had spotted, who were currently tinkering with a transport lorry and a staff car. She parked the Ford next to the staff car, which she identified as a Humber Super Snipe, painted and gleaming black. A model that expensive had to be the staff car devoted to the man in charge of the fort, Colonel Merriweather. Evie turned off the engine, rolled down her window, then settled back in the driver's seat, and tipped the brim of her uniform cap over her eyes, as though she were taking this opportunity to snatch a few minutes' rest. She didn't have long to wait. The man working on the Humber dropped his spanner with a clatter that made her sit up and look over. "Sorry." The mechanic was a fair-haired man, wearing grease-stained blue coveralls. He looked very young, probably no more than 20 or 22, and had a round, slightly pudgy face and blue eyes.
Didn't mean to wake you.
That's all right. Evie gave him a friendly smile. You probably did me a favor. I'd be in for a lecture if the boss came out and caught me napping on duty.
I know what that's like.
The young man shook his head. He spoke with a marked Cockney accent.
I sometimes think the Colonel here would tattoo Ever Vigilant onto all our foreheads if he could. Not that we shouldn't all look sharp and keep an eye out for trouble, but what I say is we're on a secure army base in the middle of blooming Kent. Not exactly a hotbed of Nazi activity, is it?
These high-up types all have a bee in their bonnet about security, Evie said sympathetically. My bosses got me to drive them all the way out here, and all on account of some poor boy falling off a tower up at the Abbey ruins. All a tempest in a teapot, if you ask me, which, of course, they won't. She grinned, then stopped, waiting. In her experience, a statement was often better than a question at getting people to open up. People who would clam up tight under interrogation still felt the urge to contradict or correct someone that they thought was in the wrong.
So that's why you're here, is it? The blonde-haired mechanic asked. Because of Private Jameson?
Is that the name? Evie asked. I didn't catch it. All I heard them say was that the deaths looked like an accident, but they were bound to investigate all the same.
Well, Jameson's the only one who's died around here recently, the young man said.
He frowned, as though his thoughts were following some inward and, Evie thought, not entirely pleasant track. She opened the door of the Ford and got out. Here, do you think you could lend me a spanner? The carburetor's been playing up the past couple of days. Might as well have a look at it now while I've got a minute.
Not a problem. Here you are.
The mechanic handed over a wrench. Evie had a hard time getting out of the habit of using the American name for the tool, and watched as she lifted the Ford's bonnet. Thanks. What's your name? Evie said.
Lance Corporal Geller, miss.
Evie twisted the cap off the carburetor, revealing something. Evie fought a grimace. She'd better hope that she could keep Lance Corporal Geller distracted with conversation, because her knowledge of the inner workings of a car began and ended with the names of the various parts. She glanced up. I did hear my bosses saying something about a man called Travis, she said. Something about him having gone missing from the base.
Travis? Geller looked startled. He was an instructor here.
It's true he went missing, then? Geller frowned again.
I heard he just up and left. Colonel Merriweather wasn't happy about it, I can tell you. Thought he'd burst a blood vessel the day Travis didn't show up for his teaching duties, and it turned out he wasn't on the...
He broke off abruptly, as he seemed to catch sight of something behind Evie. Turning, she found herself face to face with a wiry, fair-haired man in the uniform of a private. Lance Corporal Geller made the introduction.
Private Boyd.
The fair-haired man ignored the greeting, fixing Evie with a scowl. He was standing a little too close, clearly trying to emphasize the fact that he was a good 8 inches taller than she was.
Did I hear you asking questions about Travis?
Evie shrugged, trying to keep her voice and manner casual. Just passing the time, making conversation. Private Boyd's scowl only deepened. He took another menacing step closer.
Then make conversation about something else. We don't take kindly to nosy Parkers around here.
As he uttered the last words, he snatched the spanner out of Evie's grip and smacked it suggestively against the palm of his other hand, still looming over her. So much for casual. Evie met his gaze with a level look. I really wouldn't do that if I were you.
What?
An expression of confusion crossed Boyd's face. Clearly he was accustomed to a different reaction to his intimidation tactics.
Why not?
Because after I take the spanner away from you, I'm going to give you a bruise that you'll have to explain to your superior officers. Boyd's expression cleared. He snorted a laugh.
I'd like to see you try.
Evie lunged forward, seizing hold of the hand that held the spanner and shoving it towards Boyd. He let out a grunt of surprise, but before he could react, she'd already kicked him hard in the groin. Boyd gave another wheezing grunt of pain, doubling over, and Evie seized the opportunity to twist the arm she was holding, wrenching it hard to the left so that Boyd was forced to the ground. His back, and then his head, hit the concrete pavement with 2 hard thuds, and the spanner he'd been holding clattered to the ground beside him. Evie caught it up. "Now, are you going to insist on my giving you another bruise, or do you want to make yourself scarce?" Boyd stared at her a long moment, breathing hard, his expression hovering between incredulity and fury. Evie braced herself. She'd give it about even odds that he would try to attack her again. But a group of soldiers could be heard approaching the motor pool, the rhythmic stamp of their boots and the occasional call from an instructor audible and growing louder. Without another word, Boyd picked himself up off the ground and limped away, vanishing around the side of another stone building. Chapter 28. Harry. The door opened again, and in walked a lean, sharp-eyed man with close-cropped blonde hair and a raspy voice.
"Second Lieutenant Morris,"
he said, standing at attention. Harry motioned to the chair.
"Take a seat."
Morris sat, his back straight.
"What can I do for you, gentlemen?"
Harry studied him for a moment. This man was different from the others, older, more experienced, not just a trainee. He'd also come into the King's Arms pub the afternoon Harry had been served lunch by Ellen, and Ellen had recognized him. But Harry wasn't planning to pursue that line of inquiry, not for now. "You served in France?" Harry noted, glancing at the file on the table. Morris gave a slight nod.
"I did."
"Dunkirk?" Another nod.
"That's right."
Harry set the file down. "Then you've seen real combat." Morris didn't react.
"Yes, sir."
Harry leaned in slightly. "So, tell me, Lieutenant, do you believe Donny Jameson died by accident?" A muscle in Morris's jaw twitched. Then he said,
"That's what they tell me, sir."
Harry's eyes gleamed. "And what do you think?" Morris met his gaze.
"I think Donny was better than that."
Morris held Harry's gaze, his sharp blue eyes unreadable. The training sounds outside, the rhythmic bark of commands, the grunt of men scaling obstacles, seemed distant now. In this small room, it was only the 3 of them, Harry, Nigel, and a man who had seen war firsthand. Harry let the silence stretch, giving Morris the space to say what he meant. Finally, the lieutenant exhaled slowly.
"Donny was better than that," he repeated. "Better than a stupid misstep in the dark."
Harry nodded. "Then what do you think happened?" Morris hesitated. His fingers flexed slightly where they rested on his knee, as if weighing whether to speak.
"I think," he said at last, "that Donny was trying to do the right thing. And that got him killed."
Nigel frowned.
"The right thing?"
Morris glanced towards the door, then back at them. His voice, when he spoke again, was low and measured.
"We're trained for secrecy here. To keep our mouths shut, to blend in. A man who doesn't understand that—" He shook his head. "He doesn't last long."
Harry studied him. "Are you saying Donny didn't understand that?" Morris's mouth tightened.
"I'm saying he started questioning things he shouldn't have."
There it was. Harry tapped a finger against the table.
"Such as?"
Morris hesitated again, then exhaled.
"There's a reason we train the way we do. It's not just about fighting, it's about survival. We're meant to think like the enemy, act like the enemy, and sometimes that means doing things that don't sit right with a man."
Harry exchanged a glance with Nigel.
"What didn't sit right with Donny?"
Morris's jaw flexed.
"He never said it outright, but he was watching, listening. And then, a few weeks ago, he stopped talking to me and Reed like he used to." "Why?"
Morris's mouth pressed into a thin line.
"Because he'd started talking to Travis."
Silence. Harry let that sink in.
Rupert Travis, the missing instructor, the man whose lectures on spycraft had coincided almost too neatly with the breaches at the naval base. And the man Donnie had started talking to, right before he ended up dead. Nigel cleared his throat. What was Travis teaching? Morris's eyes flicked toward him. You already know. Microfilming, coded transmissions, Harry murmured. Morris nodded. Exactly. And you think Donnie, started learning from him? I think Donnie was trying to understand something, Morris said. Maybe trying to make sense of something he'd seen or heard. But whatever it was, it put him in danger. Harry leaned back, crossing his arms. What do you think happened the night he died? Morris hesitated again. Then, finally, he said, I think Donnie knew something he wasn't supposed to, and someone made sure he didn't talk. A chill settled in Harry's gut. And Travis? He asked. Morris shook his head. No idea. Harry studied him for a long moment. And you? Do you know something you're not supposed to? Morris smiled faintly. I know how to keep my head down, sir. Nigel scribbled a note in his book, then looked up. One last thing, Lieutenant. The night Donnie died, where were you? Morris's expression didn't change. Here, on base. I was off duty in my bunk. Harry let the silence stretch again. He had his doubts. Morris wasn't the type to give anything away unless he chose to. Finally, he gave a short nod. That's all for now, Lieutenant. Send in the next man. The door had barely closed behind Morris when it opened again. Chapter 29. Evie. After Boyd was gone, Lance Corporal Geller stared at Evie with a new admiration and respect in his gaze. Lord love a duck, miss. Where'd you learn to fight like that? Evie hadn't planned on putting on quite so much of a show, but there was nothing for it now but to make the best of things. She winked at him. I'd tell you, but then I might be obligated to kill you in order to ensure your silence. Geller chuckled, still shaking his head admiringly. The way you stuck it to that great oath. I take it Private Boyd isn't very popular around here, Evie asked. Geller shrugged. He's a bully, plain and simple. No one dares speak up against him, but no one likes him. Except maybe Morris, and of course Jameson, when he was alive. Was Jameson a bully too, then? No. Geller slowly shook his head. He always seemed to me to be a cut above the company he kept. They were all part of the same batch of recruits, though, thrown together, so to speak, so maybe that accounts for why the three of them were always such good friends. What about Travis? Evie asked. Was Travis friendly with them as well? Travis? Geller looked surprised by the question. No, he'd no friends here that I ever saw. Kept to himself. He used to go out on long walks by himself. Said the solitude helped him prepare his lectures. I wonder why Private Boyd was so angry about my mentioning Travis then, Evie said. Geller stopped, seeming to hesitate. Then he glanced around as though checking to make sure they weren't being overheard. I'll tell you something, he said. Being a mechanic here, I see a lot. Men like me, we don't attract much notice if you follow me. He grinned briefly. Unless Colonel Merryweather's car won't run, or a transport vehicle breaks down, then they call for me fast enough. Evie nodded. She could imagine that Lance Corporal Geller's position at the fort amounted to that of a Victorian-era housemaid, invisible unless someone needed him to do his job. Ordinarily, I keep my mouth shut about anything I see that's none of my business, Geller went on. But I suppose it must have been about a week before Travis went missing. I saw Boyd coming out of his quarters one afternoon. Really? You mean he'd gone to see Travis privately? Geller shook his head. No, Travis had gone out on one of his walks like I was telling you he often did. Boyd must have snuck into his room while he was gone, Forced the lock too, because Travis always kept his door locked. Geller stopped to look around again, and when he went on, he'd lowered his voice even further. I saw Boyd coming out of Travis's quarters, and I'll tell you something else. He got a roll of banknotes with him. That's why Boyd didn't see me. He was looking down and counting them while he walked. You mean he stole money from Travis? Evie asked. That I can't swear to, Geller said. I suppose at this point there's nothing to prove one way or the other that the money was Travis's. Even if someone charged him with what I saw, Boyd could always claim that it was his money, and that he just happened to take it out to count it while he was walking away from Travis's rooms, especially since Travis up and left and isn't here to contradict him. Yes, Evie said. She was picturing the scene. Private Boyd coming furtively out of Travis's rooms with a wad of money in hand, shutting the door and then flipping through the roll of money. Yes, she said again. Boyd could claim just about anything, couldn't he, now that Travis is gone? Chapter 30. Harry. Private Boyd stepped in, his movements sharp and economical, despite a nearly imperceptible stiffness in his gait. Harry noted how Boyd winced slightly as he turned, quickly masking the expression. He was a big man, fair-haired, tall, and with a steady gaze that gave nothing away. His uniform looked rumpled and scuffed. A small darkening bruise at his jawline had been inexpertly covered with what appeared to be borrowed skin powder. Harry recognized Boyd as the second of the two soldiers he'd seen in the King's Arms, talking to Ellen, just as he'd recognized Morris. As he'd done with Morris, Harry decided not to pursue that line of inquiry with Boyd either. Not for now. "Private Boyd," Harry greeted him. "Have a seat." Boyd sat without hesitation, though Harry caught the momentary tightening around his eyes as he lowered himself into the chair. His hands came to rest lightly on his knees, perhaps too deliberately casual. His gaze flicked from Harry to Nigel, then to the file sitting on the desk between them. Harry let the silence stretch for a few seconds before speaking, using the time to observe how Boyd held himself with unnatural stillness, as if any movement might betray discomfort. "Tell me about Private Donny Jameson." Boyd's expression remained neutral, though a muscle in his jaw twitched when he shifted position slightly. "Good soldier, sir. Fast learner. Dedicated." Dedicated. An interesting choice of words. "And how did he get along with the rest of your unit?" Boyd tilted his head slightly, considering. "Fine, sir." Harry arched a brow. "That's all?" Boyd hesitated, then added, "He wasn't one for a lot of talk. Kept things close to his chest." Harry exchanged a glance with Nigel. That lined up with what Morris had said. Donny had withdrawn from them in his last weeks. But was it because of Morris and Boyd, or because of Travis? "You and Morris were close to him," Nigel said, glancing at his notes. "That right?" Boyd nodded. "Trained together, ate together, drank together." Harry leaned forward slightly. "And yet, something changed." Boyd's jaw tightened, just a fraction. "He started keeping things to himself." Harry tilted his head. "Things?" Boyd hesitated again. "Things like what, Private?" A muscle twitched in Boyd's jaw. "He was thinking too much." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Thinking is usually a good thing, isn't it?" Boyd didn't answer. Harry let that sit for a moment, then continued. "When was the last time you spoke to Donny?" Boyd exhaled sharply through his nose. "The afternoon before he died. He came into the barracks, quiet as usual. Morris and I asked if he wanted to go into the village with us. He said no." "Did he say why?" Boyd shook his head. "Just said he had things to do." Harry frowned. "Was that unusual?" Boyd hesitated, then gave a slight nod. "Yeah. He usually came with us." Harry tapped his fingers against the desk. So instead of going with you, he went to the ruins. Boyd didn't flinch. So they say. Harry narrowed his eyes. You don't sound convinced. Boyd exhaled, his fingers tightening slightly on his knees. I just don't understand why he'd be there. Not alone. Not at night. Harry studied him carefully. Boyd wasn't lying, but he wasn't telling the whole truth either. Did you ever train at the ruins? Nigel asked. Boyd nodded. Yes, sir. Some of the lads had agility drills there, scaling walls, getting comfortable in unstable terrain, but only in daylight, never alone. Harry sat back. So why was Donnie there? Boyd shook his head. I don't know. Harry wasn't convinced. He let a beat of silence stretch before asking, Tell me about Rupert Travis. For the first time, Boyd's expression flickered. The instructor? Harry nodded. Boyd hesitated, then shrugged. He was good. Knew his trade. And Donnie? Boyd's gaze sharpened. What about him? Harry spread his hands. Did they speak? Boyd's mouth tightened. Travis lectured all of us. That's not what I asked. Another hesitation. Yes, Boyd admitted. They talked. Harry nodded. How often? Boyd was silent for a long moment. More than once, he finally said. And what did they talk about? Boyd exhaled sharply. How should I know? Harry studied him. Were you worried about what Donnie might say? Boyd's eyes darkened. Donnie was one of us. He knew better than to talk. Harry let that statement settle before asking, Then why is he dead? Boyd didn't answer. Harry pressed on. Did you know Travis was missing? Boyd nodded. He left a few weeks before Donnie died. Harry leaned in. Where did he go? Boyd's lips pressed into a thin line. Harry exhaled, rubbing his jaw. He had the feeling that if Boyd had his way, this conversation would be over. One last thing, Harry said. Where were you the night Donnie died? Boyd's gaze met his, level and unflinching. Same as Morris. Here on base. Harry didn't believe it, but he nodded, scribbling something down in his notebook. That's all for now, Private. Boyd stood, saluted and left. The door clicked shut behind him. Nigel exhaled. If Morris was holding back, Boyd was practically gagging himself. Harry nodded. He's afraid of something. Before Nigel could respond, a brisk knock sounded at the door, followed by the entrance of Colonel Merriweather. His uniform was as impeccable as ever, his expression unreadable. Chapter 31. Harry. Gentlemen, Merriweather said, his gaze sweeping over them. A group is about to begin agility training on the rocky heights of St. Swithin's Abbey. Given the circumstances, I thought you might want to observe. Harry arched a brow. You might have mentioned that at the beginning. Merriweather's lips twitched. At the beginning, circumstances were different. Of course, you hadn't received a telegram. But now I have, and I believe our use of the Abbey has a bearing on your inquiry. On why Private Jameson might have been there alone. One could hypothesize that, Merriweather said. A private practice session, pushing himself beyond the standard drills. He was that kind of lad. Yes, Nigel said. They've told us. Harry exchanged a glance with Nigel before nodding. Thank you for the offer. We'll just collect our driver and meet you at the Abbey. The ruins of St. Swithin's Abbey loomed against the sky, with the skeletal remains of its stone walls bathed in the afternoon glow. The air carried the scent of sun-warmed rock. As he walked with Nigel and Evie towards the training grounds,
Harry felt relieved that Evie's MTC uniform appeared to be having the desired effect. No one seemed to be giving Evie a second look. Looking up at the towering ruins, Harry also felt awe. How many centuries had elapsed since these stones were first placed, carefully and reverently, one upon the other? How many generations had walked these grounds? The monks who once lived here might have been horrified to see their sanctuary overrun by men in battle dress, climbing over their sacred spaces like an invading force. But then again, perhaps they wouldn't have been so shocked. The Abbey had stood in an age when knights had been blessed before marching to war, when crusaders had sharpened their blades and prayed for divine favour before embarking on campaigns to conquer or retake foreign lands. Those warriors had fought in the open, steel against steel. These men, young, hard, trained for infiltration and survival, were being prepared for a different kind of war, one waged in silence and shadow. Ahead of them, the commando trainees assembled at the base of the ruins. Dressed in their standard-issue fatigues, they looked impossibly lean and strong, their muscles taut beneath sweat-darkened shirts. They moved with an easy confidence that spoke of grueling training, the kind that burned hesitation out of a man. Merryweather came to a stop beside Harry and gestured toward the gathered men.
"You asked why Jameson might have been here that night," he said. "You're about to see for yourself."
The first exercise began with the trainees scaling the ruined walls, gripping weathered stone and threading their way up using narrow footholds and crevices. Ropes dangled down from the highest points of the structure, secured to iron grappling hooks, clawing at the cracks of the Abbey's ancient walls. One by one, the men seized the ropes and ascended in swift, fluid motions, their bodies twisting and pulling with superb precision. Merryweather folded his arms.
"The first rule is never to rely on just one point of contact. A foot, a hand, always 2 or 3 points secured at a time. The best men make it look effortless."
One of the soldiers reached the top of the wall and pivoted with ease, planting his boots on the crumbling ledge. Then, with barely a pause, he began running. Harry tensed instinctively. The ledge was barely a foot wide, its surface uneven with loose stones, yet the trainee moved with a predator's grace, adjusting seamlessly to each shift in terrain. Others followed, sprinting across the broken walkway, their arms out slightly for balance. The drill demanded that they make it from one end of the ruin to the other without slowing, their eyes constantly assessing the path ahead.
"They learn to trust their bodies," Merryweather said, "to react without overthinking. In the field, a moment's hesitation can mean death."
Harry watched in silence. Once he'd prided himself on his endurance, his sharp instincts, his ability to chase a suspect down dark alleys without losing breath. Now, he couldn't even come close to matching their speed, their agility, their raw strength. But he didn't have to. He had to stay ahead of them in a different way, outthink them, unravel their secrets before they had a chance to bury them for good. Because one of these men, maybe more, knew what had happened to Donnie, and someone knew what had become of Rupert Travis. A sudden crash echoed through the ruins. The sharp, unmistakable sound of rock collapsing somewhere deep within the Abbey. Merryweather's posture snapped upright.
"Halt!"
he barked. Every man froze where he stood. Even the trainees perched along the ledge remained perfectly still, their bodies tense, waiting. The wind whistled through the open spaces in the ruins. Dust drifted in the air, catching the golden rays of sunlight. For a long moment, no one moved. Then, after what seemed an eternity, Merryweather gave the order.
"Resume!"
The training continued as if nothing had happened, but Merryweather strode toward Harry, Nigel, and Evie, his expression unreadable.
"You heard that internal rockfall, no doubt,"
he said. His voice was calm, but there was something measured beneath it.
"Now you'll understand why we placed this site off limits and wanted to demolish it. It's a dangerous location."
"You're using it nonetheless," Harry said. Merryweather didn't blink.
"Because my men are training for dangerous locations."
Harry held his gaze. Merriweather was a man who didn't waste words, but Harry knew a deflection when he heard one. The Colonel hadn't said it outright, but his message was clear. This place wasn't just dangerous, it was unstable, and yet, despite that, the military had fought to keep it in use. The rockfall hadn't come from any of the visible ledges or walls. It had come from inside, somewhere deep within the ruins. Harry exchanged glances with Evie and Nigel. There was more to be found here. For now, though, they'd seen enough. Merriweather made one last offer. "Would you care to join the men for a meal? You'll get a better sense of their camaraderie." Harry considered. He wasn't particularly hungry, and after what he'd seen today, he had no desire to sit among the trainees and pretend he wasn't scrutinizing them for answers. But he wasn't done with this place. "Another time, perhaps," he said, "but I reserve the right to come back if needed." Merriweather inclined his head. "Of course." Harry, Nigel, and Evie turned and made their way back to Nigel's Ford. Evie slid behind the wheel, adjusting the mirrors. "Where to?" Nigel asked, settling into the passenger seat. Harry didn't hesitate. "The Ashford mortuary." Evie nodded, shifting the car into gear. The tires crunched over the gravel as they pulled away from the ruins. Behind them, the men continued their drills, their movements precise, their training relentless. And somewhere beneath those ruins, hidden in the shadows and the dust, lay a secret that someone was desperate to keep buried. Chapter 32. Evie. The sun was sinking low on the horizon, staining the tops of the trees russet orange, as Evie steered the little Ford past the sentry box and the gates at Fort Hardwick and onto the road leading back to Crofter's Green. "Well," Harry leaned comfortably back in the rear passenger's seat. "I'd say we ruffled a few feathers there, at the very least." "More than you know," Evie said. "What's that?" Nigel, sitting beside her, looked up alertly. The Ford jounced over a deep rut in the lane, and Evie squinted, trying to make out any more potholes in the road through the rapidly gathering shadows. She'd have liked to switch on the car's headlights, but of course the blackout regulations made that impossible. She just had to hope they managed to get back to Crofter's Green before it was fully dark. "I didn't have the chance to tell the two of you earlier," Evie said. "But Private Boyd overheard me asking questions about Travis. He didn't like it at all. Tried very hard to convince me that even mentioning Travis's name was a bad idea." "You mean he threatened you?" Nigel said. "Don't fuss, Nigel," Harry rumbled from the back seat. "Evie's sitting here in this car without a mark on her, which means that Boyd must have taken the worst of their little encounter, as we might have assumed he would. I thought he was looking a bit rumpled when he came in to speak to us. Really, Evie, we ought to thank you," he added. "You managed to get young Boyd properly rattled before he even sat down to answer Nigel's and my questions. Result? He couldn't even begin to cover up the fact that he was hiding something." So far, the road had been deserted, but now, glancing into her rearview mirror, Evie noticed another car approaching from behind them, a black saloon, also driving with the headlights off. "According to the young mechanic I met, Lance Corporal Geller is his name, Boyd broke into Travis's quarters while Travis was out on a walk," she said, "and came out with a fistful of cash." "He stole money from Travis," Nigel said. "That puts things in a potentially different perspective. Assuming that my witness is telling the truth, of course." Evie glanced into the mirror again and frowned. The black saloon was gaining on them very quickly. The driver must have the accelerator pedal pushed down practically to the floor, and they were coming up on a stretch of road with several tight curves. "He struck me as honest, but of course you never know." "I'd be interested to know why Travis was keeping that much money in his quarters in the first place," Harry said. "Not to mention how Boyd would have got wind of it," Nigel added. His words were drowned out by the sudden roar of a powerful engine from just behind them. Evie had been concentrating on steering the Ford around the sharp bend in the road, and hadn't realized that the black saloon had fully caught up to them. Now, though, it surged forward, the front bumper nearly slamming into the Ford's rear fender. Evie jerked the wheel, swerving to avoid contact, but the saloon, undeterred, moved up alongside them, its tires kicking up mud and gravel. Evie risked a quick glance sideways, trying to see the driver through the window, but it was too dark. All she saw was a vague human-shaped outline and the reflection of their own car in the glass. The saloon's driver jabbed the wheel to the left, and Evie felt the crunching impact as it bumped into the Ford on Nigel's side. The Ford slid, fishtailing, skidding towards a deep drainage ditch that ran along the side of the road. Harry, no doubt thrown sideways in the back seat, let out a grunt, and Nigel said, "What the devil?" "They want us off the road, clearly." Evie spoke through clenched teeth. And if she let herself be forced off the road, Evie might as well sign her own death warrant, and Harry and Nigel's too. Stuck in the ditch, they'd be sitting ducks for the saloon driver to shoot all three of them. She set her jaw and gripped the steering wheel, managing to wrestle the Ford back onto an even path as they both rounded the curve and emerged onto a straighter patch of road. Still holding tight to the steering wheel, Evie stamped hard on the accelerator, trying to get ahead of the black saloon. The engine roared, then coughed and sputtered. "Can't the police force afford to give you anything decent to drive?" She didn't catch Nigel's answer. The saloon was trying to nose out in front and cut diagonally across the road, forcing the Ford once more towards the edge of the ditch. Evie's breath caught as the saloon's driver slammed on the brake. "Look out!" Nigel's warning was all but lost in the thunder of blood in Evie's ears as she swerved to avoid a collision. The black saloon roared ahead, then swung around in a U-turn, facing them head-on. "Steady. Don't stop. Just drive." Nigel sounded remarkably calm, all things considered. "You can get around." Evie fought the urge to shut her eyes as the black saloon leaped forward towards them. To the left was the drainage ditch, but to the right was a field of growing wheat. Evie wasn't sure she could get around the saloon as Nigel said, but maybe she didn't have to. Evie spun the wheel and gunned the engine once again, ploughing into the forest of wheat stalks with a lurch that slammed her teeth together and rattled all the way up her spine. But she didn't let up on the petrol. Pedal to the floor, she steered across the field, then swerved sharply to the right, then left, then right again. In the back seat, she could hear Harry being thrown from side to side, but it was nearly full dark now, and the stalks of wheat would obscure the view of Nigel's car. Without headlights and with the noise of his own engine drowning out all other sound, the saloon driver would have a hard time knowing which direction to take to follow them. If she'd calculated correctly and managed to cut across this field, she would come to a field of turnips owned by the neighbouring farmer, and if she managed to navigate that field without either rolling over or getting stuck in the mud, they ought to come out on the narrow lane that led to the Crofters' Green Village School, which itself wasn't far from the police station. Evie gripped the wheel and depressed the accelerator even further. The Ford jounced over the uneven ground. Stalks of wheat whipped past them on either side and lashed against the chassis. Evie swerved, emerged from the wheat and steered onto the more open turnip field with another bone-rattling lurch. "Is anyone still following?" she shouted to Nigel above the roar of the engine and the rush of the wind whipping past the windows. Nigel was gripping the edges of his seat with both hands to avoid being thrown against the dashboard, and unclamped his teeth just enough to say, "If they are, they're certifiably insane." He turned to look back through the rear windscreen, though, and then shook his head. "No sign of the other car." "Keep watching," Evie was about to say, but at that moment the Ford struck something. A rock? A fallen log? In the near total darkness, it was impossible to tell, but Evie felt the hard crunch of the impact just before she was thrown forwards out of her seat. Her forehead connected with the steering wheel in an impact that sent a shower of golden sparks dancing across her vision, and then nothing. She must have blacked out for a few solid minutes, because when she came to, she was no longer in the Ford. Nigel was carrying her, and he sounded far less calm than he had before. "She needs a doctor, or a hospital." Evie's eyes still rang, and her head hurt abominably, but she made herself speak. "No, she doesn't. And you can put me down. I'm all right." Her cheek was resting against Nigel's shoulder, and she felt the rush of his exhaled breath before he said,
"You're not walking." "I should say not," Harry broke in before Evie could respond. It was too dark to make out his expression, but he loomed beside them, a burly shadow. "Back in my Scotland Yard days, I've been in standoffs with armed gangs of street toughs that were less terrifying than your driving, young woman." Evie considered telling Nigel to put her down again, but the truth was that she wasn't entirely sure her legs would support her. She closed her eyes. "Your nephew told me to drive," she told Harry. "If he wanted me to drive without causing hundreds of pounds worth of property damage and potentially killing us all, he should have been more specific." This time, she'd have sworn that the vibration she felt under her cheek was laughter. "We'll square things away with the farmer whose crops we damaged," he said. "The important thing is you got us away from whoever was driving the other car." "Boyd, do you think?" Harry sounded thoughtful. "Got the wind up about our investigation enough to risk a triple homicide?" "Boyd, or Siegfried," Nigel said. "Given that he's probably the one who killed Agent Fitzhugh and burned his papers up at the Abbey, he must not at all like the direction this investigation is taking."
Evie tried not to shiver, but Nigel must have felt her body react, because his arm tightened briefly around her shoulders.
"We're almost to the police station," he said. "I'm going to leave you with my mother while we go back for the Ford."
Evie would have protested that too, but she didn't have the energy. "Be careful," she said instead. Nigel's answer seemed to come from a long way off.
"I always am."
Chapter 33. Evie. Evie woke up with a start, and for a disorientating moment stared up at the ceiling of a room that definitely wasn't her own, trying to remember where she was and how she'd come to be here. Then memories came flooding back. The visit to Fort Hardwicke with Harry and Nigel, the chase with the Black Saloon, the crash, and then Nigel bringing her here, to his cottage, where his mother had fussed over her in a gentle, kindly way and had put her to bed here in the spare bedroom. Now she sat up, slowly, but the pain in her head had receded to nearly nothing. Her neck and shoulder muscles felt stiff and sore, but she didn't seem to have any injuries. Evie drew her knees up under the blankets and looked around the room. She hadn't been in a fit state to notice her surroundings the night before. Now she saw a small, old-fashioned room with dark exposed beams running along the slanted eaves. The bedstead was brass, with a blue eyelet coverlet. Lace curtains hung in the windows, and a latch-hook rug covered in roses lay on the polished hardwood floor. The effect was very pretty, but also far enough from what she would have expected the inside of Nigel's house to look like that Evie suspected either his mother or his sister had had a hand in the furnishing. A washstand and pitcher stood in one corner. Evie got up to wash, and as she splashed cool water onto her face and hands, she asked herself why she was still alive. Siegfried, or one of his agents, had shot at her less than a week ago. Now someone had tried to run her off the road. Of course, the driver of the Black Saloon might have been only Private Boyd, desperate to cover up whatever part he'd played in Jameson's death. But if Boyd had killed Jameson, had he killed Travis as well? And why? For the sake of the money that he'd reportedly taken from Travis's rooms? Evie had reached that point in her conjecture when she became aware of hushed whispers going on outside her door. "Do you think she's awake?" "I don't know. Why don't you knock? Why don't you knock?" Glancing down, Evie saw that she was still wearing the khaki skirt and blue blouse of her uniform. Both were crumpled now, but at least she was decent. She opened the door and found Benjamin and Megan, Nigel's niece and nephew, clustered on the landing outside her room. "Hello." "We didn't wake you, did we?" Megan asked anxiously. "Because Gran will be cross if we woke you. She said we were to let you sleep and not make any noise or go stomping around like a couple of rampaging hippopotamuses. That's what Gran said, but I told her it ought to be hippopotami." She added the last part quite seriously. Evie hid a smile. "No, you didn't wake me. I was already up," she said. "Oh, good." Megan looked relieved. In that case, we were wondering whether you're any good at playing drafts. Mum's gone out to the shops to see whether she can buy any eggs because Uncle Nigel never has anything to eat in his cottage, and Gran's in the garden hanging out the washing, so we thought— Megan and Benjamin! Mrs. Brewster's exasperated voice came from downstairs. Poor Mrs. Harris was in an accident last night. She doesn't need the two of you pestering her. The children looked up at Evie, slightly abashed. Are we pestering you? Benjamin asked. Evie had to smile again. Of course not. Oh, good. It's all right, Gran, Benjamin bellowed back to Mrs. Brewster. She says we're not pestering her. Mrs. Brewster didn't answer, but a moment later she appeared at the top of the stairwell, shaking her head. You two are utterly incorrigible. Are you sure that's a real word and not just something you made up? Megan tilted her head, her small face screwed up in puzzlement. After all, you didn't know about hippopotami. Enough! Mrs. Brewster's lips were twitching slightly, but she pointed straight-armed at the stairs behind her. Go down to the kitchen and wait there. And do not turn the sink into a lake or pour vinegar into the baking soda to make it fizz. Yes, Gran. The two children thundered off down the stairs. Really, I don't know why I bother, Mrs. Brewster said with another shake of her head. They'll only find some other way of getting into mischief that I haven't even thought of. Evie laughed. Was Nigel that way at their age? The question slipped out before she could stop herself. Nigel? Good heavens, no. Mrs. Brewster's look of exasperation was replaced by a faint reminiscent smile. No, Nigel was the most sober, serious child. He never got into mischief. Or if he did, it was only because Barbara had thought up some scheme and dragged him into it along with her. They're twins, you know, although you'd never guess it to look at them, would you? Evie recalled Barbara's fair, blue-eyed prettiness. No, you wouldn't. They've always been as unalike in temper as they are in looks, Mrs. Brewster said. With Barbara, no one ever had to guess as to how she was feeling or what she was thinking. She was an open book, always. Nigel, though, he's always been reserved, I suppose you'd say. Even as a child, he never found it easy to express himself, and he's never made friends easily. That's part of why I was so thankful when my brother Harry decided to retire here to Crofter's Green. She stopped. I don't know whether Harry would have told you, but Nigel's younger brother Henry was killed a year ago at Dunkirk. Yes, Nigel told me, Evie said. She thought a brief look of surprise crossed Mrs. Brewster's expression, as though she was startled that Nigel would have mentioned it, but then the older woman nodded. Nigel took it very hard. He and Henry were always close. Anyone else, I'd have known how to help them, but Nigel, he tends to close himself off from everyone when he's unhappy or struggling, or else work himself to the bone. Having Harry here, I knew that at least Nigel had some family to talk to, even if it wasn't me. And now I come here to visit and find he even has some good friends as well. She smiled at Evie. Evie smiled back, although she had no idea how to answer. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Brewster gave an embarrassed half-laugh. But listen to me prattling on, when what I really came up to ask you was how you're feeling this morning. Much better. Thank you so much for giving me a bed for the night, Evie told her. Mrs. Brewster waved that away. It wasn't any trouble at all. She was interrupted by another yell from Benjamin, coming from downstairs. Gran, Megan's trying to put treacle on her hands and feet. I am not. Megan's indignant shout immediately followed her brother's. I only said that I wondered whether people could walk up walls if our hands and feet were sticky enough. You know, like the tree frogs we were reading about the other day. Mrs. Brewster raised her eyes to the ceiling. Heaven grant me patience. It's all right, Evie said, trying to hide another smile. We can go down. You'd probably like to keep an eye on them. She followed the older woman back down the stairs, where Mrs. Brewster vanished through the swinging door into the kitchen. Evie stood in the front hallway, listening to Megan and Benjamin's raised voices, and their grandmothers patiently correcting one. Mrs. Brewster seemed to be promising the children that if they could go 10 minutes without making any messes, she'd take them swimming in the afternoon. Evie could go in there. She actually pressed her eyes shut at the thought of just how easy it would be, and of how much she would love to spend the rest of the morning here with Nigel's family. She could offer to play draughts with Megan and Benjamin and chat with Nigel's mother a bit more. A knock sounded on the front door, and without thinking, Evie went to open it. Willie Shoemaker, the postman, stood on the front step. He drew back, clearly startled at the sight of her. "Good morning, Willie," Evie said. She had to offer some explanation for her presence, something not involving criminal investigation, otherwise it would be all over Crofter's Green before noon that she had spent the night in Nigel's cottage. Gossip spread through the village even more rapidly than the latest war news on the BBC. "I was just paying a call on Mrs. Brewster, Nigel's mother, you know," Evie went on. "She's looking after her grandchildren, and I thought they might enjoy coming to one of Dorothy's story hours at the Cozy Cup." "Ah," Willie's expression cleared. "I'm sure they would. My niece Tabitha's taken her little boy once or twice and found it good fun. Here, you can take these for her to give to Nigel when he gets back." He handed over a small stack of letters. "Oh, and while I'm here, I suppose I might as well give you this." Digging into his mailbag, he came out with a small white envelope which he handed over to Evie. Then he tipped his hat and departed, leaving Evie to tear open the letter with a sinking feeling. She'd already recognized the handwriting on the address. "Dear Evie," the letter ran, "I know you're busy with the tea shop and your own affairs, but next month marks exactly half a year since word came of Paul's having been killed. Do you think you might possibly come for another visit? I know it's silly to put stock in such anniversaries. After all, it's just a day like any other. But John and I find ourselves dreading having to spend it alone, and thought that you might be feeling the same. If you're able to come, we might be able to comfort one another, at least a little. With love, Rebecca Harris." Evie was still standing with the letter in her hand when Mrs. Brewster came bustling back into the hall. "I've put them to work pulling weeds in the back garden," she announced. "That ought to keep them busy for a bit, maybe even 10 minutes. And now, can I offer you some breakfast? As I'm sure Megan and Benjamin told you, my son doesn't keep much in the way of food in the house, but we ought to be able to manage to find something." "Oh, I couldn't possibly put you to the trouble," Evie said. "And besides," she added, before Nigel's mother could protest, "I really have to be getting back to the Cozy Cup. My co-worker Dorothy asked for the morning off to attend a funeral, so I need to be there to open the tea shop." Chapter 34. Harry. Harry glanced at Nigel. "How's Evie?" He'd just climbed into Nigel's Ford, bound for the mortuary. "She's fine," Nigel said. "Feisty as ever, according to my mother." His mouth twitched in something close to a smile. "Up at dawn and already trying to talk her way back into driving." Harry exhaled. "Good. Could have been worse." That was an understatement. The Ashford Police mortuary was housed in a sombre brick annex adjoining the police station. The air inside was sharp with the scent of disinfectant and cold stone. Their footsteps echoed on the concrete floor as they made their way down the short corridor to the office. George Prentice, the attending physician, was waiting for them. A thin, bespectacled man with a neatly trimmed grey moustache, he looked up from his paperwork with an air of quiet irritation. "You were supposed to be here last night," he said, adjusting his spectacles. "The family is eager to have the body released. I had hoped to send it to the mortician yesterday so preparations could begin." Harry nodded. "Unavoidable delay." Prentice frowned but let it go. He closed the file in front of him and gestured for them to follow. "Come." He led them through a side door and into the viewing room, where the body of Private Donnie Jameson lay fully clothed on the steel examination table. The khaki green of his freshly laundered uniform contrasted sharply with the sterile grey of the room. Harry stepped closer, his practised eyes scanning the body. Donnie's uniform had been pressed and starched, the creases sharp, the buttons polished. A respectful touch, meant to provide some dignity, but dignity didn't erase the finality of death. And this preparation might have erased many clues, if not all of them. Prentice stood beside the table, fingers resting lightly on his clipboard. "The family wish to have the funeral on Friday afternoon," he said. "They won't consent to an autopsy." He adjusted his glasses. "They feel Donnie has suffered enough." Harry nodded. He understood the sentiment, but that didn't make his job any easier. "What's your conclusion?" he asked. "Death by cerebral hemorrhage caused by a skull fracture at the base of the occipital bone." Prentice's voice was clinical, detached. "The impact would have damaged the brain and the upper extremity of the spinal cord." Harry folded his arms. "Same as the report from Fort Hardwick?" "Yes." That in itself wasn't surprising, but something gnawed at Harry. He flipped open the Fort Hardwick medical report, skimming down the neatly typed pages until one line caught his attention. "Private Jameson's body has been respectfully prepared for presentation to the family." It was as expected, probably true, but it didn't sit right. Why put that in a medical report? Harry lifted Donnie's right sleeve, exposing his forearm, then did the same to the left. "No scratches," Harry muttered. Nigel stepped closer. "Sir?" Harry examined Donnie's hands, frowning. If he'd fallen down a flight of stone steps, there should be abrasions, defensive scrapes. Something to show he tried to break his fall. Nothing. The skin was unmarked. "Just as there wasn't any damage when we examined him at the Abbey," Harry added. "No torn knees or elbows on his uniform then, either. And of course, this uniform was not the one he was found in. It's practically brand new." Nigel exhaled sharply. "You're saying he didn't fall?" "I'm saying this body doesn't support that conclusion." Prentice remained quiet, watching them both carefully. Harry drummed his fingers against the steel table. "Also hard to imagine how Private Jameson got that wound to the base of the skull from falling down a crumbling stone staircase." "Without getting a lot of other wounds," Nigel said quietly. "I agree," said Prentice. "What would you like to do?" "Do you have a recommendation?" Harry asked. "We could take more time for a closer examination, but I don't think it would tell us much more about the cause of death than we can already see for ourselves." "Still, we might test for drugs, or chloroform," Nigel said. "Maybe he was incapacitated first. That would confirm a conclusion of murder rather than accident." Harry sighed, rubbing a hand over his jaw. He didn't need confirmation. He already knew Donnie had been murdered, had known it in his gut since he'd first seen the body. His job wasn't just about the facts. It was also about the people left behind. Donnie's family wanted closure. They wanted to bury their son and grieve. If he refused to release the body, he'd be denying them that, and for what? His thoughts turned to the telegram tucked in his coat pocket, the one from Field Marshal Alan Brooke, ordering full cooperation from Fort Hardwick. Had Colonel Merriweather given lip service to the order from the High Command while obscuring evidence, and thus making it impossible for the investigation to proceed with all the facts? Even worse, had the Colonel's men tried to kill them in what could be explained as a roadside accident caused by a careless driver? Somehow, he'd have to come to a conclusion on that one. For now, though, there was only one decision to make. He turned to Prentice. "Release the body to the mortician. Notify the family that the funeral can proceed as planned." Nigel shot him a look. "Are you sure?" Harry nodded. "They deserve their farewell. But we'll be watching that funeral." Chapter 35. Dorothy. The bells of St. Mary's tolled low and solemn over Crofter's Green. Dorothy stood among the gathered mourners, her black-gloved hands clasped together as the funeral procession moved through the churchyard. The late afternoon breeze rustled the dark veil on her hat. The scent of damp earth and crushed grass filled the air, mingling with the faint trace of incense from the earlier service. She let her gaze drift over the assembled faces. The Jamesons stood nearest the grave, Arthur Jameson stiff-backed and pale, Helen gripping his arm, her face, though veiled, visibly hollow with grief. Just behind them, Ellen Thorpe stood apart from the rest, her eyes red-rimmed but dry. The 6 pallbearers, all soldiers from Fort Hardwicke, marched in formation as they carried the casket, setting it down on a platform beside the vicar's podium. Morris and Boyd were among them, their expressions carefully blank, their eyes staring straight ahead. Dorothy studied them, watching for a flicker of true sorrow, a trace of regret. She saw none. The vicar began the final rites, his steady voice carrying across the quiet yard. "Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, and is full of misery." Dorothy lowered her head, but her thoughts wandered. She was standing here, alive, her husband beside her, their little son waiting at home. How easily Tom's fate could have been the same. How easily any of the young men standing here today could be the next soldier to be laid in the ground. The wind stirred the branches of the ancient yew trees, and Dorothy glanced at Colonel Merryweather, who stood in full uniform near the vicar, shoulders squared, face unreadable. Standing beside Dorothy, Alice Greenleaf whispered, "I saw that man before, in a library in Canterbury." When the vicar finished, Merryweather took a step forward. "Private Donald Jameson," he began, "was the pride of Fort Hardwicke." He took a breath and surveyed the crowd, as though looking each mourner in the eye, his voice firm, carrying the weight of command. "Private Jameson was a man of great skill, determination, and honor. Had he lived, he would have won still more honor in his wartime missions as a commando in the service of His Majesty. I know that was his dream." The colonel withdrew a small, thin book from his breast pocket and read aloud, his voice steady. "Smart lad, to slip betimes away from fields where glory does not stay, and early though the laurel grows, it withers quicker than the rose. Now you will not swell the rout of lads who wore their honours out, runners whom renown outran, and the name died before the man." Merryweather replaced the book into his pocket. Again he fixed his gaze upon the crowd. "So Donny will remain forever in our memories, forever young. We only wish he could have achieved his dream. His fellow candidates will go forth to win more honour on the fields of battle overseas in Donny's name." Dorothy felt Tom shift slightly beside her, as if biting back a reaction. She understood. Honour, glory. The words came easily from a man who would never again be sent to die himself. The 6 pallbearers advanced to the casket, lifted it, and carried it to the graveside, positioning it over 3 broad canvas straps that bridged the chasm of Donny's final resting place. Crouching, they manoeuvred the casket onto the straps, and then slowly lowered it into the ground. Arthur Jameson stepped forward first, took a handful of earth, and let it trickle through his fingers onto the casket lid. Helen followed, her hand trembling. Then Ellen moved forward. She knelt by the mound of fresh-turned soil, but instead of picking up a handful, she simply froze. Her hands hovered uselessly over the dirt. She swallowed hard, her breath coming fast and uneven. Dorothy could see the tears now. They were tracking down her face. Her chest rose and fell as though she were trying to steady herself. Helen Jameson stepped forward, reached out, and gently took Ellen's arm, drawing her away from the grave. Dorothy turned her head slightly, and that was when she saw Morris and Boyd. They were standing at a slight distance, their posture straight, their expressions unreadable, but their eyes were on Ellen, watching, assessing. Dorothy knew a thing or two about how men looked at women. This wasn't admiration, it wasn't even concern. It was something cold, calculating. She shivered slightly, tightening her grip on Tom's hand. Something about the way those 2 men looked at Ellen made her uneasy, and Dorothy Baker had learned long ago to trust her instincts. Chapter 36. Harry. Harry stood in the doorway for a moment, absorbing details of the space that had been Rupert Travis's private domain. The rooming house on Church Lane was a respectable establishment run by Mrs. Weatherby, a widow whose husband had served in the Great War. Her meticulous standards were evident in the polished banister they had passed on their way up, and the faint scent of beeswax and lavender that permeated the hallway. The afternoon sun slanted through the 2 windows, casting long rectangles of golden light across the orderly room. "Mrs. Weatherby says nothing's been touched," Nigel said quietly, closing the door behind them. "Colonel Merriweather sent men to look through Travis's things the day after he vanished, but otherwise the room is just as he left it." Harry nodded, his eyes methodically cataloguing the room. "Travis always was fastidious," he murmured, more to himself than to Nigel. The space was modest but comfortable, a single bed, its navy counterpane pulled taut without a wrinkle, a writing desk positioned precisely beneath the window, a wardrobe of dark oak, and a bookshelf filled with neatly arranged volumes. Everything spoke of order and intention, a place for everything, and everything in its place. "You knew Travis before?" Nigel asked, moving toward the desk. "Briefly, in London," Harry confirmed, approaching the bookshelf. "Training exercises for special operations. He was a lecturer even then. Loved the sound of his own voice." He ran his finger along the spines of the books. "Always the professor, never quite the soldier, despite his expertise." "Hence living off base," Nigel observed, carefully opening desk drawers. "Mrs. Weatherby mentioned he wanted quiet for his scholarly pursuits. Said he found the barracks too boisterous for a man of his years and disposition." Harry allowed himself a small smile. Travis had always cultivated that air of intellectual superiority, setting himself apart from the rough-and-tumble operatives he trained. It had been effective. The younger men respected his knowledge while never quite accepting him as one of their own. A useful distance for a man with secrets to keep. The bookshelf revealed a collection that spoke volumes about its owner. Technical manuals on radio operation, treatises on cryptography, histories of military campaigns, several language primers. Nestled among them were works of poetry and philosophy, Tennyson, Kipling, Nietzsche. The collection was pure Travis, practical knowledge tempered with intellectual pretension. "Anything else in the desk?" Harry asked, moving to examine a row of small objects arranged with museum-like precision on a sideboard. "Teaching materials," Nigel replied, lifting a folder. "Lecture notes on resisting interrogation techniques, another on field communications, quite detailed." Harry nodded absently, his attention caught by the collection before him. These were souvenirs from Travis's travels, each one placed with deliberate care. A small Eiffel Tower in bronze, a fragment of painted ceramic from Madrid, a miniature sphinx from Cairo, a pewter bear from Berlin. The last item caused Harry to pause. Travis's travels to Berlin had occurred not long before war was declared. "His passport?" Harry asked. Nigel shook his head. "Not in the desk. Military might have it." Or Travis might have taken it, Harry thought, though he kept this speculation to himself for now. He moved to the wardrobe next, opening it to reveal pressed uniforms and several civilian suits, all arranged by colour. The trunk at the bottom contained winter clothes neatly packed away ahead of July's warmth. Travis had always planned ahead. "Hello, what's this?" Nigel's voice drew Harry's attention back to the desk. His nephew held up a book bound in faded green cloth. "Overdue from the British Museum Library, it seems. Ecclesiastical Architecture of Medieval England, Abbey Structures and Their Historical Significance." Harry crossed the room, taking the volume from Nigel. The book fell open naturally to a section that must have been read repeatedly, the pages marked with neat pencil annotations in Travis's precise handwriting. St. Swithin's Abbey featured prominently, with particular attention to its substructures and sealed chambers. "He was researching the Abbey," Harry murmured. "Look at these notes. Eastern chamber beneath chapter house. Access via sacristy passage. Sealed during Reformation. Probable treasury location." Nigel leaned over to examine the pages.
There's nothing like that on any of the public maps of the ruins.
No, Harry agreed. There wouldn't be.
He closed the book, tucking it under his arm.
Keep looking.
They continued their methodical search, working in the comfortable silence of long collaboration. Harry found himself oddly moved by the remnants of Travis's life, the half-used bottle of bay rum on the washstand, the carefully darned socks in the drawer, the fountain pen on the bedside table with a handkerchief placed beneath it to prevent ink stains on the wood. These were mundane details that humanized a man who might well have been a traitor.
Harry?
Nigel's voice held the careful neutrality that Harry recognized as significant.
Behind the desk blotter.
Harry joined him at the desk, where Nigel had lifted the green leather blotter to reveal a thin folder tucked underneath. Inside were typewritten notes for 2 lectures: document microfilming, recognition and prevention, and covert radio transmission techniques.
These are the Dover lectures,
Harry said, recognition immediately dawning. He flipped through the meticulously prepared pages.
Hayworth and Forsyth mentioned these when we visited.
3 weeks ago, according to the dates, Nigel confirmed, examining the header. Presented at Dover Harbour Command, July 1st to the 2nd, 1941.
Harry recalled their tense meeting at Dover, Captain Hayworth's reluctance, the logbook with Travis's name, the security breaches that had coincided perfectly with Travis's visits.
The perfect cover,
Harry mused, leafing through the lecture materials.
He goes to Dover as the expert teaching them how to spot espionage techniques,
while employing those very techniques himself, Nigel finished. Microfilming classified documents and using radio transmissions to relay the information.
Harry nodded grimly.
He even had access credentials. Remember what Forsyth said about the visitor passes? Not properly logged when returned.
The lecture notes included a detailed schedule showing Travis had been granted a full tour of the harbour facilities before each presentation.
2 days at Dover, access to restricted areas, all officially sanctioned. No one would question an instructor moving about with a camera, especially one teaching security protocols.
He felt a cold certainty settling over him. Here was motive, method, and opportunity laid out in neat typescript. The security breaches at Dover that had prompted Hayworth to contact them, Travis had been the common element all along.
Check under the bed,
Harry instructed, continuing to examine the lecture notes. Nigel complied, getting down on hands and knees to peer beneath the narrow bed.
There's a case here,
he reported, sliding it out. The leather case was locked, but the simple mechanism yielded easily to Harry's pocket knife. Inside, nestled in moulded compartments, was a Leica camera, German-made, top quality, and beside it 3 unused rolls of film still in their boxes.
Camera's empty, Harry observed, examining it with care. But there's space for 4 rolls in the case. One's missing.
And no developed photographs anywhere in the room, Nigel added, rising to his feet and dusting off his trousers. The implications were clear. Travis had photographed something, likely the minefield information, and disposed of the film before his disappearance.
The question was, to whom had he passed that film?
We need to consult Alice, Harry said, replacing the camera and closing the case.
These Abbey details, combined with what we found at the fort, I think Travis was using the ruins for more than training exercises.
Nigel gathered the lecture notes while Harry collected the library book. As they prepared to leave, Harry took a final look around the room. Despite their searching, it remained largely undisturbed, a testament to Travis's orderly nature. Everything was in its place. Only Travis himself was missing.
"What do you make of it?" Nigel asked as they descended the stairs. "Was Travis a German agent all along?"
Harry considered the question.
The evidence points that way. The Berlin souvenir displayed prominently, the German camera, the minefield lecture notes, the research into hiding places at the Abbey. But
But?
It's almost too perfect, Harry said slowly. Like a dossier rather than a life. Every piece points in the same direction, with nothing to contradict it.
Mrs. Weatherby met them at the bottom of the stairs, her thin face creased with concern. "Find what you were looking for, gentlemen?"
"Thank you for your assistance, Mrs. Weatherby," Harry said with a polite nod. "You've been most helpful."
She adjusted her cardigan, a nervous gesture that spoke of unease. "Mr. Travis was such a quiet tenant. Paid promptly, never any visitors except that army fellow once or twice."
Harry paused, his attention caught. "Army fellow?"
"Yes, one of the young soldiers from the fort. Came to deliver messages, he said. I never caught his name."
"Would you recognize him if you saw him again?" Nigel asked.
Mrs. Weatherby nodded. "Tall lad, fair-haired, rather severe-looking."
Harry and Nigel exchanged a glance. Boyd. "Thank you, Mrs. Weatherby," Harry said again. "We'll be in touch if we need anything further."
Outside, the afternoon had melted into early evening, the summer sky still bright above the village rooftops. Harry tucked the book more securely under his arm as they walked toward Alice's cottage.
"Boyd delivered messages," Nigel mused, "or perhaps collected them. Or kept an eye on Travis for Morris," Harry suggested. "The question is, were they working with Travis, or were they watching him? Either way, they know more than they told us." Harry nodded grimly. The pieces were falling into place, but the picture they formed was troubling. A spy at Fort Hardwick, secret meetings in Abbey ruins, minefield information potentially in enemy hands, and 2 soldiers who might be collaborators, witnesses, or murderers. "One thing's certain," Harry said as they approached Alice's gate. "Travis's interest in St. Swithin's Abbey wasn't academic, and I doubt very much that Donny Jameson's death there was an accident."
The camera case felt heavy in his hand, evidence of photographs taken but never found. Whatever Travis had documented was now elsewhere, perhaps already in German hands. Unless they could find where Travis had hidden the film, or to whom he had passed it, the damage might already be done. Harry pushed open Alice's gate, his mind already formulating their next steps. The Abbey ruins would need to be searched again, this time with knowledge of the hidden chambers Travis had so carefully researched. And Ellen Thorpe, who might know what Donny had witnessed, would need to be questioned more thoroughly. The investigation was accelerating now, pieces connecting with increasing momentum. Harry only hoped they could assemble the full picture before anyone else paid with their life. Chapter 37. Alice. The soft chime of her doorbell pulled Alice from her reverie. She had been so absorbed in the notes spread across her desk that the sudden intrusion startled her, sending her pencil rolling onto the floor. The afternoon sunlight had shifted without her noticing, and her cottage was now bathed in the golden hues of approaching evening. Carefully marking the note page she'd been studying with a ribbon bookmark, a habit from her Oxford days, Alice rose, smoothing the wrinkles from her skirt. The silhouettes of 2 men were visible through the stained glass panel in her front door, one tall and lean, the other more solidly built, Harry and Nigel. The scent of dried herbs hung in the air as she crossed the sitting room. Bundles of lavender, rosemary, and thyme hung from the ceiling beams, awaiting processing for her shop in the village high street. Several jars of freshly prepared tinctures sat on a side table, labelled in her precise handwriting, ready to be sold tomorrow. "You look like men on a mission," she said as she opened the door. Their expressions confirmed her assessment. Harry's face bore the focused intensity she'd come to recognize as his investigative demeanor, while Nigel carried what appeared to be a camera case and several folders and looked unusually excited. "We found something," Harry said without preamble, stepping into the small entrance hall. "Something that requires your particular expertise." Alice led them through to her study, hastily clearing space on the tea table by stacking her own research notes to one side. Books lined every available wall space, interspersed with framed botanical drawings and maps. A half-finished cup of chamomile tea sat forgotten beside her reading lamp. "Tea?" she offered, though she suspected they wouldn't care for refreshments just now. "I've just dried a lovely new batch of lemon balm with mint. Excellent for clearing the mind." "Later, perhaps," Harry replied, confirming her suspicion. He placed a book bound in faded green cloth on the table. "We've just come from Travis's lodgings." "You found something significant?" Alice said. It wasn't a question. Nigel nodded, placing the camera case beside the book. "Several somethings." As Harry and Nigel took seats, Alice settled into her favourite armchair, its worn upholstery moulded to her frame after the countless hours she had spent reading there. Her gaze was drawn immediately to the book, its spine bearing the title Ecclesiastical Architecture of Medieval England. "May I?" she asked, reaching for the volume. Harry nodded. "It's Travis's copy, apparently overdue from the British Museum Library. He's made some rather specific annotations." Alice opened the book carefully, her scholar's hands treating the volume with instinctive respect, despite her eagerness. The book fell open naturally to a section on Abbey structures, the pages marked with neat handwriting. She immediately recognized the subject. "St. Swithin's," she murmured, scanning the annotations. "Eastern chamber beneath chapter house. Access via sacristy passage." Her eyes widened slightly. "This is the first time I've seen any reference at all to our specific ruins." "That's what we thought," Nigel said, leaning forward. "Travis seems to have been particularly interested in hidden chambers." Alice's mind was already racing ahead, making connections. Many abbeys had concealed spaces, treasuries, escape routes, even hiding places for monks during the dissolution, but most of these were sealed off or destroyed centuries ago. She tapped a particular notation. "This reference to a sealed chamber is intriguing." "Could such a chamber still exist?" Harry asked. Alice considered this, trying to mentally reconstruct the abbey's layout. "Possibly. The eastern section of the ruins is the most intact structurally, though heavily overgrown. I've gathered wild yarrow and St. John's wort there over the years." She traced a line on the page. "If there was a subterranean chamber sealed during the Reformation, it might well have survived, forgotten and undisturbed." "The perfect hiding place," Nigel observed. "Or meeting place," Harry added. "And now we have more." Nigel opened one of the folders, revealing lecture notes. "Travis gave presentations at Dover Harbour 2 weeks ago, one on microfilming documents and radio transmission techniques." "The irony being," Harry continued, "that he was teaching security personnel how to spot espionage activities while probably engaging in those very activities himself." Alice's eyes narrowed as she digested this information. "And the camera?" Harry opened the leather case, revealing a high-quality Leica. "German-made. 3 unused film rolls, but space for 4, 1 missing." "He was photographing something at Dover," Alice said, the pieces falling into place. "Something about the harbour defences. And then he needed somewhere to transmit the information," Harry finished. "Somewhere isolated, with good radio reception." "The Abbey sits on high ground," Alice noted. "Excellent for wireless communication. And if he knew about a hidden chamber that no one else was aware of—" "He had himself the perfect secret intelligence post," Nigel concluded. Alice turned her attention back to the book, studying Travis's notes more carefully. "These annotations are remarkably detailed. He must have done extensive research beyond this single volume." She looked up at Harry. "He was searching for something very specific." "Could you find the chamber, based on these notes?" Harry asked. Alice hesitated, considering the challenge. Her interest in architecture had been merely academic at Oxford, but she'd maintained it over the years alongside her herbal studies. "Perhaps. The notes reference alignment with the summer solstice sunrise, which suggests an Eastern orientation, and this mention of a monk's stair could refer to a service passage between the Abbey's levels. She traced a notation with her fingertip, but without the original Abbey plans. She trailed off.
"We'll have to go in blind," Nigel asked.
"Well, if Travis found the chamber from the fort."
"Fair-haired, severe-looking."
"Boyd," Alice said, recalling the pallbearer she'd seen at Donny Jameson's funeral. Harry nodded.
"Which contradicts what Boyd told us about his relationship with Travis."
Alice rose and moved to a small cabinet, withdrawing a folded paper.
"I've been working on a schematic of the Abbey ruins," she said, spreading the drawing on the table. "Based on my previous research and visits while gathering herbs, if we overlay what Travis has noted here—" She began marking key points with her pencil, creating a modified map. "The chapter house would have been here, with the sacristy adjoining it. If there's a hidden passage, it would likely begin here."
Harry and Nigel studied her drawing, their heads bent together over the table.
"We need to search that area," Harry said, "thoroughly this time."
"But we can't just wander in blindly," Nigel pointed out. "If there are hidden chambers, we could easily miss them without proper guidance."
"I should come with you,"
Alice said firmly. It wasn't a request.
"These architectural notes are complex. You'll need someone who can interpret them on sight."
Harry didn't argue, which surprised her slightly.
"Evie should come as well. We should all get together to make plans."
Alice nodded, already mentally cataloguing what she would need. Proper shoes, a torch, her measuring tape, a compass, and maybe a bit of camouflage, she thought. Chapter 38. Dorothy. The Ashford train station, an old, weathered brick building with iron railings, stood against a backdrop of a cloudy grey afternoon sky. The platform bustled with activity. Soldiers in military uniforms, carrying their regulation helmets and rifles, moved swiftly through the station or stood on the platform to say goodbye to the family who'd come to see them off. Dorothy had to look away. Tom was back home for good, safe now. But seeing all the other boys going off to fight still brought back in a rush her memories of the day when she and Tommy had watched him ride away to war in a train just like the ones that were chuffing and clanging into the station now. A few air raid shelters had been set up along the platform in case of a bombing raid, and posters covered the brick platform walls, urging people to keep their air raid shelters up to date and to use blackout curtains for safety. Dorothy passed a pair of older men sitting on a bench and smoking pipes while watching the comings and goings of the trains. The air smelled of coal smoke and wet stone, and hummed with the murmur of conversations, occasional laughter, and the thud of heels on cobblestones. She scanned the sea of faces, trying to spot Viola in amongst the crowd. An exhausted-looking mother was shepherding 3 children off the train and onto the platform, while trying also to keep track of their luggage. Probably evacuees from London, just as Dorothy and Tommy had been. Finally, Dorothy caught a gleam of blonde hair, and pushing her way through spotted Viola, who was leaning against the metal pole of one of the luggage carts with her eyes closed. "Viola!" Dorothy called out. Viola's eyes opened at the sound of her name, but it seemed to take her a moment to realize who was speaking. Her eyes had a dazed, unfocused look before finally coming to rest on Dorothy's face. "Dorothy!" Viola was about Dorothy's own age, a tall, slender young woman with blue eyes and blonde hair, worn in a coronet braid around her head. She had a pale, oval-shaped face, and her features were delicate, clear-cut, and intelligent-looking. Now, though, Dorothy was afraid she might be ill, or that the train journey had been too much for her. "Are you all right?" "Yes." Viola put her hand up to her head, though, pressing the backs of her knuckles against her eyes. "I think so. It's just, do you think we could get away from all the noise and the crowds?" "Of course." Dorothy hadn't thought, but Viola had spent the past several months living inside St. Thomas's Hospital, scarcely ever going out anywhere else. To all intents and purposes, she'd spent her whole life there, since she couldn't remember anything from before St. Thomas's. The outside world, with all its noise and dirt and bustle, was bound to be overwhelming. "Do you have any luggage?" "Just this." Viola held up a small carpet bag and managed a wry smile. "There are advantages to having scarcely any belongings of my own. It makes packing quite simple and easy." Dorothy noted that Viola did, though, have a book tucked under one arm. Viola never went anywhere without something to read. "Good then. Come along, and we'll find a taxi to bring us back to Crofter's Green. You can see a bit of the town, and then we'll take you to our cottage and show you your room." That would be an expense, but Dorothy didn't want to subject Viola to the further crowds and noise of a bus ride. A few minutes later, they were both seated in the rear of a taxi, with Viola's carpet bag stored in the boot. Viola exhaled, leaning back against the cushioned leather seat. "Thank you for coming to meet me." She stopped, though, apparently transfixed by something outside of the car's window. "What is it?" Dorothy couldn't see anything extraordinary, just a stretch of hedgerows and the red tile roof of a house rising up over them. "I don't know." Viola shut her eyes briefly again. "It's just that, while I was on the train, I kept thinking that this all felt familiar somehow. It was worse when I got to the station. I kept feeling as though I'd been there before." Her hands clutched at one another tightly in her lap. "But every time I tried to catch hold of the feeling and really remember, I wound up not able to call back anything at all. It's all made me feel as though I must be going a bit mad, in addition to having amnesia," she added, with another small twist of a smile. "Well, but train journeys are often very much alike, aren't they?" Dorothy tried to speak comfortingly. "I mean, you must have been on trains before. Perhaps that was why the journey here felt familiar. And the same with train stations. Of course there are differences, but a good many of them do look very much the same." "You're right." Viola seemed to relax a little. "I'm sure you're right." She rubbed her forehead. "I've probably built this trip up in my mind too much, too, so that I'm trying to persuade myself that every little thing I notice must be significant somehow. The doctors thought that perhaps getting away from St. Thomas's might help my memories come back, and I've been hoping so much that they're right." She stopped, biting her lip. Dorothy couldn't remember ever hearing Viola complain before. She was always patient, always kind. She'd helped Dorothy through the awful time when Tom had been a patient at St. Thomas's Hospital, and for days they hadn't known whether he would live or die. But now Viola's eyes were shadowed, her voice low and shaking a little as she went on. "It's awful not knowing who I am or where I came from. I try to help in the hospital, but it always feels as though I'm just existing, not really living any kind of a life. She broke off. Their taxi had just entered Crofter's Green and was starting down the cobblestone high street. Flower boxes filled with bright summer blooms decorated the cottage windows, with the occasional Union Jack or patriotic banner in support of the war effort. "This is lovely." Viola leaned forward in her seat so that she could look out through the window. "It's all just as I imagined it." Crofter's Green really was pretty. Dorothy had become accustomed to the sights and sounds, but now she saw it all with fresh eyes. The King's Arms, with its ivy-clad walls and thatched roof. The post office, with its squat red postbox and the Royal Mail emblem in gold. The church spire of St. Mary's rising over it all. The war made itself felt, of course, even here. For one thing, Dorothy glimpsed the silhouettes of Spitfire planes against the clouds. Likely they were flying on their way to the Channel. For another, the hanging cuts of meat visible through the window of the butcher's shop were sparse, and in Mercer's Emporium, the shelves of tinned goods and rationed foods were all carefully arranged to make the supplies look more plentiful than they really were. But some children, Dorothy recognized a few of Tommy's classmates from school, were riding bicycles nearby, and their shouts and laughter echoed through the high street. A group of women in headscarves and linen dresses had gathered outside the post office to read the latest headlines from the newspaper. Some were holding their ration books, probably exchanging tips on how to make do with whatever food their weekly coupons could buy.
Could we get out and walk, do you think? Viola asked. Of course. Dorothy paid their taxi driver, and they both got out. They were just passing the village hall when Viola stopped dead, pressing her fingertips hard against her temples. Her eyes were shut. What is it? What's wrong? Dorothy asked. For a moment, Viola didn't seem to have heard the question. I've been here before, she murmured, almost to herself. I'm not wrong. I know I've been here before. Her whole body was shaking, and she was so pale that Dorothy was afraid she might faint. Dorothy was just wishing she hadn't sent their taxi away when she spotted a familiar face walking towards them along the high street. There's Blake Collins, Dorothy said with relief. Blake hadn't seen them yet. He was walking along with his nose in a book, as usual. Probably a book of mathematical theories, if Dorothy had to guess. He's a teacher at the village school, and very nice. Blake! Dorothy waved and called out, trying to attract his attention before adding to Viola. He and Tom have become good friends. I'm sure he can help us get back to Bramblewood if you're not feeling up to... Walking, she was about to say. But Blake had looked up from his book at last and caught sight of them, and now he looked every bit as shaky and pale as Viola. His face turned ashen grey, and his eyes were so wide you'd have thought he was seeing a ghost. He didn't even look at Dorothy, but came right up to Viola, still staring into her face. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Then, finally, he swallowed visibly and cleared his throat, managing a single word in a low, hoarse tone. Catherine? Chapter 39. Blake. So... Catherine spoke very slowly and carefully, as though she was still trying to decide whether any of this was real. Blake could well understand the feeling. He, Catherine, and Dorothy were sitting together on one of the benches near to the Great War Memorial in the village square. Dorothy looked a little uncertain, possibly afraid that she might be intruding, but Catherine had clung to her and asked her to stay. Blake could understand that, too. From Catherine's point of view, he was a complete stranger. My real name, is Catherine Chapman, Catherine went on in the same careful tone. And you and I were engaged to be married? Yes. Blake felt as though he ought to say something more, but he couldn't think what. Maybe he ought to have paid better attention to Catherine's instructions on social interaction, although he wasn't sure any handbook on etiquette would cover what one said when one's missing fiancé miraculously returned from the dead, but with her whole memory gone. It truly didn't seem real. All the times Blake had argued against the stubbornly irrational side of his brain, the one that had tried to persuade him that Catherine might still be alive, might be suffering from amnesia, and one day might be with him again. And now it turned out that those irrational hopes had been right all along. She was sitting on a bench across from his own, a little paler and thinner than she'd been the last time he'd seen her. But the blue of her eyes, the way the golden fair hair sprang back from her forehead, her voice, all those were unquestionably the same. Blake was almost afraid to move, afraid to speak for fear that this entire scene would pop like a soap bubble, and he'd find it had all been just another vivid dream. I'm sorry, he managed to say. This must all be very disconcerting for you. Disconcerting? Catherine smiled crookedly in a way that made something in Blake's chest seem to twist. Another entirely irrational response, but he tried so often to picture Catherine's smile. Memory hadn't done it justice. Yes, I suppose you could say that. She stopped, studying him for a long moment. Then she gave him another small, crooked smile. I scarcely even know what to ask first. Maybe you could tell me about myself. I suppose that ought to be the place to start. Well, Blake hesitated. He was used to expressing mathematical principles in a series of numbers and equations. One could do that completely and with 100% accuracy. But how did one sum up an entire person in a few inadequate words? You were a librarian, he began.
You worked at the British Museum Library. That was how we met. I used to come there to read and study. You loved books."
Dorothy, sitting beside Catherine, had been quiet, but now she put a hand on Catherine's arm and said, "She still does. She organised a kind of mobile library service at St. Thomas's Hospital, bringing books for patients to read." That didn't surprise Blake at all.
You had a copy of Shakespeare's comedies that you would bring along every time you had to shelter during an air raid. You used to say that A Midsummer Night's Dream could brighten even the dreariest or most frightening day. You liked the tragedies, too. But you used to say that if your day was awful enough to be improved by King Lear, then you probably had more important things to be thinking about besides reading.
Catherine only looked at him, wide-eyed, but Dorothy smiled. "You told me that you were found with a book of Shakespeare's plays, remember? You said that was why you chose the name Viola."
"From Twelfth Night?" Blake nodded. "We saw that play performed at the Old Vic with Laurence Olivier, but an air raid interrupted the show, so you read the rest of the play out loud to everyone in the tube station."
Viola still didn't respond. Blake rubbed a hand across the back of his neck. He was probably botching this completely. "What about family?" Catherine asked after a moment. "My mother, my father."
"They both died several years ago. I'm sorry," Blake added.
He watched Catherine, wondering whether he ought to have broken that news more gently, but she nodded. "I thought so," she said. "I couldn't remember, but I had a kind of feeling that I hadn't any family. I'm glad I was right," she added. "It would have been awful for them, worrying about what had happened to me, thinking that I was dead all of this time." Blake winced. Awful was, if anything, an understatement of the torture that had been his life for the past year, although that didn't seem to have occurred to Catherine. Well, that wasn't surprising. He was still a complete stranger to her. "Have I been to Crofter's Green before?" Catherine asked.
"Several times. You grew up in Fenley. That's about 3 or 4 miles from here."
Catherine released a slow breath. "I knew it. I knew all of this." She gestured to the high street and the rest of the village beyond their benches. "Felt familiar somehow." "That's a good sign, surely," Dorothy said. "If you're still able to remember Crofter's Green, then maybe you'll begin to remember other things as well." "Maybe." Catherine's blue eyes rested on Blake, their expression very serious, but he couldn't tell at all what she was thinking. He ought to say something. But all the times he'd imagined Catherine being alive, all the times hope had stubbornly refused to be ground out, he'd never thought about what he would say to her if he did find her again. Maybe because he'd never let himself imagine that far into what had seemed an impossible future. Before he could speak, the bell in the village bell tower chimed 4 o'clock. Dorothy jumped. "I'm so sorry, but I need to go and walk Tommy home from school. Tom ordinarily goes to fetch him, but today he wanted to go out to Hastings Farm and fetch some wood that Mr. Hastings told him he could have. Mr. Hastings recently pulled down an old barn, and some of the wood is still good enough for Tom to use it for cabinets." She stopped and looked uncertainly at Viola. "If you'd like, you could come with me, or—" "Don't go, please," Blake wanted to say. He still had the feeling that if he let Catherine out of his sight, he'd never see her again. But for one thing, that was irrational, and for another, it might make him sound like what was the word his students used? Creep. That was it. Catherine looked at him another long moment, still with that serious, thoughtful expression. Then, finally, she turned to Dorothy and said, "That's all right. If Blake," she pronounced his name very carefully, as though she were testing it to see whether it was familiar, "if Blake doesn't mind, maybe the two of us could stay here and talk for a little while longer." She turned to Blake. "If you know the way to Dorothy's cottage, that's where I'm staying." She paused again, and Blake felt a rush of relief that was so intense it was like being kicked in the chest. Then she asked, "If you wouldn't mind?" He realized she was waiting for him to reply. "No," he managed to say.
I've got nowhere else to go, and I don't mind at all.
Chapter 40. Blake. Silence fell after Dorothy had hurried off, a silence during which Blake tried out and discarded at least half a dozen openings for conversation. At last, Catherine said, "You've told me about who I am. Maybe you could tell me now about you?"
Oh, yes.
That ought to have been a relief. Surely Blake could think of something to say about himself. But still the words came out stiff and unnatural sounding as he said,
I was invalided out of the army just over a year ago. Now I teach mathematics at the village school. I'd hoped to go back to university. I was studying for a doctoral degree at the University of London when I was called up, but...
He stopped. Would it be another of those potentially creep-like things he could say if he told her that everything, including his studies, had seemed empty, just dust and ashes with her gone? Before he could make up his mind, Catherine asked, "Why were you invalided out of the army?"
I was wounded at Dunkirk, in the leg. I still walk with a limp, although I don't need the walking sticks anymore.
Catherine hesitated, then asked, Did I know about your being wounded?"
I'm not sure, Blake said. I assume that they would have tried to send you word, but I don't know whether you received the notification. I was in hospital when I got the news that your block of flats in London had been destroyed by a bomb.
His first thought when he'd read the telegram while lying in that hospital bed had been anger that the medical officers had managed to get him to a field hospital in time to save his life. Anger, as a rule, he considered an unproductive emotion, but in that instance it had completely overpowered him. Why had he been forced to survive when Catherine was gone? Blake didn't say any of that out loud now, but maybe something of it showed in his expression all the same, because Catherine's look changed. "I'm sorry that you had to go through all of that alone."
I'm used to being alone, Blake said. I prefer it, really, except that was what was so extraordinary about meeting you. For the first time, I preferred someone else's company to being solitary.
Catherine was silent a long moment, looking at him with something like sadness in her blue eyes. Then she said softly, "I truly wish that I remembered you. Instead of being stuck here having what is probably the most awkward conversation that either of us has ever had."
I believe I can say with some degree of certainty that it's well within my top 4, or possibly even top 3.
For another moment, Catherine just stared at him, long enough that Blake began to wonder whether he'd insulted her, but then she laughed. "You actually have a ranked list of your most awkward conversations." Blake felt that odd, nameless pain around his heart again. He'd forgotten what Catherine's laughter sounded like.
"Well, yes," he finally managed to say.
Catherine shook her head, but her voice still held an undercurrent of laughter. "Why don't we change the subject, then, before we move up any higher in the awkwardness rankings?" She tilted her head, apparently thinking, then said, "When Dorothy was in London, she was involved in getting to the bottom of some sort of smuggling ring that was operating out of Crofter's Green. Were you a part of that too?"
"Yes, I was."
Blake drew a cautious breath of relief.
"Actually, we're in the midst of another investigation now, one involving the death of a young recruit at a military training camp not far away from here."
Briefly, he outlined the case, beginning with the death of Private Jameson and the legend of the Judas Monk, and continuing on through the disappearance of Travis. He watched Catherine carefully as he spoke, trying to gauge whether or not he was boring her. But, though he'd never been an expert at reading other people's facial expressions, he thought she appeared genuinely interested every time. "Fascinating," she finally said when he'd stopped speaking. "More than fascinating, really, it's—" She frowned, searching for words. "Important," she finished at last. "You've no idea how much I've wanted to be a part of something that really mattered these past months, instead of just marking time inside the hospital."
"From what Dorothy has said, your work at the hospital mattered," Blake told her. "But, actually, He stopped, hesitating. Catherine tilted her head. Actually what? Actually, the dead man, Jameson's sweetheart, Ellen Thorpe is her name, is an old friend of yours, or she used to be. Catherine's eyes widened. Really? You're not joking? Blake was puzzled. Why would I joke about something like that? And it's not such an extraordinary coincidence. You grew up quite close to Crofter's Green. There's a fairly high probability that you'd have known many of the local residents. Ellen Thorpe, Catherine repeated. Her brows knitted together, but then finally she shook her head. The shadowed look crossed her gaze once again. No, I can't remember the name or anything at all about her. You might, though, Blake said, if you were to see her again, or at least there's enough chance of it that it would seem a perfectly valid excuse for our going to see her. He'd been hoping to chase the sadness out of Catherine's eyes, but it was still something of a surprise when he succeeded. She brightened visibly at the suggestion. You mean that you think I could be helpful somehow? You could. Blake was thankful that he didn't have to lie about that, because he was conscious of a suspicion that he would have sworn that rain fell up and that the Bannock-Tarski paradox could be proven false if it brought another smile to Catherine's face. But he felt compelled to add, if you feel up to it, that is. Today must already have been. He searched for the right word. Overwhelming? Catherine finished for him. Yes, you could certainly say that it has. I came here hoping that I might remember who I am, and instead I found out who I am, but still don't remember anything at all. Just the same, though. She stopped, rubbing her forehead as though it ached. You have no idea how nice it sounds right now to think about something other than whatever oddities are going on in my brain. Where does Ellen Thorpe live? She works at the King's Arms pub, Blake said. If you like, we could go along there now. Then I could take you to Dorothy's cottage.
Chapter 41. Blake. I still can't quite believe you're really here, Catherine, Ellen Thorpe said. Blake, Ellen, and Catherine were seated together at a small table at the back of the pub. Blake didn't often come here, because he didn't like crowds, but it was early enough that there were only a handful of other patrons in the barroom, and most of them were clustered around the radio, waiting for Henry Hall's music variety show to end so that they could hear the latest war bulletin. The air smelled of ale, pickled onions, and frying. Blackout curtains had already been drawn over the windows, and low-wattage electric lights provided soft, yellowish lighting. Blake and Catherine had ordered supper, and Ellen had brought them out mugs of tea, and then plates of fish and chips before sitting down with them. She had to jump up occasionally to see to the needs of the other customers, but she and Catherine had been talking for about a quarter of an hour now. Catherine had explained about her injury and the loss of her memory, and Ellen had offered several reminiscences of their school days together in Fenley. Catherine had smiled at the stories of their sharing a desk, and of her being given detention for hiding a novel inside her mathematics book, but she'd shaken her head when Ellen had asked whether she recalled any of it. When your letters stopped coming from London, I was afraid, of course, Ellen went on now, but I hoped, that perhaps you were too busy to write, or that you'd changed addresses and any letters I was sending were going astray. She stopped, her voice catching and her eyes flooding with sudden tears. I'm sorry. She used a corner of her apron to dab at her eyes. I don't know what's the matter with me tonight. I truly am so very glad to see you alive and well. It's all right. Catherine reached across the table and squeezed Ellen's hand. Blake told me about your sweetheart passing away. This must be a terribly difficult time for you. Blake would have struggled to work Jameson into the conversation, but Catherine had made it sound entirely natural. Thank you. Ellen wiped her eyes again. Yes, it's been very hard. We weren't engaged, but we hoped to be, and people can be so cruel. There are some who come in here and say that Donnie jumped on purpose, that he was too much a coward to face going overseas to fight, so he killed himself. But I know that's not true. Ellen's voice wobbled a little. Donnie
was the bravest man I'd ever met. He wasn't afraid to fight for what he believed in, even his closest. She cut off speaking abruptly. Colour rose in her cheeks, and Blake thought that she looked frightened for a second or two before she said, "What I mean to say is, even his closest friends would say that Donnie wasn't any kind of shirker." "No, I'm sure he wasn't," Catherine said. "Blake mentioned that the police were investigating. Surely they ought to be able to prove that it wasn't suicide." Ellen looked down at her hands, twisting a fold of her apron around and around her fingers. "I suppose. I mean, I hope so." "Do Donnie's friends still come around here?" Blake asked. Morris and Boyd were the names, weren't they? "No." Ellen twirled the strip of apron fabric harder. "No, I've not seen either of them in days. Oh." She looked out towards the rest of the bar room. "I'd better run now. I forgot to put in Mr. Hadley's order for chips." She jumped up, though she did add before turning away, "I'm so happy you came tonight, Catherine. Please come back again." "It feels like there are things she's not talking about," Catherine said, when Ellen had vanished through the doors that led into the kitchen. "She seems frightened of something, too." "I know." Blake glanced at his watch. 5:15. "Do you have to go somewhere?" Catherine asked. "Well," Blake hesitated. "Well, what?" "The Sleuths, my friends I told you about, are meeting at Evie's tea shop, but I can go there after I get you settled at Dorothy's." "Will Dorothy be at the tea shop?" Catherine asked. "I'm sure she will." "Well, then I can come with you now and go to Dorothy's with her when the meeting's done." Blake felt almost euphoric. Not only would he have more time with Catherine, but also she seemed genuinely to want to be with him, or at least to be genuinely excited about the case they were investigating. "Well, if you're not too tired," he said. "Oh, the tea and this supper have perked me right up," she said. "Besides, I'd like to meet your friends." Chapter 42. Harry. Harry surveyed the faces in Evie's kitchen. The scent of freshly baked muffins and strong tea filled the air, warm and fragrant. Golden rays of early evening sun slanted through the windows, casting long shadows across the worn wooden table where the group had gathered. Nigel sat nearest to him, notebook open and pencil poised, ready to document their collective insights. Across from them, Alice Greenleaf absently stroked Bonzo's ears as the little Pomeranian settled contentedly in her lap. Evie moved efficiently between stove and table, refreshing teacups with a steady hand that belied the intensity in her eyes. Blake Collins sat with Catherine beside him. He'd introduced her to Harry and the others when they'd arrived, and the two had reported on their talk with Ellen Thorpe at the King's Arms. Harry kept noticing how Blake's usually reserved demeanour softened whenever he glanced her way. Dorothy Baker completed their circle, sitting on the other side of Catherine and giving smiles of encouragement while she and Blake were telling the group about Ellen. Each person, Harry knew, brought a different perspective to the troubling puzzle of Donnie Jameson's death. "Before we begin properly," Harry said, once Evie had settled into her chair, "I want to welcome Catherine to our group, and to thank her and Blake for speaking with Ellen this evening. I believe we're on the track of something significant." "Well, thank you for having me here," Catherine replied. "It's quite a surprise, all this." She twirled her hand in a vague theatrical gesture, taking in the table and all around it. "And it feels wonderful to be included in something so important. I only wish Ellen had been more forthcoming." Catherine's brow furrowed with concern. She seemed genuinely frightened. "And with good reason, I suspect," Harry said. "Now, we'll get down to business." He took the leather film case from his jacket pocket. Holding it up for all to see, he then placed it carefully on the table, where it sat like a dark punctuation mark against the pale tablecloth. "This is what Nigel and I found in Travis's room at his rooming house on Church Lane." He opened the case, revealing several film canisters nestled in padded compartments. "Along with these, There was a miniature camera hidden beneath a false bottom in his trunk, the type used by intelligence services. A spy, Evie said quietly, not sounding particularly surprised. Precisely, Harry nodded. And there's more. He produced a thick volume bound in faded green cloth. This was tucked behind the wardrobe, overdue from the British Museum Library, it seems. Ecclesiastical Architecture of Medieval England, Abbey Structures and Their Historical Significance. Alice leaned forward, turning towards the others. Harry showed this book to me earlier. There are detailed notes about St. Swithin's Abbey, she observed. Particularly the underground structures, crypts, cellars, passages. Travis stole a book from the British Museum? Dorothy asked, sounding scandalized. Just to study old ruins? Not just any ruins, Nigel pointed out. Ruins that happen to be less than a mile from a military installation training commandos for operations in occupied France. Harry gestured toward the book. He was studying those ruins with extraordinary dedication, enough to risk stealing that book. My conclusion is that he was using the Abbey as a meeting place, possibly for transmitting information to contacts. Or receiving orders, Evie added. The ruins would provide excellent cover for clandestine meetings, multiple entrances, poor visibility from the main roads, and a legitimate reason for civilians to visit the site as a local landmark. And legitimate cover for Travis to be studying them, given his supposed architectural interests, Blake noted, following the logic. Alice suddenly straightened in her chair. Colonel Merriweather, she said. All eyes turned to her as she continued. I told Dorothy at Donnie's funeral, but I never told you all. He was at St. Augustine's College Library while I was researching local history. He was asking for books about Abbey ruins as well. A moment of silence followed as they absorbed this new information. Do you think the Colonel is involved in whatever Travis was doing? Nigel asked, pencil hovering over his notebook. Or investigating it, Harry suggested. We can't assume anyone's intentions yet. I think it's time we had a closer look at these ruins, Harry said decisively. If Travis was using them for meetings, he may have left something behind, especially if he had to leave quickly. The book might give us some direction, Alice said. Travis's annotations seem to focus on the south side, particularly around what appears to be a hidden crypt entrance. Evie and I have been there before, with Bonzo. The little dog perked up at the mention of his name. He has an excellent nose for finding unusual scents. He was quite interested in a particular section of the south ruins last time. Then I suggest we divide our efforts, Harry proposed. Alice, you and Evie take Bonzo to the south side while there's still daylight. Nigel and I will examine the north transept, where Travis was spotted on multiple occasions. We'll join you later after dark. Evie nodded in agreement. We should bring torches. The sun will be setting within the hour. Before Nigel and I set off, Harry added, rising from his chair, I want to stop by the King's Arms. Ellen's behaviour has me concerned, and I'd like to see what else I can learn from her. I need to get back to the cottage, Dorothy said, also getting up. We'll go with you, Blake said. Catherine has had a long day and should be getting settled and rested. Catherine nodded agreement, though Harry thought she didn't look particularly happy at not being involved in the next phase of the investigation. Just remember, when you talk to Ellen, Blake said. She claims she hasn't spoken to Morris and Boyd in days, but we think she might be lying. I know she was lying. Catherine had been relatively quiet towards the end of this meeting, but now her expression lit up. She was twisting her apron around while she was talking. That was always a sure sign that she was lying when we were children. She'd look our teacher straight in the eyes and say that she'd no idea how the toffee wrappers got under our desk, but she'd be twisting her handkerchief or a fold of her skirt around the whole time. There was a moment's silence after Catherine finished, while everyone at the table stared at her. Blake wasn't usually an overly expressive sort of chap, but he looked thunderstruck.
Dorothy was the first to speak. "Do you remember that?" she asked gently. Oh. Catherine looked surprised, as though she'd only just now realized what she had said. "I did. I mean, at the time I did, I think." She rubbed her eyes. "Now, though, I'm just remembering that I remembered it. I can't bring the real memory back anymore." "Give it time," Harry told her. He liked what he'd seen of Blake's fiancée. Not that he hadn't expected to. A man like Blake would pick out an intelligent girl with good character, and anyone could see that Catherine was both of those things, even with her memories gone. "If you don't try to force it, the memories are more likely to come back." "Maybe." Catherine tried to smile. "I'm sure of it," Harry told her. "Now, though, I think I'd better go back to the King's Arms and see whether I can have a few words with Ellen." Chapter 43. Harry. The evening air hung heavy with July warmth as Harry pushed open the weathered oak door of the King's Arms. After the discussion at Evie's kitchen table, Harry felt certain that Ellen knew more about Morris and Boyd's activities than she was letting on, perhaps even something that connected them to Donnie's death or Travis's disappearance. A careful conversation might yield the information they needed. With Alice and Evie already headed to the south side of the ruins to investigate possible hidden chambers, Harry would have time to question Ellen before joining Nigel to examine the north transept, where Travis had been spotted on multiple occasions. The familiar symphony of a village pub at day's end greeted him, the gentle clink of glasses, the low murmur of conversation, the occasional burst of laughter. A haze of pipe smoke drifted near the ceiling beams like morning mist on the moors, and the rich aroma of ale mingled with the hearty scent of the day's mutton stew. Harry removed his hat, nodding to a few regulars who glanced his way with the measured curiosity of villagers who had accepted his presence but still considered him an outsider. The past months in Crofter's Green had established him as a familiar enough figure, though his reputation as Nigel's uncle from London still marked him as different from the locals born and bred. Behind the bar, Jack Piggott was polishing glasses with the methodical care of a man who took pride in his establishment. His broad shoulders and barrel chest spoke of a youth spent in manual labour before he'd taken over the pub, while his ruddy cheeks and quick smile had earned him the affection of his patrons. "Evening, Mr. Jenkins," Piggott called out, setting aside his cloth as Harry approached the bar. His expression carried a note of surprise. "Your usual?" Harry settled onto a bar stool with a nod. "I was hoping to have a word with Ellen." He glanced around the pub. "Is she about?" "Oh." Piggott's brow furrowed as he drew a pint with his smooth efficiency. The amber liquid caught the light of the oil lamps, golden and inviting. He set the glass before Harry, foam settling perfectly level with the rim. "Only Ellen left in such a rush, and she said she had to get up to the Abbey ruins right away. When I asked about her shift, she said it didn't matter anymore." Harry's hand froze midway to the glass. "Ellen's gone to the Abbey, alone." His carefully planned interview was rapidly transforming into something much more urgent. "Not alone," Piggott said, lowering his voice. "Morris and Boyd caught her just as her shift was ending. Seemed quite insistent. Said something about just finding Donnie's personal effects up there. I tried to tell her it wasn't wise going up there with those two, but she wouldn't listen." "When did they leave?" Harry asked sharply, abandoning any pretense of casual conversation. "Not 15 minutes ago," Piggott replied, concern deepening the lines around his eyes. "They seemed in an awful hurry. Said they'd been ordered to ship out early, on some special assignment, tomorrow morning, first light." Harry's thoughts raced. The timing couldn't be coincidence. Morris and Boyd accelerating their plans, perhaps having caught wind of the investigation closing in. Whatever Ellen knew, they were making sure she couldn't share it with Harry or the others, and now she was heading straight into danger, while Alice and Evie were already on their way to the ruins, unaware of the threat approaching.
Did they say which part of the Abbey they were headed to? Harry asked, already rising from his stool. Piggott's expression turned grave. Boyd said Donnie had shown them some secret passage. He leaned forward, his voice dropping further. Mr. Jenkins, I don't like the feel of this. Morris had something in his coat pocket, kept his hand on it the whole time, shaped like it might have been a pistol. Harry felt a chill despite the warmth of the pub. A secret passage, exactly the part of the ruins that Alice and Evie were investigating, and armed men approaching. Jack, I need to use your telephone, Harry said urgently. Piggott nodded, immediately grasping the seriousness of the situation. In my office. Harry didn't wait for further confirmation, striding quickly toward the back rooms. He needed to warn Nigel, to tell him to go directly to the Abbey, and to bring reinforcements. But Alice and Evie, there was no way to alert them, and if Morris and Boyd reached them with Ellen in tow... He pushed open Piggott's office door. The heavy oak seemed to symbolize the weight of responsibility pressing down on Harry's shoulders. He had to move quickly, had to coordinate a response before tragedy struck. If his suspicions were correct, Morris and Boyd had already killed twice to protect their secrets. They wouldn't hesitate to add more victims to their tally. As he dialed Nigel's number, Harry grimly reflected that their orderly plans had suddenly transformed into a desperate race against time. Tonight would end in either answers or more bloodshed, perhaps both. His jaw tightened as Nigel's telephone began to ring. There wasn't a moment to lose. Chapter 44. Alice. The monk's habit scratched against Alice's neck like a clump of persistent brambles. The rough-spun wool carried the musty scent of mothballs and history, a fitting camouflage for their nocturnal adventure, even if it was dreadfully uncomfortable. Miss Harlow, Alice's friend from the village theatre society, had been reluctant to lend out these authentic pieces from their medieval pageant collection, but their friendship and Evie's persuasive charm had won her over. Ahead, Evie moved with surprising grace despite her similar garb. The pale moonlight filtering through broken sections of the Abbey roof created a tableau of silver-edged shadows that seemed to dance and shift as they advanced. Bonzo trotted ahead of them, his diminutive Pomeranian form almost comical against the grand scale of the ancient ruins, yet his determined snuffling led them with unwavering purpose. The little dog had picked up a scent that drew them away from the main Abbey structure toward what appeared to be a former cellar entrance, partially concealed by fallen stones and the tenacious ivy that had climbed the ruins over centuries. "This doesn't appear on any of the architectural plans," Alice whispered, mentally reviewing the drawings she'd traced at St. Augustine's College, and what she'd learned from the British Museum library book. Her fingers had traced those faded lines for hours, noting the peculiar inconsistencies, passages that should lead somewhere but apparently didn't, rooms with unusual proportions, spaces unaccounted for. "I think we've found one of the concealed areas." Evie turned and adjusted her monk's cowl, the deep hood casting ominous shadows across her features. In the feeble glow of their lantern, she looked every inch the legendary Judas Monk said to haunt these ruins, a thought that sent a shiver up Alice's spine. "Bonzo's certainly convinced there's something worth finding," Evie murmured, her voice barely audible above the whisper of the summer breeze playing through the crumbling stonework. They approached the entrance, but Alice stopped abruptly, pointing at a pile of freshly broken stone that partially blocked their path. A fine layer of pale dust covered the surrounding area, and the acrid smell of explosives still lingered faintly in the air. "That's new," she whispered. "Look at the colour difference between these stones and the others." Evie knelt, running her fingers over the debris. "This must have been from that explosion we heard during the commando training exercise. What we heard wasn't part of their exercise at all." "Someone deliberately blocked this passage," Alice said, her mind racing. "Why would anyone—" "To hide something," Evie finished, her eyes narrowing as she examined the walls more carefully. "Or someone."
Bonzo whined softly, pawing at the ground near the collapsed section. But instead of trying to dig through the blockage, he trotted several paces to the right, where the explosion had created an unexpected effect, a narrow fissure in what had previously appeared to be solid wall. "When one door closes, another opens," Alice murmured, recalling her grandmother's favourite saying. "Let's hope this one leads somewhere useful," Evie replied, directing the beam of their lantern toward the newly revealed passage. "It looks like the explosion destabilized this entire section." The opening was just wide enough for them to squeeze through, single file. Alice followed Evie, the monk's robe catching on jagged edges of stone as she pressed forward. As the passage angled sharply downward, the air grew noticeably cooler and damper with each step. The narrow passage opened into a broader chamber, where the ceiling hung low enough that Alice had to stoop slightly, her back muscles protesting the unaccustomed posture. The air, heavy and still, carried the scent of damp stone, ancient mortar, and something else, something that made Bonzo whine softly, a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the hushed atmosphere. "What time do we meet Harry and Nigel?" Alice asked, her voice scarcely more than a breath. Evie checked her watch, the soft click of its opening case startlingly precise. 10 minutes from now. They should be up there, somewhere. A scraping sound, stone against stone, echoed from deeper within the chamber. They both froze, Alice's heart performing a curious little dance against her ribs. Bonzo's ears pricked forward, his small body suddenly tense. "Someone's already here," Alice breathed, unexpected fear turning her fingertips cold, despite the July warmth. Evie motioned for silence with a decisive gesture that spoke of professional training rather than civilian caution. In one fluid movement, she extinguished their lantern, plunging them into a darkness so complete it seemed to press against Alice's eyes like velvet. Momentarily blinded, she felt her way forward by touch alone, drawing comfort from the warmth of Bonzo's small body against her ankle. Gradually, as if the darkness were reluctantly surrendering its secret, Morris and Boyd were closing in like wolves cornering a fawn. On the wall above them, Evie raised her arms, the monk's robes billowing around her in the night breeze like great wings. Her voice, when it came, was deep and echoing, a perfect imitation of what the legendary Judas Monk might sound like if he indeed walked these ruins. "Those who spill innocent blood shall answer for their crimes." The effect was immediate and electrifying. Boyd and Morris spun toward the sound, their faces stark in the moonlight, momentary terror overriding their military training. Ellen remained frozen against the wall, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and astonishment. "The ghost!" Morris hissed, his composure cracking like thin ice. Alice seized the moment, gathering her courage and darting from the stairwell to grab Ellen's arm. "Come with me," she whispered urgently. "Now!" Ellen didn't resist as Alice pulled her toward the hidden staircase, confusion giving way to desperate hope. Behind them, Boyd had recovered his wits, military training reasserting itself over superstition. "It's a bloody trick," he snarled, reaching inside his jacket. His eyes locked on Evie with a hatred so intense it seemed to radiate from him like heat. "You!" Alice pushed Ellen ahead of her down the stone steps, heart in her throat, the worn stone treacherous under her anxious feet. Above them, she heard Evie's sharp command to Bonzo, followed by the dog's surprisingly fierce growl and Boyd's startled curse. Then came Harry's voice, clear and authoritative, cutting through the night air like a well-honed blade. "Police! Don't move!" Ellen stumbled on the steps, clutching Alice's arm with fingers that would surely leave bruises. "There are bodies down here," she gasped, the reality of their situation finally penetrating her shock. "I can smell them." "I know," Alice said grimly, guiding her through the darkness with more confidence than she felt. "2 missing men. One of them was from Fort Hardwick, an instructor named Travis, and I think Evie just found out why they were killed." As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Alice heard the commotion above. Nigel's voice joining Harry's, the sound of a struggle, a curse, the clatter of something metal falling to stone. "Wait here," Alice instructed Ellen, positioning her in a protected alcove, its stone walls offering at least the illusion of safety. "I need to help them." But before she could return up the stairs, Bonzo came bounding down, his tiny body quivering with excitement rather than fear. Evie followed close behind, her monk's cowl pushed back, revealing a face alight with the curious satisfaction of a chess player who has just captured a crucial piece. "Harry and Nigel have them covered," Evie reported. "The Colonel and military police are on their way." Alice exhaled in relief, only now aware she'd been holding her breath. "The paper you found could be vital," Evie said, her voice low but vibrant with purpose. "Transmission codes, coordinates, something important enough that Travis hid it in his boot when he heard someone coming." "And the radio?" Alice asked, scholarly curiosity reasserting itself now that the immediate danger had passed. "Evidence that Travis was a spy," Evie replied, her tone matter-of-fact, as if discussing the weather rather than matters of high treason. "German, most likely, given everything we know." Ellen emerged from the alcove, her face pale as parchment in the dim light, but her expression had shifted from terror to a curious composure. "Donnie told me about Travis," she said quietly. "He said Travis was passing information to someone. That's why they killed him, isn't it? Because he found out." "Yes," Evie said gently to Ellen. "And now we've found what they were trying to hide." Chapter 46. Harry. Boyd spun around like a cornered fox. Harry kept his service revolver steady, its familiar weight a cold comfort in his hand. The moon had slipped behind a bank of clouds, darkening the Abbey ruins in shadows that seemed to shift and breathe with a life of their own. He caught the scent of ancient stone and summer heather in the night air. Boyd froze momentarily, eyes darting back and forth between Nigel blocking his escape route and Evie with Bonzo at her side. The little Pomeranian, barely a foot tall, stood with his russet fur bristling like a tiny lion's mane, emitting a surprisingly fierce growl that echoed against the weathered stones. Morris had already frozen in place, hands half raised, his usual soldier's composure fracturing like ice on a spring pond. "I believe," Harry said coolly, his voice carrying in the night stillness with measured authority, "that we need to have a long-overdue conversation about Travis, Fitzhugh, and Donnie Jameson." A night bird called somewhere in the distance, the sound eerily reminiscent of a human cry. Harry noted how Boyd's eyes darted to Evie, who had come back from below with Alice. Her monk's cowl was now pulled to reveal her face in the silvery moonlight. The hatred that flashed across Boyd's features was almost palpable, a living thing that seemed to radiate from him like heat from a stove. "You," he spat, the single word laden with venom. "Should have dealt with you properly at the road." "That was you." Nigel took a step forward, anger tightening his voice, his Oxford education momentarily surrendering to raw emotion. Harry maintained his focus, refusing to be drawn into side matters when larger issues loomed. His years at Scotland Yard had taught him the value of keeping one's eye on the primary objective, justice, not vengeance. "Alice, where's Ellen?" he called, his voice pitched to carry without shouting. "Safe," Alice called from the stairwell entrance, her scholarly voice steadied by determination. "But Harry, there are bodies down there. 2 of them." Boyd and Morris exchanged a quick glance, a fleeting moment of silent communication that confirmed Harry's suspicions as surely as a signed confession. He had seen that look countless times during his career, the shared knowledge of guilt passing between accomplices when their secrets began to unravel. "Travis and Fitzhugh, I presume," Harry said, connecting the pieces with quiet certainty.
the real story behind Travis's sudden departure.
A light breeze stirred the ivy clinging to the ruined walls, creating shifting patterns across the stones like ghostly fingers. Morris found his voice, though it lacked the easy confidence he had displayed during their initial interview.
You've got nothing on us, nothing that would stand up. Except Ellen's testimony about what Donnie told her, Nigel countered.
And physical evidence linking you to these murders, Harry added, the weight of experience behind his words. Not to mention your attempt on our lives during that car chase. The moon emerged fully now, bathing the scene in cold clarity. Boyd's hand moved suddenly toward his pocket, with a quickness born of military training. Harry tightened his finger on the trigger, muscles tensing in readiness, but Bonzo reacted with surprising speed for such a small creature, darting forward like a furry projectile and sinking his small but sharp teeth into Boyd's trouser leg. The distraction was enough. Boyd flinched, startled by the unexpected attack from below, his composure broken by the indignity of being challenged by 12 pounds of determined canine. That moment of hesitation was all Nigel needed. He lunged forward with the fluid grace that had made him formidable in the boxing ring, seizing Boyd's wrist and slamming it against the ancient stone wall. A small pistol clattered to the ground, the metallic sound jarring against the organic quiet of the night. "Good boy, Bonzo," Evie said with quiet pride as the Pomeranian retreated to her side, still growling, his small body vibrating with protective fury. I wouldn't,
Harry advised Morris, who had tensed to move, his intentions clear in the subtle shift of his weight.
What Bonzo lacks in size, he makes up for in determination. And Nigel here was middleweight boxing champion at Oxford.
Harry allowed a hint of warning to colour his tone. Nigel maintained his grip on Boyd, who was now cursing under his breath, glaring at the small dog as if he couldn't believe he'd been undone by what appeared to be nothing more than an animated powder puff with teeth. The sound of a motorcar engine approached, the mechanical intrusion oddly discordant against the timeless backdrop of the Abbey ruins. Headlamps, dimmed for blackout regulations, cut weak paths through the darkness. Harry heard the crunch of military boots on gravel. Then Colonel Merriweather appeared around the corner of the wall, 2 military policemen at his side, their uniforms crisp even at this late hour.
"Colonel?"
Harry acknowledged, without lowering his revolver. Years of police work having taught him that the most dangerous moment often came when one believed the danger had passed.
"Your timing is excellent."
Merriweather surveyed the scene with a grim expression, his military bearing impeccable despite the hour and circumstances. The moonlight caught the polished buttons of his uniform, creating small points of light like earthbound stars.
I received your message, though I confess, Inspector, I hoped you were mistaken.
"There are bodies in the lower chamber,"
Harry said, his tone matter-of-fact.
"And I believe these 2 gentlemen can explain how they got there."
As the military police took custody of Boyd and Morris, Harry finally lowered his weapon, the tension in his shoulders easing incrementally. Ellen emerged from the stairwell with Alice supporting her, her face pale as porcelain in the moonlight, but remarkably composed, given what she had endured. Bonzo trotted over to them, his protective instincts now focused on the newcomers, his earlier ferocity transformed into watchful vigilance. Merriweather stepped closer to his men, his expression hardening into something Harry recognized from his own days of command, the wounded look of a man whose authority and trust had been betrayed, a particular kind of pain reserved for those responsible for others.
"What have you done?"
the colonel asked, his voice dangerously quiet, like the stillness before a storm. Boyd straightened his posture, military training reasserting itself despite the circumstances, his spine stiffening as if on parade.
"We were protecting Fort Hardwicke, sir."
By concealing 2 bodies?
Merriweather's tone could have frozen water in August.
By killing one of your own?
Morris spoke up, his voice steady now, falling back on the discipline that had shaped him.
Travis was a spy, sir. We caught him in the act. He had a radio transmitter and was tapping out a message. Fitzhugh was already dead when we arrived. Boyd added, "Travis was a traitor, sir, and traitors die." Harry watched the exchange. After decades spent reading the subtle language of human deception, he could readily spot the small shifts in Boyd's facial movements, not remorse, but calculation, the mental arithmetic of a man determining how much to admit and how much to deny. "And Jameson?" Merriweather demanded, the question hanging in the night air like an unexploded shell. Boyd's jaw tightened, a muscle visibly twitching beneath the skin. "He saw us moving the bodies. He promised to keep quiet, but we were sure he told his girlfriend. He would have told others. He would have betrayed us." Harry had heard such justifications before, the transformation of murder into necessity through the alchemy of rationalization. It never ceased to trouble him how easily some men could remake morality to suit their circumstances. "This matter of national security," Merriweather said, his voice rising like the tide, controlled but inexorable, "has remained unknown for what? Months now? Because you chose to keep it hidden." "We were protecting the honor of Fort Hardwick," Boyd insisted, a hint of defiance entering his voice, the last stand of a man who had convinced himself of his own righteousness. "We couldn't let it be known that we'd harbored a spy." Evie, who had been quietly observing with the stillness of someone accustomed to waiting for the right moment, suddenly stepped forward. In the moonlight, with traces of her monk's disguise still evident, she carried the unmistakable authority from her French resistance days that Harry had come to recognize. "You mean you didn't want it known that you had come from a training camp that had harbored a spy?" Evie said, her voice cutting through the night air. "You were protecting your own careers, not Fort Hardwick." Harry watched with quiet approval. Evie Harris was letting her true self show, someone who understood military responsibility better than these two men ever would. "That's unfair," Merriweather responded, turning to Evie with a frown, his military bearing momentarily discomposed by her forthrightness. "These men may have been overzealous, but they were ready to give their lives." Evie cut him off, stepping forward and taking a folded paper from within the folds of her robe. "This is the coded message Travis was transmitting, just before Morris and Boyd killed him. We need to secure this information through the proper channels." The Colonel's surprise was evident in the slight widening of his eyes, the momentary slackening of his disciplined features. He studied Evie for a long moment, recognition dawning slowly, like the sun rising over the distant horizon of memory. Something in her bearing obviously registered with him, the demeanor of a fellow officer, perhaps, despite her current civilian status. Then, surprisingly, he simply nodded. "My office," he said. 1 hour. Harry exchanged a glance with Nigel, who seemed equally intrigued by this development, one eyebrow raised in silent question. Meanwhile, Ellen had moved closer to Alice, watching the proceedings with the wide-eyed attentiveness of someone trying to commit every detail to memory. "Miss Thorpe," Harry spoke gently, tempering authority with compassion. "I believe you have something to tell us about Donnie's last days." Ellen nodded, her eyes fixed on Boyd and Morris as they were led away, their figures gradually swallowed by the darkness beyond the limited reach of the car's headlamps. "Yes," she said. "Everything he told me. About Travis. About what they did." She took a shaky breath that seemed to draw strength from the very air around her. "He was going to report them, you know, the very next morning, but they got to him first. And now we've got them," Nigel said firmly, rubbing his knuckles where they'd connected with the stone wall, the gesture unconscious but telling. As the military police escorted Boyd and Morris away, Harry caught fragments of Boyd's muttered words, carried to him on the night breeze. "Don't trust that woman. She's more than she seems." A military policeman cut him off with a sharp command to be silent, and the words faded into the darkness along with the men. Harry glanced toward Evie Harris,
who was carefully tucking the coded message back into an inner pocket of her monk's robe. Boyd clearly had no idea of her background, yet even he had sensed her confident competence was at odds with her impersonation of a driver when he'd first met her, and possibly the beating Evie had given him had also been a clue. Harry grinned at the thought. He watched as she stood framed against the ancient stones of the Abbey, the moonlight casting her profile in silver relief. The firm set of her jaw told him she was already formulating a plan. "Colonel Merriweather expects us in his office," Harry said quietly, approaching her, "though I suspect you have a different destination in mind." Evie met his gaze directly. "Blake can decode this message more quickly than any military intelligence officer," she said, her voice low but determined. "And I know exactly who needs to see it after that." Harry nodded, understanding her reasoning. In matters of espionage, official channels weren't always the most efficient or secure. "I'll handle the Colonel," he offered. "Buy you time to get that message where it needs to go." "Thank you, Harry," she replied, relief evident in her voice. This could be time-sensitive intelligence. If Travis had photographed the map, he was likely sending coordinates for a dead-drop rendezvous. She didn't need to finish the thought. They both understood the stakes. Chapter 47. Evie. Evie was sitting alone in her kitchen, listening to the chirp of the crickets and the low call of an owl in the garden outside, when Blake's knock came on the back door. She had telephoned him at his boarding house about 10 minutes ago and asked that he meet her here. She could, of course, have visited his boarding house in person, but that would have brought the risk of Mrs. Hodgkins, his landlady, overhearing their conversation. Mrs. Hodgkins was a kindly soul, but she had few interests in life besides learning and spreading all of the latest village gossip. "Come in," Evie said when she'd opened the door. "I'm sorry to drag you out so late." "That's all right." Blake set down the leather satchel he'd been carrying on the kitchen table next to the oil lamp that Evie had lighted. "To be perfectly honest, I doubt that I would have been able to sleep in any case." Evie supposed he wouldn't, not after Catherine's sudden and miraculous arrival. "I'm so glad for you, by the way," she said. Blake seldom showed much emotion, but she remembered the lost, hollow look that had always come into his eyes at the mention of her name. "Thank you," Blake smiled, but there was a note of uncertainty in his voice that made Evie ask, "What is it?" "Well, it's just... Catherine is still alive, and, of course, that's the best possible news. But everything has changed, hasn't it? She doesn't remember even meeting me, much less that we were going to be married." Evie remembered the night that she'd met Blake. He'd spoken of losing Catherine, and she'd understood, because Paul's death had been a wound that had barely even begun to scar over. And now Catherine wasn't lost after all, unless you counted her memories. How would she feel if she were in Blake's position, if it were Paul who had come back to her with all recollection of their marriage erased from his mind? "She might remember," Evie said. "In time." "Or she might not. Cases of amnesia are notoriously impossible to predict," Blake said. He stopped then, giving an impatient shake of his head. "Not that it matters. This is Catherine's life we're speaking of. I'm glad that she gets to keep on living it, regardless of whether I'm in it or not." "But you were an important part of her life," Evie said. "And you're allowed to have your own feelings about all of this. Have you spoken to Catherine about—" "Whether we're still officially engaged?" Blake finished with a humorless twist of a smile. "No. I wasn't quite sure how to broach that subject. Besides, Catherine has enough to cope with just now. I don't want her to worry about me on top of everything else." "You're a good man," Evie said gently. "And now I suppose you'd better see the reason I called you over here." She drew out the thin sheet of paper she'd extracted from Travis's boot tonight. "We found this on Travis's body. It's obviously in code, and you seemed the best person to try and break it." Blake took the paper and unfolded it, his eyes moving over the page. He'd been looking troubled and a little grim, but now Evie saw the beginning of interest flicker in his gaze.
I'm only guessing, of course, at this stage in the game, but it looks to me like a Hill cipher.
Evie was familiar to some degree with codes and ciphers. She'd had to be, in order to keep the resistance work in France a secret, but she'd never heard that term. Can you crack it? Blake's attention was still fixed on the long string of numbers that ran across the paper, and he answered a little absently, his mind obviously at work already on the problem.
A Hill cipher uses linear algebra and matrix multiplication to encrypt and decrypt messages. As for whether or not this one can be decoded, that depends on whether it uses a large matrix, and whether or not the matrix has any obvious patterns. If so, these types of codes can be extremely difficult to break without the key.
But not impossible?
No, not impossible. It requires knowledge of matrix inversion and modular arithmetic, but it can be done.
In that case, Evie said, you'd better sit down. Can I offer you a cup of tea? Chapter 48. Harry. 1 hour later, on schedule, Harry settled into the rigid wooden chair across from Colonel Merryweather's imposing oak desk. The office was Spartan, but for a few military commendations on the wall and a large map of the coastal defences pinned behind the Colonel's chair. A single lamp cast harsh light across the room, emphasizing the deep lines of exhaustion on Merryweather's face. The Colonel hadn't spoken since instructing Harry to sit. He merely observed the former detective with calculated patience, as if waiting for Harry to reveal his true purpose. The silence stretched between them like a taut wire. Harry had spent enough years in interrogation rooms to recognize the tactic. He also knew that Evie would need time to reach Blake and decode Travis's message. Each minute he could keep the Colonel occupied was another minute for her to complete her mission without any interference, in case the Colonel changed his mind and decided the army should take control once again. It would all depend on how Harry handled this situation.
I imagine you're rather frustrated,
Harry finally said, crossing one leg over the other with deliberate casualness.
Having civilians butting into the affairs of Fort Hardwick.
Merryweather's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly.
What if I am?
We had a murder to solve, and we've solved it, Harry replied evenly. Question now is, who has to know about it? The Colonel leaned forward slightly, his interest piqued.
I would think this is a military police matter.
Harry allowed himself a small smile. But those two lads, overzealous though they might have been, committed 2 murders, maybe 3, on civilian territory, and the jurisdiction is with the local police. He paused, watching Merryweather's expression carefully. However, it might be appropriate, under the circumstances, to handle the matter with a court-martial, rather than a trial in the local courthouse with reporters. The mention of reporters caused Merryweather's eyes to narrow, Harry noticed. Of course, he added, it might also be appropriate if you'd provide a full record of the court-martial and ensure Donnie's parents know that justice has been done. A subtle shift occurred in Merryweather's demeanour, the slightest relaxation of his shoulders, a reassessment in his gaze.
You can arrange that?
He asked, respect creeping into his voice. If I can, Harry said. Can you give me some assistance?
In what?
Harry looked down at his hands for a moment, weathered from years of hard work and war. I don't know yet, he admitted. It may have to do with the message that Travis was sending. Merryweather studied him for a long moment before nodding.
Whatever you need.
His voice dropped lower, a note of genuine regret entering it.
Whether there's publicity or not, Fort Hardwick needs to atone. Morris and Boyd failed to report a spy, and that failure, that delay, may have given the enemy time. We need to learn what they're doing, and stop them.
He paused,
glancing at the map behind him. I only hope it's not already too late. The Colonel's final words hung in the air, laden with implications that Harry understood all too well. War created desperate circumstances, and desperate circumstances bred desperate actions. Morris and Boyd were hardly the first misguided men to overstep their bounds, nor would they be the last. Harry nodded, accepting the unspoken gravity of their agreement. Then perhaps we should discuss the particulars of how this arrangement will work. Merryweather reached for a decanter on the side table and poured 2 small measures of amber liquid into crystal glasses. I think we should, he agreed, sliding one glass toward Harry. But first, tell me how a retired London detective came to settle in Crofter's Green. I find it helps to know the man I'm dealing with. Harry accepted the glass, noting the superior quality of the whiskey, likely not the standard military issue. As he sipped, he considered how much to reveal. Merryweather was offering an olive branch, but Harry had survived this long by maintaining a healthy skepticism of authority. Like many, he began carefully, I lost my wife in the London bombings. London had too many ghosts. I have a nephew here in Crofter's Green. It seemed as good a place as any to find some peace. And yet, here you are, investigating murders and espionage, Merryweather observed, with the faintest hint of amusement. Old habits, Harry conceded with a slight shrug, though I must admit, I didn't expect to find such intrigue in a small village. This war leaves no corner untouched, Merryweather said, his expression darkening. Even the most idyllic places have their secrets. Harry thought of the Abbey ruins, of the hidden chambers and ancient passages that had concealed both historical and modern treachery. He thought of Evie, making her way to Blake's rented rooms with intelligence that might save countless lives if delivered in time. He thought of Ellen Thorpe, whose heart had been broken twice, first by Donny's death, then by the revelation of Morris's intent to kill her. Indeed they do, Colonel, Harry agreed, taking another sip of whiskey to buy himself more time. Indeed they do. The grandfather clock in the corner ticked steadily, marking each precious minute that passed. Somewhere beyond these walls, Evie was racing against the same clock. Harry settled deeper into his chair, prepared to engage the Colonel for as long as necessary to be sure they were in agreement and would stay that way. Now, he said, setting his glass down with deliberate calm, about those court-martial proceedings. Merryweather nodded, reaching for a folder in his desk drawer. As the Colonel began outlining protocols and procedures, Harry maintained his attentive expression while sending a silent prayer that Evie had reached Blake safely. The game they were playing had stakes higher than any he'd encountered in his years with Scotland Yard, and the clock was ticking inexorably toward dawn. Chapter 49. Evie. I've got it. Evie startled awake at the sound of Blake's voice. She'd nodded off in the rocking chair by the kitchen stove, and had been lost in a confused, unsettling dream of being back in France. She and Paul had been running through a dark forest, trying to escape the Nazi soldiers who were chasing them, but her feet were stuck, as though the ground were quicksand, her muscles leaden, and she'd lost sight of Paul as he raced ahead through the trees. She had to blink a few times before the familiar surroundings of her own kitchen came back into focus, and she was able to fully register what Blake had just said. You've got it? You mean... The code. Blake was sitting at the kitchen table, with his shirt sleeves rolled up and his tie loosened. 3 empty coffee cups, supplied by Evie before she'd fallen asleep, sat at his elbow, and the entire surface of the table was covered with pages upon pages of his scrawled-out notes and calculations and crumpled balls of paper which he must have discarded. But he looked entirely alert, despite the kitchen clock now reading nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, and his voice, as he turned to face her, was triumphant. Yes, I've cracked it. I can tell you what the message says, or rather, I could if I understood German. I've got the words all right. He held up a sheet of paper. Let me see. Evie's own sleepiness was instantly banished. I can read German. She'd taught an introductory course during her days at the girls' school in France before the Germans invaded. Being able to read and speak German had been a valuable asset during her resistance work. She took the message Blake handed over and read, Priorität Alpha Koordinaten, 51 Grad, 7 Minuten, 43 Sekunden Nord, 1 Grad, 18 Minuten, 52 Sekunden Ost, Unternehmen Silova, Intel gesichert. Hafen Minenfeld, Dokumentation. Vollständig Film in Kreidefelsen-Formation. Deponiert toter Briefkasten. Bestätigt Authentifizierung. Siegfried Übertragung Ende. Evie turned, pushing through the door of the kitchen and into the darkened tea room. She didn't even bother switching on a light, just relied on the ambient light filtering through from the kitchen to grope her way to the telephone that stood on the counter near the register. Her heart was drumming in her ears hard enough that she almost didn't hear it when Harry's sleep-blurred voice at last came on the other end of the line. Hello? Harry, it's Evie. Blake's decoded the message we found on Travis's body. I have it here. That right? Immediately, all traces of weariness were gone from Harry's tone. What does it say? Evie swallowed and finally switched on the small tea lamp on the counter so that she could read the message out loud. I'm translating from German, she said, but the message reads, Priority Alpha Map GRD 51 degrees, 7 minutes, 43 seconds north. 1 degree, 18 minutes, 52 seconds east, Operation Sea Lion Intel acquired harbor defenses, photo doc complete, film cache located, chalk stack formation dead drop confirmed, authentication, Siegfried. Transmission ends. Siegfried. Evie could picture Harry leaning forward a little, pressing the receiver more tightly against his ear. Travis was actually in communication with Siegfried. Working for him, in fact, Evie said. It certainly appears that way. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Evie imagined Harry's brows knitting together in the way that meant he was thinking. Then he said, So, those coordinates that give us the dead drop location, can you read them to me again? I've got my pen and paper ready. Evie read them again. Got it, Harry said. No guarantee that anything's still there, but we'll go at first light to find it. Of course, Evie agreed, and I'll make sure this message gets into the hands of Mr. Brown. Chapter 50. Evie. Evie cautiously eased open the back door of her cottage and stepped out into the garden. Ordinarily, the hour just before dawn was her favorite time of day. The sky, though still dark, was beginning to show the faintest hint of the first light, a soft gradient of deep blue and purple on the horizon. The air felt crisp and cool, a respite from the heat of the day before, and the scent of damp earth mingled with the fragrance of early blooming roses and lavender. Above all, everything was silent. The birds hadn't yet begun their morning chorus. There wasn't even a breeze to stir a rustle of leaves. Beyond her own small patch of ground here, the world might be battered and spun into the tortured chaos of war. But here, in the garden during these early morning hours, there was peace. Evie, however, felt as though her nerves were stretched as tight as piano wires, and her heart was trying to compensate for the silence all around by hammering in her ears. She wore a green suit and a light khaki jacket in case of rain, but she carried no luggage, save for her Luger .08 pistol, which she held ready in one hand. Nothing moved as she approached the garden shed where she stored her bicycle. No hidden figures lurked in the shadows, ready to attack her. Yet she would have sworn that someone was watching her. She felt her skin prickle. Evie forced a deep breath, ordering herself to stop letting her imagination run away with her. Everything was fine. There was no one here. The only noise to be heard was a slight rustling of the leaves from the laurel tree to the right of the shed.
Her thoughts came to a screeching halt, as though an invisible hand had dragged the needle of a record off its track. "You might as well come out." She pointed the gun at the shadows under the tree. "I know you're there." For a long moment, nothing stirred. Evie was just debating firing a warning shot, but that would draw all her neighbours, if not half of the village, and she would have some awkward explaining to do if it turned out that the only thing lurking in her shrubbery was a squirrel. Then Nigel stepped out onto the garden path. "Don't shoot." Evie exhaled a shaky burst of air. "What are you doing here?" "No, don't answer that, I can guess. If you think you're coming along with me to London, you're sorely mistaken." Nigel wore a grey overcoat and a black felt hat with a brim that shaded his angular face. "Then we're at something of an impasse, because I'm not letting you go alone. Either you let me drive you in the Ford, or you're going to have to shoot me." Grinding her teeth, Evie flicked the safety off the Luger. "So you're giving me a choice?" Nigel didn't answer, only continued to look at her. He knew as well as she did the drawbacks to firing a gun in Crofter's Green. Evie wasn't quite ready to back down, though. "We'll be far more likely to attract notice in the Ford together than I would alone." "You don't think our German friends know your face?" Nigel asked. "I know they do. I just don't intend to give them a chance to recognize me." Evie finally lowered the gun and drew a scarf out of her pocket. She tied it, kerchief style, over her hair, knotting the ends under her chin. Then she hunched her shoulders and shifted her weight off-center, as though one of her legs was arthritic and giving her pain. "I have a grease paint pencil in my pocket too," she said, "for drawing a few lines on my face. But the real art of disguise isn't in wigs and props and costumes. It's in the way you walk and talk and carry yourself. If I move like an arthritic elderly woman on her way up to town for some shopping, that's what people will see, and they'll barely even look at my face. And if I were Siegfried, I'd have agents watching the road to Ashford," she added. "I can cycle across the fields and use the back lanes to get to the train station, and after that, I'll be just one passenger out of 100 on board a train." Nigel looked around the hushed and empty garden. Still nothing moved or stirred, but Evie tensed against a shiver all the same. "If you were Siegfried, you'd have worked out a way to keep a closer eye on us than simply watching the road, which begs the question of why he hasn't." She'd been asking herself exactly that question. Less than a week ago, someone had stood in this very garden and shot at her. Why hadn't they tried again? Also concerning was the fact that she hadn't spotted any possible agents of Mr. Brown keeping a protective watch on her or the Cozy Cup. Maybe Mr. Brown had decided, after Fitzhugh, to maintain a more distant and cautious surveillance. Maybe he'd given her up as a bad job and had decided to cut his losses and leave her on her own. Maybe Jameson's murder and the discovery of Travis's body has scared Siegfried off, she said aloud. It's not so easy to conduct an extended surveillance operation in a place like Crofter's Green, where everyone knows everyone else and some curious neighbor is almost always on hand to see what's happening. "All the same, the Ford will be faster," Nigel said. "We can leave now and be in London in under 2 hours, and we both know that time is an important factor in this business." "So is your not getting yourself killed." The words slipped out before Evie could stop them. Nigel tilted his head, but his face was a pale blur in the semi-darkness, and it was impossible to read his expression. "Since when did your life become more disposable than mine?" Since she'd met his mother, she thought. Since she'd seen him playing at dragons with his niece and nephew. But Evie couldn't say that out loud. She only blew out a long breath. "I could still shoot you. I could still arrest you for threatening a police officer. You can't. You need me to give you the location of Mr. Brown's office." "I suppose we'll just have to join forces and work together then." He was right. Evie might not like it, but she had to admit that more lives than just theirs likely depended on Mr. Brown seeing the decoded message she was carrying, and that she was more likely to succeed if she travelled with Nigel. "All right. We'll take the Ford. But if it doesn't go as smoothly as you're predicting,
I reserve the right to say I told you so. Chapter 51. Blake. Blake sat at his desk in the schoolroom, half-burned scraps of paper spread out before him. He could have brought everything back to his boarding house, but he liked the quiet, empty schoolhouse. Just now, during the summer holidays, the peace of his classroom made for an ideal place to work, with nothing to break his concentration except the occasional stir of a breeze from the open window. Even the faint smell of chalk seemed to help him think. He had arranged the fragments of paper under a sheet of glass, which both smoothed out the curling edges and protected them from crumbling. But it also meant that he had to try to piece them together in his mind rather than actual fact, simply imagining how the ragged edges and the letters and scraps of words might fit together. He was so absorbed in the work that he only half heard the tap on his door. He called out an absent "come in," while trying to decide whether the F in the fragment that seemed to read far was in fact a P. "I'm sorry. Am I interrupting you?" Blake had been expecting Mrs. Rudge, the charwoman. When he looked up, though, he saw that Catherine had come into the room to stand by his desk. He was startled enough that his chair rocked back as he stood up. "No, you're not interrupting. Well, I suppose to be strictly accurate, you are. But what I meant to say is that I don't mind." Catherine gave him an oddly intense, searching look, which made Blake wonder whether he'd somehow said the wrong thing. But then she smiled. "You always tell the exact truth, don't you?" "I suppose I do," Blake said. "I would never want to believe anything that wasn't true, so why should I try to make anyone else believe a lie?" Catherine smiled again. "That's very admirable. Although I imagine it must have got you into trouble a time or two. Most people haven't your strict preference for the truth, especially if their pride or their feelings are involved." "Once or twice," Blake admitted. "My landlady didn't entirely appreciate my telling her that her roast was too dry when she'd asked the other week." She'd asked, and so Blake had assumed that she'd honestly wanted to know the answer. "You used to." He caught himself before he could say that Catherine had used to coach him in answers that were polite without being untrue. "What are you working on?" Catherine asked. "Is it something to do with the case of the soldier who was killed? I thought all of that was over." "You heard?" Catherine nodded. "Ellen came over to Dorothy's to see me this morning. Poor soul, she just needed a friend to talk to, I think. She told us about Private Jameson's friends, how they'd been ready to kill her." She shook her head. "It's all so terribly sad, and such a waste." "War is a waste," Blake said. "An awful, bloody waste of lives and resources, and most of all, time. Can you imagine how much further along humanity would be if we'd devoted the same number of hours to study as we have to fighting one another?" He paused, feeling confused. "Is something wrong?" he added. Catherine was giving him another of those intently focused looks. Maybe she was wondering how and why she'd ever said yes to his proposal of marriage. Goodness knew he'd wondered that often enough himself. But she shook her head. "No, nothing. I've just never met anyone whose mind works quite like yours." She'd said something very like that during one of the first long conversations they'd had, when he had worked up the nerve to ask whether she'd come out with him for a cup of tea, and they had sat at a linen-covered table and talked straight through tea-time and then supper. Blake stopped himself from mentioning that wonderful evening. That might be too much, too soon. "So, were you working on something to do with the case?" Catherine asked. "Just satisfying my own curiosity for the most part," Blake said. "As you said, the murderers have been caught, but there were a few scraps in amongst the burned papers that Evie found up at the Abbey. Some that didn't fit in with the others that we deciphered, and others that are so small that they hardly seemed worth trying to recover. I was having a look to see whether I could make any sense of them." He nodded to the fragments under the protective glass covering. Catherine peered down at the charred paper scraps. "It's rather like a jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? Except that most of the pieces are gone,
and you don't know what the finished product is supposed to look like. Can I help?
Of course, if you like, Blake said. But you surely didn't come here to study half-burned papers.
No, Catherine said slowly. No, I came here to ask whether you would be willing to drive me out to the house where I grew up. I got the exact address and the directions from Ellen.
I'm happy to, Blake straightened. We can go at once, if you like.
But Catherine shook her head. I'm feeling a bit nervous about the idea, to be honest. She bit her lip. Ridiculous and cowardly, but there it is. I'm both afraid that I will get some of my memories back, that I'll remember my mother and father and have to grieve their being gone, and afraid that I won't.
I don't think that's cowardly at all, Blake told her. Memories are odd, two-edged things. They're rather like zero that way.
Zero? Catherine tilted her head. How do you mean?
Well, on the one hand, zero is essential for the structure of arithmetic and algebra. It serves as the additive identity in anything plus zero is itself, and of course it's foundational in concepts like limits and calculus. Zero plays a crucial role in making equations solvable and functions meaningful. But then on the other hand, zero can also cause problems. Division by zero is undefined, which can lead to paradoxes or the breakdown of otherwise valid operations. In calculus, limits involving zero can sometimes result in indeterminate forms, leading to intricate challenges.
Blake caught himself and broke off.
Sorry. As you've probably gathered, I can talk mathematics practically indefinitely, but I'm probably boring you.
I wasn't bored. Catherine smiled and added, I honestly wasn't bored. I know I said that most people don't have your strict adherence to telling the truth over being polite, but I promise that I won't be dishonest when talking to you. She considered. So, memories are like zero, in that they can help define us, but they can also cause trouble and pain. I'd never thought of it that way before. At least, she gave him a small, crooked smile. At least, I'd never thought of it that way before that I can remember. Have we ever had a conversation like this one?
About memories and the concept of zero? No, Blake said.
They'd had countless other conversations in which they talked about the parallels between life and books and the inner workings of mathematics. Catherine had miraculously always sworn that he wasn't boring her on those occasions as well. Another of those two-edged memories that brought both comfort and pain. Catherine studied him a moment longer, then nodded, almost as though she'd made up her mind about something, though about what, Blake wasn't sure. Aloud, she said only, Shall we see whether we can fit together some of the jigsaw puzzle, then? Chapter 52. Evie. The first rays of the morning sun were just tinging the horizon with fiery orange and gold as Nigel steered the Ford onto the highway. Like the rest of the country, the main route connecting the southeast of England to London bore the scars of the war. Patches of the road had been bombed and hastily repaired, and occasional craters remained in the fields on either side. A military convoy rumbled past them, going in the opposite direction, likely on its way to Dover. Closer to the coast, Evie knew that the A20 was under constant surveillance for possible German invasion attempts, especially after the fall of France in 1940. As you approached Dover, all vehicles would have to pass through a series of roadblocks, anti-tank obstacles. But here, just outside of Ashford and at the hour just approaching dawn, the two-lane road was deserted. A few miles back, they had passed a lone elderly woman pedalling along on a bicycle, but they'd seen no other traffic. Oddly, that was making Evie feel more on edge, not less. She'd been expecting that someone, whether an agent of Mr. Brown or Siegfried, would try to follow them. The fact that the road behind them remained steadily empty made her feel as though she were blindfolded and waiting for a gunshot that might come at any moment and from any direction. They rounded a curve, and Nigel suddenly stamped on the brake, slowing them to barely more than 10 miles an hour. In the road up ahead, another car, a beige Morris, had come to a halt. and a man was bending over the prostrate figure of a woman who lay crumpled on the ground. As they approached, the man raised his arms above his head and waved in a gesture that was clearly meant to signal his need for help. Nigel's brows drew together.
"And now we come to the moment when you say, 'I told you so.'"
Evie studied the man and the prostrate woman through the windscreen. They could be a genuine pair of civilians who've had an accident and need help. Nigel snorted.
"My mother would say that pigs may fly, but they're very unlikely birds."
Despite the threads of tension pulling taut inside her, Evie almost smiled. She could picture Mrs. Brewster saying it. "A trap only works if we walk into it," she said. "We could just drive straight past."
"That means giving up the element of surprise, though," Nigel pointed out. "If we drive past, they'll try some other way of stopping us, whereas if we stop and get out of the car, they have no reason to think that we suspect them. Rather insulting if they think we're that stupid, but I suppose you're right."
Evie reached into her pocket to wrap her hand around the grip of the Luger, although she didn't draw it out. "Go ahead." Nigel drew the Ford to a halt just in front of the beige Morris and opened his door. His face was arranged in an affable look of concern.
"I say, has there been an accident?"
he called out to the man kneeling by the prostrate woman. Evie pasted on a friendly smile, but she was still gripping the revolver, ready to draw it if the man made the slightest twitch in their direction. But something was wrong. She'd been fully expecting the man and woman to be enemy agents. Staging a fake accident by the roadside was one of the oldest tricks in the book, so old that she'd never even bothered trying it when setting up ambushes for Nazi patrols over in France. Instead, the man looked genuinely terrified. He was middle-aged, with thinning brown hair and a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles, and looked like a clerk or maybe a schoolteacher. His eyes were wide and staring, and great droplets of sweat clung to his forehead, despite the chill of the early morning air. The woman on the ground, too, looked not so much injured as scared to death, which felt wrong as well. Ordinarily, the purported victim in these scenarios feigned unconsciousness. She, too, was somewhere in her early 50s. Her greying blonde hair framed a plump, comfortable face that under ordinary circumstances was probably quite pretty in a motherly sort of way. But right now she was lying absolutely rigid, her hands clenched into fists at her sides, and her eyes open and staring up at the sky. A blanket of the rough woolen kind that drivers often carried in the boot of a car was draped over her body, covering her legs and chest.
"You'd better get back in your car and keep driving,"
the man said through clenched teeth. Nigel glanced at Evie. She had seen him look determined, cold, and even angry, but very seldom had she seen him look as puzzled as he did now. Clearly those weren't the words he'd been expecting to hear from the brown-haired man either.
"If there's trouble, we might be able to help," Nigel said.
He took a step towards the couple. The man's voice rose to a shout, cracking.
"No! Go! If you value your lives, go!"
Evie released her grip on the Luger and stepped around the Ford to crouch beside the woman on the ground. She'd glimpsed the shape of something underneath the woolen blanket, something that made her go cold, as if tiny crystals of ice had just formed under her skin. The woman's head turned just a fraction, and her eyes, pale blue and pleading, fixed on Evie's face. She licked her lips. "Please." The word was a hoarse whisper. "I'll be careful," Evie told her. "But you need to let me help." The man had given up arguing, and now stood, defeated, with his shoulders slumped and his head bowed in despair. Evie took hold of a corner of the blanket and drew it back, exposing the woman's midsection, and the tangle of wires attached to the 3 sticks of dynamite strapped to her chest. Behind Evie, Nigel swore under his breath. "That's a bomb." Chapter 53. Harry. White against the cloudless blue sky. Merriweather pulled off the main road onto a narrow track that led down toward a small cove, hidden from casual observation by an outcropping of rock.
"This is as close as we can get by car," he announced, cutting the engine. "From here,
We proceed on foot.
The three men gathered their equipment, donning caps against the bright sun. Howard shouldered the transit equipment, while Merryweather checked his service revolver before tucking it into his holster.
"How long do you estimate before the tide turns?"
Harry asked, eyeing the narrow strip of beach visible below.
2 hours, perhaps a bit more in these calm conditions, Merryweather replied. But we still need to work quickly. Clear days like this are perfect for enemy spotters.
They made their way down a steep path that zigzagged across the cliff face. The chalk was dry and stable, but also brilliantly white against their dark uniforms, making them potentially visible from far offshore. By the time they reached the beach, all three men were sweating in the warmth of the summer day. Another distant boom rolled across the water, followed by a splash several hundred yards out to sea.
"They're ranging their shots," Merryweather observed. "We should spread out. Less chance of all three of us being hit if a shell comes close."
Howard unfolded a tripod and set up the transit equipment in the shadow of a small overhang that offered minimal concealment. Then he took out the prismatic compass, calibrated it against his charts, and began taking careful bearings.
"According to these coordinates, we should be looking approximately 200 yards in that direction," he said, pointing down the beach toward a section of cliff face where several chalk formations jutted out dramatically. Harry raised the binoculars, scanning the indicated area. "There must be half a dozen stack formations along that stretch," he muttered. "Which one are we looking for?"
"That's the challenge," Merryweather said. "A good dead drop would be accessible but not obvious. Something that could be described precisely to someone who knew what to look for but wouldn't attract attention from casual observers."
"Sir!"
Howard called, excitement breaking through his professional demeanor.
"I believe I've narrowed it down."
He motioned them over to the transit scope.
"See that formation there? The locals call it the Monk's Hood because of its shape."
Harry peered through the scope at the chalk formation Howard had identified. Indeed, from this angle, it resembled a hooded figure, bent slightly forward as if in prayer.
"The Monk's Hood,"
Harry repeated, a chill running down his spine despite the warm sun.
"A rather fitting connection to our investigation, wouldn't you say, Colonel?"
"Too fitting to be coincidental," Merryweather agreed.
"It seems our German spy had a flair for the dramatic."
A shell whistled overhead, closer this time, and exploded against the cliff face several hundred yards behind them. The impact sent chalky debris cascading down to the beach.
"That was no random shot," Merryweather said tersely. "They might have spotted us. We need to move. Now."
The three men hurried across the beach, moving from shadow to shadow where possible. The firm sand allowed for quick progress, and within minutes they reached the base of the formation Howard had identified.
"The drop should be somewhere in this vicinity," Howard said, consulting his charts once more. "The exact coordinates would place it here."
He pointed to a section of the cliff face where the chalk had eroded to form a small natural shelf, partially hidden by the larger hood formation above it. Harry approached the spot, running his hands along the warm chalk.
"I don't see any obvious—"
His words cut off as his fingers found an irregularity in the stone, a small, nearly invisible crevice that might easily be dismissed as natural erosion. But as he explored it further, he felt the edges were too regular, too deliberate.
"I think I've found something,"
he said quietly. Merryweather joined him, examining the crevice.
"Man-made,"
he confirmed.
"Recently cut, judging by the lack of weathering around the edges."
Another shell landed in the water offshore, close enough to send spray over the beach. The artillery fire was growing more frequent.
"They've definitely spotted movement,"
Merryweather said grimly.
"Their observers have excellent visibility today."
Howard glanced nervously toward the distant shoreline, clearly visible through the crystalline air.
"Sir, could there be an enemy agent already here, signaling across the channel and directing their fire?"
"Just give me a minute," Harry insisted. He worked his fingers deeper into the crevice, feeling for anything that might be hidden within. A shell landed on the beach 50 yards away, the concussion sending them all staggering. Sand and shrapnel sprayed around them.
Private Howard, look out for that enemy agent and provide firing cover if necessary, Merriweather ordered, drawing his service revolver. Jenkins, work quickly.
Howard took up position at the base of the cliff, rifle at the ready, scanning the beach and water for any sign of approaching danger. His silhouette, stark against the white chalk, made him an easy target, but the young man held his position steadily. Harry redoubled his efforts, the sweat now dripping into his eyes as he worked. His fingers touched something smooth and cylindrical within the crevice, something that didn't belong in a natural chalk formation.
"I've got it!"
he exclaimed, carefully working the object free. Just as his hand emerged, clutching a metal film canister similar to those found in Travis's room, an artillery shell struck the cliff face above them. The impact sent fragments of chalk raining down, and a larger piece struck Howard on the shoulder, sending him sprawling onto the sand.
"Howard!"
Merriweather shouted, rushing to the young private's side.
"I'm all right, sir,"
Howard gasped, struggling to his feet despite the obvious pain.
"Just a glancing blow."
Harry cradled the film canister, protecting it instinctively as they took shelter against the cliff face. The German artillery had found their range now. Shells were landing regularly along the beach, throwing up geysers of sand and seawater.
"What's in there?"
Merriweather asked, shouting to be heard over the bombardment.
"It's a film canister," Harry replied, "similar to those Travis left behind in his room. If I'm right, there'll be photographs of the harbour defence plan on the film inside."
Merriweather uttered an oath. He shook his head.
"Well, that's a relief, that the film's still here and not in Berlin. Thank God the Germans didn't pick it up before now."
Another shell landed, this one so close that they were showered with sand. Howard winced, clutching his injured shoulder.
"We need to get off this beach,"
Merriweather said, his voice steady despite the danger.
"Can you make it back to the path, Private?" "Yes, sir,"
Howard replied through gritted teeth. The moment of truth had arrived. Harry carefully opened the canister, shielding it from the sun with his body. Inside, just as he'd expected, was a roll of film, carefully sealed in a protective wrapping. Merriweather looked at it, his expression grave.
"What next?" "This must go directly to the High Command," Harry said firmly. "We'll telephone from your office, and I'll take it to London." "Agreed. You'll have an armed escort," Merriweather said. "That will be me."
Harry nodded. Merriweather helped Howard to his feet.
"We move together on my mark. Head for that gully. It offers some protection as we make our way back to the path."
Harry secured the film canister inside his coat, next to his heart. Whatever Travis had photographed, whatever had cost the spy his life, would not be lost now, not when they were so close.
"Ready?" "Mark!"
Merriweather commanded. The three men broke from their shelter, running in a crouch toward the gully that would lead them back to the cliff path. The shells continued to fall along the coastline, no longer random, but following their movement with unnerving accuracy. By the time they reached the car, all three were exhausted, sweating profusely, and, in Howard's case, injured. But they had what they'd come for. Harry pocketed the precious film canister, knowing that its contents might change the course of the war, and confirm why Travis had been willing to kill Fitzhugh, and then to die to transmit its location. As Merriweather started the engine and began the drive back to Fort Hardwicke, Harry stared out at the sparkling waters of the channel. Somewhere, beyond the deceptively beautiful blue waters, German forces were apparently preparing for Operation Sea Lion, potentially the Channel invasion that Britain had feared since Dunkirk. And thanks to Fitzhugh's sacrifice and the determination of a colonel and a brave young private, Britain might just have the intelligence needed to stop them.
"You did well today, Jenkins,"
Merriweather said quietly as they rejoined the main road.
"Both of you did." "Not over yet, Colonel,"
Harry replied, patting the pocket containing the film.
"Not by a long shot."
The sun glinted off the chrome of the staff car as they sped back toward Fort Hardwicke, carrying their precious cargo across the sunlit countryside. Through the rear window, Harry could see the white cliffs standing as they had for centuries, silent sentinels against invasion from across the narrow blue waters. Chapter 54. Evie. Not just a bomb with a timer attached, Evie said. Now that she was closer, she could hear a mechanical tick-tick-tick coming from within the nest of wires and sticks of dynamite attached to the woman's chest. Nigel turned to the man.
What happened?
The man swallowed hard, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand.
We were driving down to Hythe. It's our 30th wedding anniversary today, and we thought we'd take a trip to the seaside to celebrate. My name's Tremblay, by the way, he added. Benjamin Tremblay. This is my wife, Helen. He nodded to the woman on the ground. A driver by the side of the road flagged us down. The bonnet of his car was up. I thought he must have had engine trouble, so we stopped to help.
Mr. Tremblay swallowed visibly. His words came out in short bursts, his voice shaking slightly.
He had a gun. He aimed it at us. He said he would shoot us both unless Helen put that thing on. He told her to lie down there, said the timer was set for 60 minutes, but that the slightest movement on her part would set off the explosion.
60 minutes? Nigel asked quickly. And when was this?
It must have been, I suppose it must have been about 40 or 45 minutes ago, or maybe longer.
Mr. Tremblay wiped his brow again.
I'm sorry. I know I ought to have looked at my watch. It's ridiculous that I didn't, but I somehow just didn't think of it.
Of course he hadn't. He'd been locked in the stunned haze that consumed most nice, ordinary people when they were confronted with violence and malice and genuine evil. He'd probably stood right here with his mind spinning uselessly for who knew how long.
Did this man tell you anything else?
Just that a grey Ford like yours, would be coming along eventually, and that I was to flag you down. I hoped you might be able to help somehow. But then, when I saw the two of you, I didn't want to bring you over here just to die.
On the ground, Helen made a small, despairing sound. Mr. Tremblay bent and squeezed her hand before looking back at Nigel.
That's why I told you to get back.
Evie looked at them, this nice, ordinary, middle-aged couple who'd only wanted to visit the seaside for their wedding anniversary, and had instead been dragged into playing bait for her and Nigel. For a moment, she was so angry that she couldn't even speak. She had to blink to clear away the red mist of utter fury that filled her vision.
I don't suppose you know how to defuse a bomb of this type? Nigel asked her in an undertone.
I do, actually. Well, I probably do. Evie took a breath, forcing down the anger, fear, and uncertainty. She took it all and stuffed it into a box in the back of her mind. Then she looked more closely at the bomb strapped to Helen Tremblay's chest. We used explosive devices like this in France for sabotage work. Bridges, train tracks, even German tanks or convoy trucks if we could get near enough. You use a mechanical timer attached to the detonator so that the bomb doesn't go off before you can get clear away. And she had approximately 15 minutes to defuse this one, assuming that Mr. Tremblay's guess as to the time they'd already spent waiting here was correct, which in fact wasn't guaranteed at all. Evie bent to study the tangle of wires on the explosive device. In the background, she was distantly aware of Mr. Tremblay's voice, questioning Nigel.
I don't understand any of this. Who are you people? What does that man want with you?
But she didn't allow herself to look up or even pay attention to Nigel's reply. She traced out the route that the electric signals would take to signal the bomb to detonate.
I don't mean to rush you. Nigel appeared beside her to speak in a low undertone, but time is a rather pressing factor.
Yes, I'm aware. But since the only faster way to disable this thing involves a loud explosion and all four of us being turned into so much confetti, I thought I'd better make absolutely certain of which wires I need to disconnect, Evie said. Nigel fell silent, and she reached for one of the wires. She had to move very carefully. From the look of things, the bomb had the same type of motion sensor as the anti-personnel mines used by both the British and German armies, which meant that it would explode if it was disturbed. But if this bomb was constructed in the same way as the ones she'd rigged up in France, this one wire would be the one that could safely sever the connection to the detonator and render the sticks of dynamite harmless. "Do you have a knife?" Evie asked. Without speaking, Nigel dug into his pocket and drew out a folding penknife, which he flipped open and handed to her. Evie didn't know whether to be terrified or flattered that he trusted her enough not to question her judgment. She set the tip of the knife against the wire she'd selected, then froze. Mr. Tremblay crouched on Mrs. Tremblay's other side, stroking her hair and squeezing her hand, while silent, terrified tears leaked out of his wife's eyes. On Mrs. Tremblay's chest, the timing device kept ticking down the seconds, a constant reminder that they had no idea just how many ticks might be left before the bomb went off. All the same, Evie looked up at Nigel. "I don't like it." One of his eyebrows edged slightly upwards. "Since I like nothing about this," he said, "I assume you have something more specific than our general predicament in mind when you make that observation?" "I don't like that I know this type of explosive device." She realized as she spoke that she wasn't being very clear, but somehow Nigel caught her point immediately. "You mean that it could be a trap?" "Exactly. If it were me and I was hoping to kill us, I'd wire this particular bomb backwards. I mean, set it up to explode when the wire that would usually diffuse it was cut." They both looked down at the wire and the penknife in Evie's hand. "That wire?" Nigel asked. "Yes." Evie swallowed against the sudden dryness in her throat. "I don't know, though. I could be wrong." Nigel shook his head. She could see the tension in the set of his shoulders, the grimness that etched the line of his mouth, but he spoke without hesitation. "Trust your instincts." "Why?" "Because doubting your own judgment isn't something I've ever seen you do. It may make you slightly maddening as an acquaintance, but it's apparently kept you alive thus far." Evie hiccuped an unsteady laugh. Then she lifted the penknife, setting it against a wire on the opposite side of the sticks of dynamite. "Wait." Nigel stopped her. Evie assumed he was going to ask whether or not she was certain about the wire, but instead he exhaled a hard breath, his eyes steady on hers. "If I never get another chance to speak to you, I want you to know," he began. "No!" Evie cut him off before he could finish. "No, you're not giving any last goodbye speeches. Whatever you want to say can wait until this is over." Then, before she could change her mind, Evie sliced through the wire, resisting the urge to squeeze her eyes tight shut. Nothing happened. Nothing exploded. The only sounds that filled the air were the ragged gasps of Mr. Tremblay's breathing and his wife's faint sobs. The mechanical ticking had stopped. Then another sound reached them, one that made Evie's head jerk up sharply, the squeak of a bicycle's pedals. An elderly woman on a bike came into view from around the curve in the road, the same elderly woman whom she and Nigel had passed some while ago. After the terror of the past several minutes, the sense of anticlimax almost made Evie laugh. The bicyclist looked for all the world like someone's grandmother on her way to market, with a flower-trimmed straw hat pinned to her greying hair. But then she regarded them with extremely shrewd blue eyes, seeming to take in Evie, Nigel, Mr. and Mrs. Tremblay, and the diffused bomb at a glance. "If you can put my bicycle in the back of your car, I'll direct you on where to go when we reach London." Evie didn't often find herself at a complete loss for words, but now her brain informed her that no, this was simply one too many shocks to be absorbed in the space of a quarter of an hour. "I beg your pardon?" The woman clicked her tongue. "We have a mutual acquaintance, one whom I assume you were hoping to see in London?" Evie managed to nod. "I've been watching you ever since you left Crofter's Green. Our mutual acquaintance from Threadneedle Street has changed the location of your meeting place for reasons of security. Once we make sure these good people are unharmed and sent on their way," she nodded to Mr. and Mrs. Tremblay, "I will take you to him. My name is Mrs. Winterbottom." Chapter 55. Blake. Catherine stood on one side of the desk and Blake on the other, both their heads bent over the array of crumbling paper fragments. They worked in silence for several minutes, with the silence broken only by the occasional bird call from outside the schoolhouse window. "I think I've got something," Catherine said suddenly. "That piece there," she pointed. "The one with the RIS? I think it fits together with that one." She pointed to a fragment on the opposite side of the array. "With the HAR. Blake studied the pieces.
"I believe you're right. That was well spotted. And Harris is Evie's surname."
Catherine looked up. "So one of the burned papers must have been about her."
"It looks that way," Blake agreed. Nigel and Harry wouldn't like this. They'd known already that Siegfried was keeping Evie under some degree of surveillance, but they still wouldn't like it.
"There's something else," Catherine said, frowning a little as she bent over to peer down at the papers once more. LARI, and then there's another letter that could be either an N or an M. I'm not sure which. She looked up at Blake. "Does that mean anything?"
"There's a village called Clarion not far from here," Blake said. "I'll tell Harry. It could be worth investigating to see whether Travis might have had some sort of base of operations there. You know," he added, "I was staring at all these pieces for at least an hour before you came and getting nowhere. You're very good at this."
"Thank you." Catherine spoke absently, her head still bent over the desk. "I used to do jigsaw puzzles with my—" Catherine stopped with a sharply indrawn breath, her eyes going wide. "With my grandmother," she said, her voice almost a whisper.
"You remember?"
"I think—" Catherine shut her eyes. "When I was speaking, I thought I remembered just a glimmer of her face. She had grey hair and spectacles, and—" She shook her head in clear frustration. "No, it's gone again."
"Do you—"
Blake caught himself. He wasn't going to ask whether she remembered anything about him. Still too much too soon.
"You might remember again in time."
"Maybe." Catherine sounded discouraged. "It scarcely seems likely, though. It's been, what, nearly a year now since the accident."
Blake shook his head. "That's not important. What's important is that more than twice in just these past couple of days you've had memories come to the surface. There's no guarantee of exactly how much may come back to you, of course, but the statistical probability of your remembering at least something more is actually quite high."
Catherine laughed. "I knew I liked your strict adherence to honesty. It's very comforting." She stopped, her head a little on one side as she studied him, biting her lip again. Then she asked, "Talking of memories causing pain, would you have chosen to forget me, if you could, all the months that you thought I was dead?" Blake didn't have to stop to consider his answer.
"No, never."
Chapter 56. Harry. Heat shimmered off the road as Harry and Colonel Merriweather made their way toward London. The narrow country lanes had turned into tunnels of green, with overhanging trees providing occasional respite from the relentless summer sun. Twice they'd had to stop to allow the engine to cool when the temperature gauge crept into the danger zone.
"I haven't seen heat like this since '38,
Merriweather remarked, his jacket removed and sleeves rolled up, handkerchief occasionally dabbing at his brow.
"The weather's doing Jerry's work for him, overheating engines, making men sluggish."
Harry nodded, one hand pressed protectively against the inner pocket of his coat, where the film canister rested. They'd left Private Howard at the infirmary in Dover to have his shoulder tended to, while they continued their journey. The young man's courage had impressed Harry deeply, and he'd promised to let Howard know what became of their mission. They were following the instructions Harry had picked up at the Crofters Green police station. The telegraph message was deliberately vague. Artifacts require expert examination, stop. Meet Natural History Museum, main entrance, 2100 hours, stop. Bring samples. Stop. Regards, N.
Your nephew seems well versed in tradecraft, Merriweather remarked.
He's learned quickly,
Harry replied, unable to keep a note of pride from his voice.
Too quickly, perhaps. This war has changed him.
It's changed all of us, Merriweather said softly. They lapsed into silence as the car pressed onward toward London. The summer sun maintained its position high in the sky, thanks to British double summertime, which kept daylight lasting well into the evening. By the time they reached the outskirts of the capital, the sun was beginning its gradual descent, casting long shadows across the cityscape while still illuminating the damage from past air raids and the hurried preparations for those yet to come. The imposing brick Victorian facade of the Natural History Museum stood before them in the golden evening light. Even with sandbagged entrances and other wartime precautions, the building emanated permanence, a physical manifestation of Britain's scientific achievements and imperial reach. Harry felt a surge of emotion as they mounted the steps, pausing briefly in the shade of the entryway. This was what they were fighting for. Not just lives and land, but the accumulated wisdom and natural treasures of generations. While the nearby British Museum had suffered bomb damage in May and had closed, the Natural History Museum continued its vital work, albeit with sections cordoned off for mysterious war work that few civilians questioned. Merriweather seemed to share his thoughts.
Magnificent, isn't it? He murmured. Even in wartime. Perhaps especially in wartime.
They passed between the ornate entrance pillars into the cavernous main hall, where the massive skeleton of a diplodocus dominated the space. The cool interior offered welcome relief from the heat outside. Harry saw a few late visitors making their way through the exhibits, the museum's extended summer hours allowing the public to enjoy the collections until evening. Then he spotted Nigel, standing beside a display of fossils, pretending to study them with scholarly interest. His nephew's eyes flicked toward them briefly, then away, his expression carefully neutral despite the sheen of perspiration on his brow. After a moment, Nigel casually moved away from the display, passing close enough to murmur,
"Follow me, but don't look like you're following me. When we get there, don't recognize anyone, including Evie."
Harry gave an imperceptible nod, then waited 30 seconds before ambling in the same direction, Merriweather a few paces behind. They maintained the charade of being interested visitors, pausing occasionally to examine a display or read a plaque. Nigel led them through the evolution gallery, where visitors marveled at Darwin's finches and other specimens that had helped shape the understanding of natural selection. The summer evening light streamed through the high windows, casting long golden rectangles across the polished floor, and illuminating glass cases to create a deceptively peaceful atmosphere, despite the war raging beyond. In the mineral gallery, Harry spotted Evie standing before a display of quartz crystals, making notes in a small notebook, as if she were a student or researcher. Her light summer frock suggested she had dressed for the weather rather than for a clandestine meeting. Several feet away, a distinguished older gentleman with grey hair turning white at the temples examined a specimen of Dover chalk with careful attention. Mr. Brown. He matched Evie's description perfectly. His square-jawed, weathered face revealed nothing as Harry and Merriweather entered the gallery, though he had removed his suit jacket and wore only a waistcoat over his shirt, a concession to the unusual heat. The room contained a half-dozen other visitors, a mother with 2 children pointing excitedly at a large amethyst, a seated elderly woman with a walking stick fanning herself gently, and a man in spectacles, making sketches in a notebook. Harry assessed each one carefully, aware that any of them might be there to observe this meeting, or to disrupt it. Harry moved to a display case near Evie, but not directly beside her, pretending to examine a collection of iron pyrite. Merriweather drifted toward a showcase of chalk formations, maintaining the pretense of a casual visitor, while positioning himself near Mr. Brown.
"Fascinating how nature creates such perfect geometric patterns,"
Harry remarked to no one in particular,
loudly enough for those nearby to hear. "Yes," Evie responded without looking at him, turning a page in her notebook. "Some patterns repeat throughout history, while others emerge only when conditions are precisely right." Mr. Brown moved slightly closer to the same display, still focused on his chalk specimen.
"The white cliffs of Dover come from the remains of ancient marine organisms," he commented,
as if sharing an educational observation with fellow museum-goers.
"Millions of microscopic creatures compressed by time into the barrier that has protected this island for centuries. Yet even the strongest barriers have vulnerabilities,"
Merriweather observed, joining their loose circle while appearing to study a nearby case of fossilized sea creatures.
"What vulnerabilities might those be, sir?"
Mr. Brown asked, his tone casual, but his eyes alert.
"Structural weaknesses that reveal themselves only under specific scrutiny,"
Merriweather replied softly. A museum guard walked through the gallery, adjusting the blinds on windows where direct sunlight threatened to damage sensitive specimens while announcing,
"The museum will be closing in 30 minutes. Please begin making your way toward the exits."
The elderly woman with the walking stick approached their group, seemingly drawn by their geological discussion. "Excuse me," she said in a refined voice, occasionally fluttering her improvised fan, "but I couldn't help overhearing your conversation about the Dover formations. I believe there's a special exhibit on coastal geology in the West Wing that might interest you gentlemen." She nodded slightly toward a doorway marked Special Collections. Harry tensed momentarily, but Evie casually closed her notebook and moved in that direction, confirming this was part of the plan. The mother with children and the sketching man departed the gallery, seeking relief from the stuffy air of the late afternoon, leaving only their group and the museum guard, who had moved to the far end of the room. They followed the elderly woman through a series of increasingly quiet galleries until they reached a door marked Department of Paleontology, authorized personnel only. The woman produced a key, glanced casually in both directions, and unlocked it. "Quickly now," she murmured, holding the door for them. Beyond lay a narrow corridor lined with specimen cabinets and preservation equipment. The air was cooler here, away from the sun-warmed public galleries. The corridor made a sharp turn, revealing another door, this one guarded by a stern-faced man in civilian clothes, but with the unmistakable bearing of military personnel. The guard nodded once at the elderly woman, then scrutinized Harry and Merriweather before stepping aside to allow them entry. As the door closed behind them, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Chapter 57. Harry. They entered a large gallery that had been transformed into something entirely different from its public-facing purpose. Display cases that once might have held mineral samples now showcased an array of devices that Harry initially mistook for ordinary objects: lumps of coal, wooden carvings, innocuous-looking household items. Only upon closer inspection did he realize their deadly purpose. Each had been modified to conceal explosives or other lethal devices.
"Station 15B," Merriweather murmured. "I've heard rumors, but never expected to see it firsthand."
Now safely within the secured area, Mr. Brown's demeanor shifted from casual museum patron to alert intelligence officer. He turned to face them directly, his grey eyes sharp and assessing.
"Now then," he said briskly,
all pretense abandoned,
"I believe you have something for us."
He led them toward a door marked Specimen Storage, which the elderly woman opened with a key from her handbag. Once inside, they found themselves in what had once been a storage room for the museum's collection, but had been converted into a secure meeting space. Maps covered one wall, and a photographic development station occupied another. The woman locked the door behind them. Mr. Brown sat at the head of a small table and beckoned to them to take seats. He held out one hand, palm up. Harry reached into his inner pocket and withdrew the film canister, its metal surface cool against his palm.
"Retrieved from a dead drop on the Dover coast,"
he explained. At considerable risk.
Mr. Brown accepted the canister, examining it briefly.
And you believe this contains photographs of the Dover Harbour defences, Harry said grimly. Specifically, a map of the minefields. Travis was present when those plans were compromised. We believe this film contains those images, intended for German intelligence as part of what they're calling Operation Sea Lion. Their invasion plan, Mr. Brown stated flatly, the words hanging heavy in the small room. Yes, Merriweather confirmed. Travis was working for them. I am embarrassed that we employed him as one of our instructors.
Mr. Brown passed the canister to the elderly woman, who tucked it securely into her handbag.
Mrs. Winterbottom will develop this film immediately. If it contains what you suspect, we'll need to implement countermeasures at once.
Merriweather added.
Whatever help we can offer, we'll address that, Mr. Brown cut in. The question now is, how comprehensive was this breach? Who else was involved?
Morris and Boyd were involved, but they weren't working with Travis, Nigel said. Based on their confessions, they discovered Travis transmitting from the Abbey ruins and killed him, supposedly out of misguided patriotism. They saw another man in the underground chamber as well.
British agent Fitzhugh, Mr. Brown interjected, his jaw tightening. One of our best.
Merriweather shifted uncomfortably.
I must accept some responsibility for that situation, he said, his voice taut with controlled emotion. Morris and Boyd were under my command. For them to conceal the murder and their actions afterwards.
He paused, visibly struggling.
The delay may have cost us precious time.
Yet not enough time for the Germans to retrieve this, Harry added, nodding toward the canister now in Mrs. Winterbottom's possession. The fact that it was still in the dead drop is significant.
Mr. Brown's eyes narrowed in thought.
Indeed. Whether Travis's transmission about the dead drop location never went through before Morris and Boyd killed him,
or the Germans received it but didn't trust the information, Evie finished.
Or couldn't spare the resources to retrieve it immediately, Nigel suggested. With the weather and increased coastal patrols.
Mrs. Winterbottom spoke for the first time, her refined voice at odds with the sharp intelligence in her eyes.
The timing is crucial. If this film does indeed contain our harbour defences, we need to determine how much the Germans actually know. The presence of the film in the dead drop could mean we still have time to counter their plans for Sea Lion.
I can coordinate with Coastal Command immediately, Merriweather said firmly. They can implement preliminary security measures.
Mr. Brown nodded.
Do so. And Colonel,
he fixed Merriweather with a penetrating stare.
While your men's actions were regrettable, we may now possess valuable intelligence. This may yet work in our favour.
Merriweather straightened slightly, accepting the cold comfort offered.
Thank you, sir. Who else knows about this film canister? Mr. Brown asked, turning to Harry.
Only those in this room, Harry answered, and Private Howard, who assisted in retrieving it.
Is he reliable?
Mr. Brown asked sharply.
Completely, Merriweather affirmed. He's a good lad. Took a 20-pound slab of chalk to the shoulder during the retrieval without complaint.
Mr. Brown considered this.
I'll still have someone speak with him. He needs to understand the gravity of what he's been involved in.
He glanced at his watch.
We've lingered too long. Mrs. Winterbottom will develop this film immediately.
He moved toward the door, then paused, looking back at them.
This could be a valuable breakthrough,
he said, his voice low and intense. With that, he unlocked the door and departed, Mrs. Winterbottom following a minute later. Nigel checked the corridor before indicating it was clear for the others to leave. As they prepared to go their separate ways, Evie placed a hand briefly on Harry's arm. "You have chalk on your trousers, and one of the knees is torn," she said. "And you were limping when you came in." Harry shrugged.
Was I? Hardly noticed.
As he and Merryweather stepped out into the summer night, Harry paused for a moment on the museum steps. Above him, the ornate facade was silhouetted against the deepening twilight sky. Harry found himself wondering what the countless specimens within, testaments to nature's evolutionary struggles, would make of this modern war, with its coded messages and hidden films. Not so different, perhaps, from the ancient survival battles preserved in stone and bone inside. The building itself seemed to look down with an unsettling mixture of judgment and appeal. We have endured for centuries. Will your civilization do the same? He thought of Travis and Fitzhugh lying dead in the Abbey ruins, of Morris and Boyd in military custody, of the stark phrase that Boyd had used when he'd been apprehended, "Traitors die." With a final glance at the museum's imposing facade, Harry turned up his collar and joined Merryweather, hurrying to reach their car before full darkness descended. Chapter 58. Evie. Evie crouched in the shadow of a chalk outcropping and tried not to shiver. The night air was cool, the stiff sea breeze carrying the salty tang of the sea. The ocean waters below her shimmered in the silver light of the moon, deceptively calm considering the U-boats that probably lurked further out in the channel. Not that it was possible in any case to forget the war for long. Up above them, the night sky might be spangled with stars, but it was also crisscrossed with searchlights mounted further up the coast, their beams slicing through the darkness. Occasionally the pounding of the waves below was broken by the faint sounds of anti-aircraft fire in the distance. Alongside her, Harry shifted position, as though his muscles were aching from remaining in the same position so long. Colonel Merryweather, crouched on Harry's other side, was having an even harder time controlling his impatience. Evie could practically feel it radiating from him in waves. "What are the odds that they take the bait?" Merryweather asked. "We've done all we can," Harry murmured back. "Nothing more we can do but wait. And hope," he added in an undertone. Harry was right, Evie thought. The canister was back in the dead drop, this time with the minefield map film that Mrs. Winterbottom had prepared. From now on, it was just a waiting game. Hopefully whoever had received the message from Travis would come to the dead drop to pick up the map. Silence fell, the same silence that had claimed the past 2 hours of waiting. Looking across the channel, Evie could see France just visible in the distance, a faint silhouette under the moonlight. Nigel was leaning against a rocky outcropping on Evie's other side. Now he turned to her and said quietly, "I sent police constables to interview Mr. and Mrs. Tremblay this afternoon." "Any news?" Evie asked quickly. Mrs. Winterbottom had whisked them all up to London and Mr. Brown in such a rush that she'd only had a few moments to speak to the Tremblays after their ordeal. They'd planned to return home, rather than continuing on to the seaside. She'd learned that much. "They're still shaken, of course," Nigel said, "but recovering. They described the man who held them at gunpoint and planted the bomb on them as on the young side, tall and blonde-haired." "German?" Evie asked. They weren't sure. He spoke to them in English. Mr. Tremblay thought he might have had an accent, but he couldn't be certain. Mr. Tremblay and his wife had probably been too terrified to take note of many details. "I'm wondering whether it was the man himself," Nigel said in the same low voice. "Siegfried." Evie didn't make it a question, since the same thought had occurred to her as well. It's not like him to show his face personally, though. He's always in the background, directing some underling to do the dirty work. Or that had always been the way he'd operated in the past. "Whoever wired that bomb knew you well enough to predict which wire you'd be most likely to cut to defuse it," Nigel said. "I know." Evie stared out across the shimmering moonlit water. "I just wish I knew what the point was. Was it a trap meant to kill me? Or a test to see whether I was clever enough to anticipate the trap?" Either way, she was getting extremely tired of being toyed with, as though she were a pawn on a chessboard being run up and down the squares, and yet... Evie glanced sideways at Nigel. His profile was outlined by the pale moonlight, deepening the shadows around his eyes and mouth. She wasn't in this moment thinking so much of Siegfried as that of the moment right before she'd cut the bomb wire. "If I never get another chance to speak to you, I want you to know," Nigel had said. Know what? What would he have said if she hadn't stopped him? Colonel Merriweather abruptly leaned forward. "Is that a boat out there on the water?" he hissed. "Just coming into shore." Evie strained her eyes, struggling to see through the shadows that claimed the beach down below them. Faintly, very faintly, she could just barely make out the shape of a boat, one of the military-style inflatable dinghies it looked like, rising and falling with the waves that pounded the rocky stretch of land at the water's edge. Her ear caught the rhythmic splash of oars. "Where the dickens did he come from?" Merriweather muttered. "There must be a U-boat further out there in the channel," Harry whispered back. "Now, quiet." His voice was low and urgent. "Sound carries over the water. Not another word, anyone." Evie held her breath as, far down below them on the beach, a shadowy form climbed out of the dinghy and waded ashore. The figure was that of a man, tall and broad-shouldered and moving with stealth, smooth and silent. His head was turning, taking stock of the beach and the surroundings, his muscles taut with a kind of alert, hard-muscled control that promised an instant and deadly response to any threat. Evie's heart jolted hard against her ribs, and her vision darkened as her mind suddenly spun off into memories that flashed before her like coloured glass in a kaleidoscope. She'd seen exactly that kind of skilled, practiced stealth before. No, she was mistaken. She had to be. No doubt any man who'd been trained in covert operations would move in much the same way. The fact that for a moment the enemy agent below them had seemed heart-stoppingly familiar to her meant nothing. All the same, the blood drummed in her ears, and it was several moments before her vision cleared enough for her to see the beach down below. The strip of rocky ground was empty. The rubber dinghy was just a faint shadow on the moonlit ocean, moving steadily away from shore. Evie strained her eyes, but the man inside was barely visible, hunched over the oars as he rowed away, toward an oblong shape far out in the channel that must be the tower of a U-boat that had come to the surface for this mission. "Well, they've taken the bait," Colonel Merriweather said with satisfaction. "Now it just remains to see what they make of it." Chapter 59. Harry. Harry hadn't expected to return to St. Swithin's Abbey so soon. The police paperwork alone had consumed most of his waking hours since the incident, carefully crafted reports that said everything without revealing anything of significance. Official narratives constructed to explain the unexplainable without actually explaining it. He'd barely had time to shave, let alone contemplate another excursion to those haunted ruins. Yet, here he was, climbing the steep path toward the Abbey, with Alice Greenleaf walking beside him. Her unexpected knock on his door that morning had caught him off guard, first because it was barely 7 o'clock, and second because she'd looked oddly determined, her usual academic reserve replaced by something more urgent. "I need to visit the Abbey once more," she'd said without preamble, "before I go to London." Harry hadn't asked why. Some questions answered themselves in time, he'd found, and Alice wasn't the sort of woman who acted on whims. If she needed to go back, she had her reasons. The path wound upward through tangles of gorse and heather, tracing the same route that Tom Baker had used for his rehabilitation walk, the day he'd discovered the body of Donnie Jameson. Harry paused briefly at a natural lookout point, catching his breath while pretending to admire the view. Green fields and a sprinkling of farm buildings stretched away to the horizon, beneath the morning sky. Alice waited for him, her gaze on the path ahead. She seemed barely winded, her breathing steady and controlled. Harry reminded himself that she spent her days tending extensive herb gardens and cycling around Crofter's Green, a stark contrast to his own relatively sedentary existence. "Penny for them," he said finally, breaking the silence. Alice turned toward him, a slight smile softening her features. "I was noticing the plants growing among the ruins," she said.
How persistent nature is, even in places abandoned by people. How so? Look at those mullein blooms and these foxgloves, she said, pointing to tall spires of flowers growing from cracks in the stone path. Medieval monks would have cultivated them for medicine. Now they're considered weeds, yet they return to the same places, generation after generation. She adjusted her scarf against the morning chill. My herb garden is like that. Some of my plants have probably been growing in the same soil since the monks first brought them to this area. Harry nodded. There was something reassuring about nature's persistence, and the thought that long after Britain's current troubles faded into history, foxgloves would still bloom among these stones. They crested the hill, and the Abbey came into view, its broken walls stark and shadowed by the morning sun. The sight still affected him, even now, that peculiar mixture of beauty and desolation, like something out of a romantic painting, except that he knew what sorrows those picturesque ruins contained. "Did you see yesterday's papers?" Alice asked suddenly as they approached the main entrance. "Briefly," Harry answered. "Why?" "That explosion out at sea near Dover, the one they're calling a shipping accident." She turned to face him fully. "You know something about that, don't you?" Harry met her gaze. In the stillness of the morning, with only birdsong and the distant sound of the wind along the rocks, he could hear her breathing as well as his own. She deserved to know, after everything. Not the full truth, that would violate too many official secrets protocols, but enough to complete the picture she'd helped assemble. "You were part of the solution," he said finally. "I think that earns you the courtesy of an explanation." They passed through the Abbey entrance, the weathered stone archway framing their path. Dew still silvered the long grass that grew between the flagstones. Harry chose his words carefully as they walked. "The photograph in the canister was replaced with a fake," he explained. "A very convincing one, but with changes to the positions of the minefields." Alice nodded, absorbing this without surprise. "And the radio transmission? Did they use the frequency Evie discovered when she found Travis's transmitter?" "Mr. Brown's team broadcast another signal on the same transmitter, using the same frequency," Harry confirmed. "Same message, essentially, but amended to urge immediate action." "Let me guess. They said the map would become obsolete in a few days' time?" Harry glanced at her with newfound respect. "How did you know?" "It's what I would have done," she said simply. "Basic human psychology." They passed beneath the crumbling archway that marked the Abbey's entrance. The morning light cast long shadows through the roofless nave, stripping the ground with bars of sunlight and shade. "And the Germans took the bait?" Alice asked as they picked their way carefully over fallen stones. Harry remembered his vigil with Merryweather and Evie at the top of the cliff, directly above the dead drop. They'd endured seemingly endless hours of waiting, muscles cramping, eyes straining to penetrate the darkness below. And then, shortly after midnight, the shadowy figure had come ashore in the inflatable dinghy, moving with the grace and stealth of someone trained in covert operations. "They did," he said. "They sent a man to retrieve the package, from a U-boat. Then later, they attacked the harbor." "Attacked?" "With a submarine. From the false map, they thought they had found a clear path through the minefields. Likely the U-boat was packed to the gills with explosives, judging from the size of the waves the blast produced." "The newspapers didn't mention that." "They were printing what they were told to print. They also didn't mention that 2 of our smaller vessels almost sank, right there in the harbor. And that was from an explosion nearly a mile offshore. So, if the submarine had reached the interior of the harbor—" Alice trailed off, eyebrows raised expectantly. "We wouldn't have a harbor in Dover any longer, not to mention the number of ships and men we would have lost." Alice shivered. Then she set off again, stepping carefully over a section of collapsed wall. "Was Evie pleased?" Harry frowned slightly, remembering how Evie had suddenly drawn in her breath that night.
He'd noticed that when they'd first spotted the German agent. "Why do you ask?" "She's not quite been herself lately." Harry recalled her reaction. At the time, he'd attributed her sudden, sharp gasp to the excitement of seeing their plan on the brink of success. But there had been something else, he thought, something he couldn't quite place. "She seemed affected by the operation," he admitted. They had reached the transept now, where the bodies of Travis and Fitzhugh had been found. The space looked different in daylight, less forbidding, but somehow more melancholy. Nature was already beginning to reclaim it, small plants pushed up between the flagstones, and birds nested in the crevices of the broken walls. "I understand that discovery of the bodies here has been kept secret," Alice said, looking around at the space where death had so recently visited. Harry nodded. "Essential to the operation. The Germans needed to believe that Travis had sent the message himself." "Siegfried," Alice said. "That was the name of the German mastermind, according to Evie. Do you think he was the one who got the message and sent the man in the dinghy?" "Almost certainly." "It couldn't have gone well for him afterwards, then. After the explosion, I mean. The Germans would realize they'd been duped. They might suspect he was a traitor. And he'd know he'd been betrayed. I wonder who he really was," she mused, "before the war made him into a spy." Harry had wondered the same thing about the man in the dinghy when he'd watched the silhouette move through the darkness below. A professor, perhaps? An engineer? Someone's husband, someone's son. The enemy, but still a man, with a history and identity beyond this shadow dance of espionage. Alice turned away from the transept. She was looking at the stone steps leading downward, the steps they'd left unexplored after their confrontation with Morris and Boyd. "Shall we?" she asked, already moving in that direction. Harry followed, curious despite himself. The steps were worn in the center from centuries of use, curving gently downward into shadow. Alice switched on her torch, its beam cutting through the gloom. "Careful," Harry warned as his foot slid sideways on the slimy coating of the stone, probably old moss or mildew. "These steps haven't been touched in centuries." The air grew cooler as they descended. It carried that distinctive underground scent, stone, earth, and the faint mustiness of enclosed spaces. The torchlight revealed a chamber at the bottom, smaller than the one above, but with the same vaulted ceiling, now cracked and gapped where several stones had fallen. Unlike the chambers above, this one was completely empty, no remnants of wooden furnishings, no debris beyond dust and fallen fragments of masonry. The walls were bare rock, unadorned except for a few primitive carvings near the floor level. "What was this place?" Harry asked, his voice automatically lowering in the confined space. "It's shown as storage in one drawing," Alice answered, sweeping her torch across the walls. "On another, it's shown as a meeting room for the Abbey's senior monks." She moved purposefully across the chamber, as if she knew exactly what she was looking for. Harry followed, watching as she directed her beam toward the far wall, where a large stone was positioned against what appeared to be another opening. "What have you found?" he asked, drawing closer. The stone was massive, at least 6 feet tall and nearly as wide, though relatively thin. It had been placed to cover an archway but didn't quite fit. A gap of several inches remained along one edge, revealing only darkness beyond. Alice crouched down, aiming her torch through the gap. "I thought so," she said quietly. Harry knelt beside her, their shoulders nearly touching as they both peered through the narrow opening. The torch beam penetrated the darkness beyond, lighting the edge of what appeared to be yet another chamber, this one smaller and seemingly undisturbed for centuries. "What is it?" Harry asked, unable to see enough mingled with gravity. Her eyes, when they met his, contained that spark of intellectual certainty he'd come to recognize, and, if he were honest with himself, admire. The torchlight flickered across something lying on the stone floor, within the hidden chamber, It looked to be the remnants of a human form. Harry felt the weight of centuries pressing down upon them, the secrets of the Abbey accumulating like layers of sediment. Whatever, or whoever, lay beyond that stone had remained undisturbed through dissolution, revolution, and war, waiting, just as it was waiting now, for them to decide whether to disturb its long silence. Alice's hand found his in the half-darkness, a brief pressure of fingers against his own. The gesture was unexpected and fleeting, yet somehow Harry knew he'd remember it. "That, Harry," she said softly, "is why I needed to come back." Chapter 60. Blake. The house where Catherine had grown up was a small brick cottage with a slate roof and festoons of ivy growing up the sides. Lace curtains hung in the windows. A neat, well-maintained garden grew in the front, filling the air with the scent of blooming lavender and sweet peas. There were practical crops, too, planted to help in the war effort. Beds of carrots, potatoes, and peas had been planted alongside the flowers. "It looks as though whoever lives there must have someone in the service," Catherine said. She pointed to a faded victory sign that hung from the cottage door. "Do you want to knock?" Blake asked. "It's possible that whoever lives there might have known your parents, or you, even." Catherine shook her head, though. "No, I don't want to trouble them, and I don't want to have to explain everything, at least not right now." Blake nodded. He could easily understand why Catherine would shrink from having to explain her loss of memory to the residents here. "Do you remember anything about the place at all?" he asked. They had driven out here in Blake's small Austin 7 and parked a little way up the lane so they could walk past Catherine's former home. Now they stood under the shade of a gnarled and ancient oak tree that grew near the ditch at the side of the road. Catherine studied the brick cottage for a long moment, her brow furrowed, but then finally shook her head. "No," she sighed. "Maybe it feels a little familiar, but I think that's mostly because I'm trying to convince myself that it does. I don't have any definite memories." "We could walk a little ways," Blake suggested. He gestured up the lane, where a few more cottages stood against a backdrop of spreading fields. A horse and cart were clopping toward them, bringing in a load of hay. Birds sang in the hedgerows. "Yes, if you like," Catherine said. Then she gave a quick, impatient shake of her head. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound discouraged. I know I'm one of the lucky ones, lucky just to be alive, and even if I don't remember anything, I want to thank you for bringing me out here. It's beautiful, especially after London." "You're welcome." Blake cleared his throat. "There's something I wanted to say, though." He'd been rehearsing it in his mind all the way on the drive here. He still wasn't sure that he would be able to find the right words, but they needed to be said all the same. "I need you to know that I don't expect anything of you." Catherine opened her mouth as though to say something, but he went on before she could. "I know you promised to marry me once, but I don't mean to hold you to that promise if you've changed your mind. I'm a virtual stranger to you now, I realize, and I imagine it's difficult for you to even think about the future when you're only just beginning to remember the past. But it seems to me that you might be glad of, well, a friend right now." Blake stopped and ran a hand through his hair. "What I'm trying to say is that I'll help in any way I can. To drive you to any places in the neighborhood that might be familiar, to talk to people whom you might have known whenever you're ready for that. I'm happy, more than happy, to be with you for as much of that as you like, but don't think it's because I expect anything from you in return." He stopped speaking. Catherine was silent for what seemed a very long moment, studying him, her blue eyes serious. A ray of afternoon sunlight shone through the branches of the tree overhead and gilded her blonde hair. At last she said, "You might not want to marry me now. You might change your mind. Have you considered that?" "No." This was another instance when Blake didn't have to think about or weigh his answer.
I'm sure you've gathered by now that I'm far better with numbers than with words. I'm not good at making grand romantic speeches. I never have been. But in mathematics, we would say that an equation that simplifies to a true statement for all values of the variable is one that has infinite solutions. That's how I feel about you. He took a breath. If life were like one of those equations, one with infinite variations, then anywhere I found you, any place I met you, you would always be my perfect answer. There could never be a version of you I didn't love and want to marry.
He stopped speaking because Catherine's eyes were glimmering with unshed tears.
I'm sorry, he said. I didn't mean to upset you.
Catherine shook her head. You didn't. She took a shaky breath, swiping at her eyes. I'm not going to cry. Not when I need to tell you two important things. First, Ellen offered to let me share the flat upstairs from the King's Arms. I accepted. Dorothy's a dear, but she and her family don't really have much extra space in their cottage. And if I mean to stay in Crofter's Green, I'll need a place of my own to live.
Do you mean to stay, then?
Blake asked. He tried not to hold his breath, waiting for her to answer. Catherine nodded. I do. Whether I ever fully regain my memory or not, there's nothing at all for me back in London. Which brings me to the second thing I need to say. She looked up at him and smiled. Then she took his hand, lacing her fingers through his. For a man who claims not to be good at making romantic speeches, you did very well. Chapter 61. Dorothy. Dorothy pushed open the kitchen door and paused to watch Tom planing a piece of wood smooth. He'd already finished with the cupboards over the breakfast nook. They hung on the wall, neat and trim and painted yellow to match the others in the kitchen. What are you working on now? Dorothy asked. Tom shaved off another long, smooth curl of wood with his plane. I thought you might like a shelf for over the sink. He gestured. Use it to hold teacups or anything else you like. Dorothy smiled. She couldn't remember ever having told Tom how much she admired Evie's kitchen, with all the pretty old china teapots and cups on display, but somehow he'd known how much she'd like a smaller version of that here. That's a grand idea. Through the kitchen window, Dorothy could see Tommy racing around the garden, and Mum must be having one of her good days today. Instead of just sitting in her chair in the sun, she was trimming one of the rose bushes with a pair of hedge clippers. Mum had always loved gardening. Dorothy dropped down onto the seat of the breakfast nook and watched Tom continuing to smooth the wood for a moment or two. Then she said, I wanted to tell you, Tom, about Private Jameson. You already know that his murderers were caught, but Harry came into the Cosy Cup this morning. He couldn't say too much, of course, because he was sworn to secrecy, but it seems solving the mystery of Jameson's death was the key to stopping a German plot to invade. Tom looked up and nodded. That is good news. You should be proud, Dorothy said. You were the one to alert Nigel straight away. If not for you, Donnie's death might have just been treated as an accident, and then the Germans might not have been stopped in time. Tom smiled, but he shook his head. I didn't do much. It's Jameson I'm thinking of. He was ready to give his life for king and country, and he did, in the end. His death counted for something. I think he'd be glad to know his sacrifice wasn't for nothing. Is that how you feel? Dorothy asked after a moment. She and Tom didn't talk much about his missing leg, and he never complained, but she knew it couldn't always be as easy as he wanted to let on. That's it exactly. Tom set down the plane on top of the wooden board. I won't deny it's hard sometimes, learning how to walk again. He smiled briefly. Or watching Tommy outstrip me every time we go out together. He sobered. But I'd lose both legs if it meant protecting what we have here. He gestured around them at the freshly painted kitchen, the new cupboards and the garden outside. I've been over there. I've seen for myself what the French villages look like after the German armies have been through them.
I've seen how the ordinary women and kids, like you and Tommy, are made to suffer. I'd give my life in a heartbeat if it meant making sure that sort of thing would never happen here. But in the end, I didn't have to. I got to come home, work on this house, build a future here for you and our kids. Kids? Dorothy broke in. Just Tommy's not enough of a handful for you? Tom grinned. Maybe one of these days we'll decide we want another. Who knows? All I'm saying is that I wouldn't change a thing about where we are now. And I hope that wherever Jameson is now, he and all the other men like him somehow know just how much a debt of gratitude we owe them. Dorothy nodded above the lump in her throat, sliding her hand into Tom's. I hope so too. Chapter 62. Alice. Alice stopped as she entered the British Museum reading room. She drew in her breath and gave a little involuntary murmur of sorrow. The magnificent dome still soared overhead, but it was a wounded majesty. Evidence of hasty repairs marred the perfect symmetry she remembered from her student days, and patches of discoloration on the walls testified to the water damage from last spring's firefighting efforts. Where once hundreds of scholars had worked in hushed concentration, now the tables held only a handful of readers, those who were deemed important enough to warrant special access during wartime. The vast emptiness of the circular chamber amplified every sound, the sporadic rustle of turning pages, the echo of footsteps across the polished floor, the distant rumble of anti-aircraft guns being tested somewhere across the Thames. Alice approached the central desk with measured steps, cradling the faded green cloth-bound volume carefully in her hands. The letter from her Oxford mentor granting her this rare access to the partially closed library felt heavy in her pocket. It was not in her nature to bend rules or break laws, quite the opposite, and the weight of ecclesiastical architecture of medieval England, abbey structures and their historical significance, that had been missing from these hallowed shelves for so long, felt like a responsibility she was eager to relinquish. The attendant looked up, silver-framed spectacles catching what little light filtered through the windows, many now covered with protective boarding or replaced with utilitarian glass after the Blitz. "May I help you?" Her voice sounded unnaturally loud in the cavernous space. Alice placed the book gently on the counter. "I'd like to return this, please." The attendant's eyes widened as she recognized the modest green volume with its faded gilt lettering. Her fingers hovered over it momentarily, as if confirming it was real. "This has been missing from our collection for some time," she said carefully, examining the call number. "How extraordinary that it should return now, when so many volumes have been evacuated or lost." "Indeed," Alice said. "May I ask how it came into your possession?" The attendant looked more intently at Alice. "It's rather a long story," Alice replied, her voice soft in deference to their surroundings. "But I believe it should be returned to where it belongs." The attendant studied her for a moment, then reached for a small brass bell and rang it twice. "One moment, please." Within minutes, another librarian appeared, a woman perhaps 5 years older than Alice, with intelligent eyes and silver-streaked dark hair fastened in a neat chignon. She wore a name badge that identified her as Dr. Eleanor Blackwood, Medieval History. Her cardigan and sensible shoes spoke of the building's inadequate heating now that coal was strictly rationed. "Dr. Blackwood, this lady has returned Ecclesiastical Architecture of Medieval England," the attendant explained, indicating the book with a reverent gesture. Dr. Blackwood's eyes lit up with professional excitement. "Extraordinary! We'd nearly given up hope of recovering this volume." She picked it up, opening it carefully to examine its condition. "It's been marked, I see," she noted, turning several pages where annotations had been made in pencil. She glanced around the reading room, at the empty tables, the scaffolding in one corner where repairs were still underway. "Perhaps you'd join me in my office. I'd like to document the return properly, and I'm curious about how this found its way back to us."
Alice followed the librarian through corridors that seemed darker and more labyrinthine than she remembered. They passed rooms now emptied of their treasures, walls showing rectangular patches where paintings had been removed, and at one point had to detour around a section cordoned off with tape where bomb damage was still being repaired. Dr. Blackwood's office was small but comfortable, tucked away in one of the museum's quieter wings that had escaped the worst of the bombing. Pale afternoon sunlight struggled through leaded windows, partially obscured by the criss-cross of tape applied to prevent shattering during air raids. The walls were covered with maps and architectural drawings of medieval structures that had presumably been deemed less valuable than the evacuated materials. "I apologize for the state of things," Dr. Blackwood said, noticing Alice's gaze lingering on a long crack that ran from ceiling to floor in one corner. "We took quite a few heavy blows during the worst of the Blitz. The reading room itself lost part of its ceiling, though you'd hardly know it now with the repairs. And the fire last April." She shook her head. "The water damage destroyed nearly as many books as the flames." She gestured to a chair beside a small table while she carefully placed the book on her desk. "Now," she said, once they were settled, "I'm delighted to have this back, markings and all, though I do wonder about these annotations." "The man who borrowed it was rather intense about his research," Alice explained. "He was found dead, so I'm afraid there's no one to fine." If Dr. Blackwood was startled by this information, she didn't show it. Instead, she nodded, as if such occurrences were merely an occupational hazard in the world of rare books and wartime London. "I'm simply delighted to have it back, markings and all," she said, turning more pages. "So many of our volumes are now in storage in the Welsh mountains or underground shelters. We've become quite accustomed to making do with what remains. I see the reader was particularly interested in the sections on St. Swithin's Abbey." "Yes," Alice confirmed. "That's where his body was found, actually." Dr. Blackwood looked up sharply, her interest clearly piqued. "St. Swithin's? How fascinating! That's where the Judas Monk legend arose, you know." "The Judas Monk?" Alice asked. She wanted to hear what this expert might know of the story. "Indeed." Dr. Blackwood's voice took on the measured cadence of someone accustomed to lecturing. "A monk who betrayed his brothers to King Henry VIII's men during the dissolution. According to legend, he vanished afterward. Some say he fled with his reward." "Well," Alice said, leaning slightly closer, "my friend and I believe we found him, in a crypt beneath the Abbey ruins. Only a skeleton was left." Dr. Blackwood's eyebrows rose. "Did you now? After all these centuries?" "He was wearing a monk's habit, what remained of it at least," Alice continued. "The fabric had mostly disintegrated, but the cut was unmistakable." "Nothing else?" the librarian asked, her eyes betraying a keener interest than her composed voice suggested. "In his hands, crossed across his chest, were a rosary and a crucifix on a chain," Alice answered. "Remarkably well preserved, considering." Dr. Blackwood nodded slowly, as if confirming something she had long suspected. "I see. You know what happened to him, don't you?" Alice pressed gently. "I have an idea," the librarian admitted, closing the book carefully. "What do you think?" Alice considered for a moment, remembering the solemn quietude of the crypt, the way the bones had lain in perfect order, as if arranged with purpose. "I would like to think the man felt remorse for betraying his brethren," she said finally. "That he returned to the Abbey, perhaps after everyone was gone, and died asking for forgiveness. Possibly he took a sedative draught that also contained a poison, lay down and began to pray." Dr. Blackwood nodded. "Possibly." "But you think there's another explanation, don't you?" Alice asked, recognizing the shadow of skepticism in the woman's eyes. The librarian placed the book carefully on the desk and folded her hands over it. "These were rough men, you see, The monks in King Henry's time, they weren't merely contemplatives with ink-stained fingers and minds focused solely on heavenly matters. They were at war with the king's version of their faith. When that war grew dangerous, many had to go undercover, live secret lives. She paused, as if considering how much to reveal. It's quite possible. What? Alice prompted when the silence stretched too long. Did you examine the skull? Dr. Blackwood asked suddenly. Yes, Alice answered, recalling the brittle bone beneath Harry's careful touch. It was crushed at the temple. We put that down to aging and decay, or perhaps a fall when he died. Well, the librarian said, her voice taking on a certain dryness, it may be so, but I think it more likely that one of the brothers escaped King Henry's wrath and later returned to the Abbey. Perhaps he sought to, shall we say, counsel the Judas Monk regarding the effects of betrayal and the need for atonement. Alice stared at her, the implication crystallizing. You think he was murdered? Dr. Blackwood nodded once, decisive and calm. The desire for revenge must have been intensely strong. These men had lost everything, their way of life, their community, their very identity. And as I said, these were rough men. Their faith didn't preclude violence when they deemed it necessary. So rather than suicide as an act of penance, Alice began, I suspect one of his former brothers arranged for a more direct form of atonement, Dr. Blackwood finished. The rosary and crucifix were likely added afterward, partly as a final mockery, partly as a warning to any who might find him. A warning that betrayal has consequences, Alice murmured. Precisely. The librarian opened the book again, running her finger down a page where faded ink showed through the centuries. These monks took justice into their own hands when the law failed them. A distant rumble rattled the windows, probably another unexploded bomb being detonated in a controlled manner. Both women paused, counted silently, then resumed their conversation when no air raid siren followed. Alice thought of the commandos training at the Abbey grounds, learning their brutal arts of sabotage and silent killing before being dropped into France. Men being transformed into weapons, just as those monks had transformed themselves centuries ago. The ancient monks and modern commandos, they fought for different causes, battled different enemies, but applied the same essential truth. Traitors die. Not so different from today, Alice said quietly, glancing at the taped windows, the sandbags stacked in the corridor outside. Dr. Blackwood followed her gaze and nodded. Those monks were soldiers in their own war, fighting for what they believed was right, just as our soldiers are now. She closed the book with a gentle thump. History isn't always as neat or as merciful as we might wish it to be, is it? Alice thought of the tangle of betrayal and violence they had uncovered at the Abbey, ancient crimes echoed in modern ones, patterns repeating across centuries. No, she agreed softly. It isn't. Dr. Blackwood smiled then, a genuine warmth breaking through her scholarly demeanour. Thank you for returning this. Even in these times, perhaps especially in these times, books like these matter. They're not merely repositories of information, they're witnesses to history. They connect us to those who came before. The librarian carefully closed the volume and placed it in a small wooden box, padding it with acid-free paper. This will be going to Aberystwyth next week, with the last shipment of manuscripts. Safer there than here, with Hitler's bombs still falling. She gestured around her office, at the boxes half-packed with books and papers. We're trying to save what we can of our civilization, in case the worst happens. Sometimes I wonder if those monks felt the same way as they watched their world being dismantled around them. Alice nodded, understanding perfectly. They were all living in a state of dissolution now, watching familiar institutions crumble, cherished certainties dissolve, the very fabric of their society stretched to breaking point. And yet, as she made her way back through the wounded building, Past the sandbagged entrances and the ARP wardens with their tin helmets, she felt a peculiar sense of hope. The British Museum had stood for nearly 2 centuries. Its dome had withstood the Blitz. Its treasures had been secreted away to places of safety. Its knowledge would endure, just as the truth of what happened at St. Swithin's Abbey had endured, waiting to be discovered. Chapter 63. Evie. 3 weeks had passed since the papers had carried the news of an offshore explosion outside the port of Dover. Evie leaned her head back against the seat of the taxicab. Outside her window, the streets of Greenwich rolled by, narrow, tree-lined roads with Victorian or Edwardian terraced houses on either side. Some of the homes were patched by temporary repairs, wooden boards over broken windows, or tarpaulins stretched over leaking roofs. Along the pavement, people were walking quickly, heads down, always ready to seek shelter if the sirens went off. Postboxes were plastered with messages from the government, warnings to remember the blackout regulations and reminders of rationing, which had hit far harder here than out in the country. A grocer's shop they passed had a sign in the window announcing that a shipment of tinned beef had arrived today, and already there was a line of women shoppers out the door and stretching nearly to the corner. Some of them were bound to go away empty-handed. Evie closed her eyes, trying not to think as the taxi wove its way through the streets. Why had she come? Was she really expecting the visit with Paul's parents to be any better than last time? She didn't have to search her innermost thoughts particularly hard for the answer. She was still far better at lying to other people than to herself. She knew exactly why she was here, even if she didn't much like the answer. Her visit was motivated in one part by wanting to make Mr. and Mrs. Harris happy, or happier. She'd wanted to do whatever she could to help them through this 6-month anniversary of Paul's death, just as his mother had asked. And the other 50% of her visit was motivated by guilt, pure and simple, because she'd felt so much more of an instant connection to Nigel's family than she had to Paul's, because when she looked at Nigel... Evie snapped that thought off at the root and opened her eyes. There was a limit to the amount of soul-searching she was prepared to engage in while riding in the musty, petrol-scented back seat of a rattling old taxicab. Nigel had come to her cottage the evening before, though she didn't know why or what he might have wanted to say to her. Evie had peeped out from behind the blackout curtain on her bedroom window and seen him knocking on the door, but she hadn't gone downstairs. She'd let the curtain drop back into place and pretended not to be home. Then, at first light this morning, Evie had left a note in the tea shop for Dorothy, saying that she had gone to Greenwich for the day to see Paul's parents. She'd bicycled into Ashford and caught the first train. The taxi drew to a halt outside the semi-detached brick townhouse she'd visited before. "Here you are, miss," the driver announced. He roared off up the road as soon as Evie had paid him, and she was left standing on the pavement and looking up at the Harris's house with something like dread pooling under her ribs, which was completely ridiculous. She'd faced down Nazi patrols and German bombs, and a couple of murderers just the other night. She could manage to drink a cup of tea and make polite conversation with Paul's parents for an hour or two. Evie marched up the front steps and knocked on the door, then frowned as it swung open under the pressure of her touch. Odd. Mrs. Harris hadn't seemed like the sort of woman to leave the door ajar. "Hello?" Evie called out. Then, when there was no answer, Evie pushed the door further open and peered inside. The hallway seemed almost pitch black in comparison to the bright sunshine outside, and she could scarcely even make out the shapes of the coat tree and hall table. She took a cautious step or two inside. "Hello? Mrs. Harris? Are you there?" A movement behind her made her jump and start to turn around, but it was too late. A strong arm was clamped around her, crushing her chest, and a pad of something wet and sickly sweet-smelling was clamped over her mouth and nose. Evie ordered herself to fight, to try to break free of her assailant's grip, but she could barely manage a feeble kick. Blackness was invading her senses, turning her muscles rubbery and limp. Chloroform, her mind informed her. Then the blackness swallowed her whole. The end. Historical notes. This is a work of fiction, and the authors make no claim whatsoever that any historical locations or figures in this story were involved in the adventures and events recounted herein. That said, we do have a few fascinating historical tidbits to share. 1. The authors have found no historical evidence that U-boat attacks were made on Dover Harbour during the war. To the contrary, Dover Harbour defences were so extensive that the German Navy steered clear of that part of the channel, relying on the army to attack the port by artillery instead. But perhaps one foiled U-boat attempt went unrecorded. 2. Though it escaped U-boat attacks, Dover was shelled regularly throughout the war. The Hellfire Corner of England lived up to its nickname, with more than 10,000 homes damaged by shells landing in the area during the war. Local pubs featured shell alerts. If you heard the warning, your drink was on the house, but only if you finished it before diving into the shelter. 3. History also tells us that MI5 ran a completely successful double-cross system. Every single German agent sent to Britain was either captured or surrendered, with many becoming double agents. The Germans somehow never caught on. But what if MI5 wasn't quite so successful? 4. More than 800 Catholic monastic buildings were shut down under orders of King Henry VIII. During the mid-16th century, some, like our fictional St. Swithin's Abbey, were demolished and others left abandoned to fall into ruin. The most lucrative abbeys found themselves recycled as country homes for Henry's suddenly devout supporters. Apparently nothing said, "I'm a loyal Protestant now," more convincingly than living in a converted monastery with solid gold door handles. 5. The SAS utilised parts of the British Natural History Museum for its own purposes during the war. Special forces shared quarters with dinosaur skeletons and stuffed exotic birds. Rumour has it that certain daring operations were planned beneath the watchful eye of a blue whale skeleton, which might explain why some missions seemed, shall we say, overly ambitious. 6. Germans launched inflatable dinghies from U-boats to bring agents ashore. These secret landings inspired countless coastal watchers to report suspicious beach activities, including several reports of Nazi seals that turned out to be actual seals. British intelligence filed these reports under E for enthusiastic but misguided. 7. The British Museum did in fact suffer bomb damage and was closed to most visitors during World War II. While priceless artefacts were tucked away in underground stations and Welsh mines, the reading room's magnificent book collections were significantly damaged during the Blitz. Rumour has it that staff went on working amidst falling plaster and leaking roofs, demonstrating the British librarians' professional commitment to perfect silence. 8. Monks in medieval England were not always the peaceful scholars we imagine. Records show numerous instances of monastic communities engaging in feuds, property disputes, and even armed conflicts with neighbouring abbeys. The monks of Waverley Abbey and Battle Abbey once had such a heated dispute over land boundaries that they reportedly came to blows, wielding candlesticks and processional crosses as impromptu weapons. Apparently vows of peace were more flexible when prime real estate was involved. 9. The poetic stanzas read at Donny Jameson's funeral